All right, everybody, welcome to CTWC 2021. Group F, you are joined by Austin Bennett, aka World Puzzle League, aka Beast and Shen, aka whatever you want to call me. Then I also am joined by It's Sharky. I'm glad to have him in the booth for Group F. Sharky, how are you doing today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to get into these matches today. It's going to be absolutely insane.
Oh, no doubt, yeah. So today, our number 2 seed is PixelAndy, who is definitely the favorite going into this group. Me and Sharky were discussing this just before we went live. But I feel that there are some people I shouldn't be sleeping on. There's a lot of like dark horses in this group. So we'll take a look at the bracket here in just a moment. But yeah, Sharky, how do you feel today is going to play out?
Honestly, Andy is the favorite, but you also have players that have limited competitive showings like Moja, but Moja had a fantastic qual, being able to pull off some crazy things like a 5 left just using tapping. So he wasn't rolling or anything.
Right.
So him being able to use that speed in today's match is going to be exciting to see what we have from there. And I believe this is the most diverse bracket that we have out of all the other brackets.
Right. Yeah, we have 3 US, 2 German. Oh, we're testing my knowledge here. And yeah, where's Odinn from? What is that, Finland? No. And Ricardo from Mexico, and Adam from the mystery country. We all know, I think, where he's from, but I think his flag today is Antarctica. We'll have to maybe he moved there. You know, I don't know. I don't know what's going on in Adam's life, but yeah. And Moja, you brought up Moja. I'm pretty excited to see what they can do. I think you said they only had 2 competitive games, correct?
Yeah, only 2 competitive games, and that was just in CTM.
Wow. I'm really excited to have some new blood. That's the definition of dark horse, and to some extent. We do not know what they're going to be able to pull off. I feel like from the games I commentated last year, Sam Finch was kind of that dark horse for me. We'll see if we have another Sam Finch moment where he's able to make it out.
That is true, because like I believe Sam Finch only had like 2 or 3 matches in his competitive career at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So who knows? It could be a repeat.
Also, Odinn is from Iceland. I got the flags mixed up there. Yeah, testing my knowledge there. But okay, I think we're gonna get right into it, Sharky. Why wait? We have some action coming up between PixelAndy and AdamMTS, also known as Adam. You know, there's many ways you can fill that in there. And Yeezy versus Asta. So we'll get that pulled up here in just a moment. How do you feel about these first matchups, Sharky?
Honestly, I'm really excited for Yeezy versus Asta. Both of these players, you don't see them too much, but Asta last year, he had a fantastic showing, was unfortunately knocked out by Odinn, and this is going to be Yeezy's CTWC debut. They're both pretty close in PBs, and so I really think that match is going to be incredibly close. So definitely want to look out for.
Right, and also Adam. I've had the pleasure of playing Adam a lot, kind of in the 2019-2020 year. I think he was getting into NTSC. He's more known for his PAL achievements, being from Europe. And yeah, so yeah, look at those PAL PBs, which very impressive considering he's a DAS player. And I think he's going to bring some top-notch DAS today. One of the remaining DAS players in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. I think we also have Mr. Valor and who else am I missing, Sharky?
Green Tea.
Green Tea. Oh, how can I miss Green Tea? He's my favorite. I love Green Tea. But yeah, so we got their bios up. PixelAndy, of course, is Dog playing Tetris, or Dog's brother, and beat him in CTWC. Oh, yes, that's the player that beat him in CTWC is also dog playing Tetris. Nice shout out to his brother there. And he likes Legend of Zelda. Good choice. And I believe there's a Zelda themed t-shirt on the CTWC store if you're into that. But
I also think PixelAndy and Adam's going to be a really interesting match because they used to play each other all the time for CTB around a year ago when they were considered like the best two Daz players. So it's just like always a constant showdown between the two.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Asta is from Ohio. I always forget that Asta is from Ohio. That's where I'm from. So maybe a slight, unnecessary bias because people like to root for players from their own state or country. But we'll see what Yeezy can do. I haven't got to watch Yeezy too much recently. They did play in some of my WPL tournaments, but yeah, that should be a great matchup. I could also see that being quite even, so we'll see how that turns out and who will go on to play the winner of Adam and Andy up top. So without further ado, let's get these bios off of the screen here. And well, when all the players are ready, we can get going. Looks like Andy is ready and waiting. I might get those two names mixed up a lot. Are you ready, Sharky? You ready to bring the hype for Group F?
Oh yeah, I am definitely ready. It's going to be absolutely exciting.
All right, we have two readies up top. Yeezy is ready. I believe Asta is topping out and is just about to be ready. We're going to get a simul countdown. Sharky, hit it away for me.
All right. Well, I mean, doesn't it start from like 10?
Right. Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. First match of Bracket F in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
All right. I am excited to see how this plays out today. I'm rejuvenated after a previous long weekend of Tetris and ready to watch and see what these players bring.
Now, of course, we know that all these players are capable of excellent things. They got several max outs and qualifiers because, I mean, this year was insane. 2 maxes and you still could not make it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I decided because I knew I was going to be commentating the gold bracket. Like, okay, everyone has a few max outs. Let me just see if I can make silver or bronze at this point. But yeah, it's insane. The level just pretty much doubled from last year in terms of skill, and maybe even more. I did see some like max out graph at some point highlighting the differences between the years, but yeah, there are no slouches in the bracket this year, and everyone's going to be bringing their A game.
I think there was like almost double the number of max outs this year than last year.
Crazy.
Which, just comprehending that is absolutely ridiculous.
Adam with a few dependencies here had a bit of a slower start here than Andy. He had some burning to go through. There we go. Fills in a dependency. As long as he can fill out I feel like that's kind of a weird middle. Yeah, he's going to have to take some burns here on the left, but handling it pretty well.
This does get the IP, so that's going to help him out a lot, but Andy already off to a 74,000 point lead. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, Yeezy off to a fantastic start. 90% Tetris right here in the opener.
Mm-hmm. And so Yeezy, I haven't got to watch too much recently. I'm kind of curious on their potential going into this matchup. Sharky, how do you feel they're going to bring it against Asta?
Well, given that Asta has had a full year to improve, and he was, taking max outs to Broden, and Yeezy being a very consistent player from at least what I've watched, I believe we're going to see a couple of double max outs. We might even get into the double 1.1 territory.
Ooh. We've had a lot of those in the last 2 weekends. I don't see why it would stop today. So, yeah, we're going to see some great games today. And Andy with a very comfy near 100k lead at the 50 line mark. So Andy is not a player I would like to have a 100k lead against me early on. So we'll see if Adam can try to close this gap before the transition.
That is one thing about Andy, though. He's been an incredibly consistent player. Specifically in the season of Gauntlet, over 80 games, he's averaged a transition of around 535,000.
That's great. Yeah. I don't see Andy being one to top out early too much either. If correct me if I'm wrong there, Sharky.
Yeah, very few early top outs from Andy. But Adam is doing a fantastic job right now. Now it seems like everything is under control and he's able to stop Andy from growing that lead.
Yeah.
And at this point, that's what you got to do is just try and chip away at it and hope
Mhm.
Andy makes a mistake and you're able to capitalize on said mistake. But funny, actually, both players on the left-hand side have just about a 100,000 point lead. Asta just running into a little bit of trouble early on trying to get something started.
So, yeah. Yeah, Yeezy with a great... He's not quite at 90%, but 78, we'll take that, right? This is a great start for his first CTWC game. And see if, that's a pretty good sign of things to come if your first game in CTWC, you're throwing down this kind of pace.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're just around 2/3 through the pre-transition, in which we'll definitely be able to start to see some of these players shine, because a lot of players, they actually get better when it comes to transition.
Yeah, Adam's kind of struggling right now on 18. Like, he's not doing terrible, but this is, the most stacked CTWC ever. So, 327 at 100 lines, you really got to pick it up. Look, he's behind 164,000 for a moment against Andy, who's got nearly 500k at the 100 line mark.
This is going to be really tough for him to try and overcome, and this puts Andy in a great position.
Yeah, I like Andy's position right now. A nice board. He always makes very good decision making, and like he keeps it simple. Doesn't do anything too high on dependencies, and yeah, like even right there, he's got that double L. Given like not the best sequence there, but he handled it like a pro.
At the bottom, Asta still trying to kind of get something started here, down by almost 100k. Great placements and might be able to gain some ground here as Yeezy is actually running into a little bit of trouble, has 2 long bar dependencies.
This is the one. There we go. Oh, but he hangs the piece. And we're about to transition.
And needs, wow,
nice.
all the right eyepieces to fix that. Asta's going to transition at 470,000. Down by around 40 or 50,000 points. And Yeezy's going to transition at 541. Andy transitions with a massive 637, while Adam transitions around the 430 range. Just incredible transition for Andy right there in the first game.
Yeah, Adam's going to have a tough time getting caught up. We know what Andy is capable of. He is the number 2 seed for a reason, bringing consistent play. Well on max out pace here for Andy. So we'll see. Adam's going to have to turn it up. Looks like he is playing fairly aggressive.
Ooh, Asta might be in a little bit of trouble here. Able to slide that under, but they're going to have to get a piece over to the right. And no, that's not going to do it. Asta's going to top out at 530, so Yeezy is good for game 1.
Wow. Yeezy throwing down. Still maintaining that max out pace, showing that Yeezy will be no slouch. Asta's going to have to pick it up here in the post. And it looks like Adam is going to top out at 497k at level 21. So Andy already saw that and tops out at 747k at the level 21 for Andy. So Andy's coming out strong.
Yeah, just really tough situation for Adam. You have to go like incredibly aggressive when you're down by almost 250,000 points.
I got some readies up top. Just need a ready from Yeezy, and we'll get a simul countdown going. Here. Game number 2 between Andy and Adam, and Yeezy and Asta. Andy taking game 1, and Yeezy taking game 1. 3, 2, 1, Tetris, let's go.
And using Asta starting with the same first 2 pieces.
Every time I see the long bar spam to the left, I am instantly reminded of Ruins now, aka Richie.
It looks like Yeezy gonna find himself in a little bit of a situation here. Nothing major like he's in danger of topping out, but it's gonna set him back at least you know, 2 Tetris worth, and
Right.
Asta is in prime position to take advantage.
Right. Yeah, in this caliber of play, every point counts. You know, your first 25 lines, typically you can brush it off, but against a player like Asta, you really got to keep it together and make sure you don't get too far behind going into transition.
It's like he's just wanting an eyepiece. If he can get an eyepiece, he can start going for a row 2, which
Yeah.
isn't necessarily too dangerous. But this is a very costly opener as it is, starting off with 18 burned lines. Meanwhile, up top, we have a relatively close game. Andy just being slightly more efficient than Adam here. Roughly around 2 Tetrises more efficient.
Mhm.
But Adam definitely in a much better position last game. We know he got into that dig early on, kind of
Right.
set him back, and all it did was just grow from there. So as long as he can, you know, stay within shouting distance, he definitely has a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, for Adam, I think the name of the game is you got to at least survive, right? Maybe you have to make it to kill screen every time. I feel like Andy's going to bring that consistent play and just that high scoring play. So if you're going to have a chance to beat Andy, you really got to bring it the distance and try to keep within range and hope that, you know, Andy makes these mistakes, which all players make mistakes in this game, so you never know.
Yeah. And now we kind of see like a whole entire different story here from Asta. Asta now the one taking around 100,000 point lead.
Mhm.
Whereas, you know, it was Yeezy last game. Nice, hits the S-spin. Ooh, beautiful dirty Cinderella Tetris over there for Adam.
Weird sequence there for Adam. Okay, yeah, I guess the nice, fills in those dependencies. I've been in those
little
situations,
bit high there.
but yeah.
I think he had great placements to try and mitigate any damage that a drought could do to a stack.
Yep, great looking board here for Adam, and it looks like Yeezy does clean it up. He is, like you said, kind of on the back foot more in game 2, and Asta's bringing that 100k pace lead pretty early on at the 60 line mark, halfway through 18, I suppose.
Wow, Andy just got a massive burst of S pieces. Still gets the center well.
Yep. Without hesitation, threw them all to the right there and sets up for another column 6 here. It's getting a little hairy. More S pieces.
Gonna cost him a couple of burns,
Yeah.
not able to score a Tetris, and fortunately, Adam is not in a position to capitalize immediately, and that could have been what he needed to at least come back by 1 or 2 Tetrises. He is set up though. Just rough time for a drought. But there is 394 for Andy, 332 for Adam. Ooh, rather difficult.
Yeah, he's going for the
Overhang
ceiling
right
burn,
there.
but that square is not going to help.
Down at the bottom, Yeezy has kind of closed the gap, only down by 3 Tetrises now as opposed to 5.
Yeah, kind of what you were egging on earlier. I do feel like this is a very close matchup on the bottom. So, you know, over time, throughout 18, it tends to, RNG tends to balance itself out, and Yeezy's still running into some mistaps and whatnot, but we'll see if he can correct it here going into the transition. He's not that far behind still.
However, Asta does have a clean board, is looking for an L piece, or might even take... Yeah, takes the S double and needs to hit this S spin. There it is. Beautiful solves right there. And I like the discipline that he had, realizing that if he didn't get the L piece after a certain amount of time, he should just try and take a double. Anyway, he does have the lead, so he can take those few extra burns. And Yeezy is not put in any position where he can capitalize off of those 2 burns.
Approaching transition all around. Looks like Andy once again going to have a decent lead. Not quite as crazy as the game 1 between the two, but like you said, that 535k average, he already had a 600k, and looking like he's definitely going to hit close to 550.
Going to try and go for this last Tetris here. Adam transitions at 464. Asta at 470. Yeezy has one line, transitions at 448. So actually a really close game down at the bottom, separated by a Tetris worth. Meanwhile, Andy going to transition. And now he's at level 20, 124,000 point lead. So similar situation. Adam's best hope is he's got to take this game to the distance,
Right.
give room for Andy to make mistakes.
And with these placements, he's not helping his case here. He's going to let Andy accrue a little bit more of a lead. Andy is at dependency, nice tuck. And okay, he resolves with trying to set up a delayed burn up top there, and I kind of appreciate that. Pretty consistent play so far from Andy.
Yeah, down at the bottom, there was a period where they were separated by just around like 600
man.
points. However, Yeezy gets
There
the
it
long
is.
bar. And he's going to have to do some more burns here. Meanwhile,
man.
Asta able to finally take a 1 Tetris lead. Is 4 lines ahead. This is more than a 4-line burn for Yeezy.
Yeah, it seems Yeezy is having a lot of mistap issues. Hopefully they can correct it. You know, it is a start to a long day. It is double elim. But we'll see if Yeezy can get his finesse together here.
Yeah,
Still
he
very
just
close.
needs perfect pieces right there. He can finally start getting set up. But Asta, just in that short exchange, was able to build up a 78,000 point lead. And Andy's lead has also
Yeah.
grown to
Speaking of leads,
248,000 as well.
correct. Oh, Adam's going
Ooh.
to top out.
So Andy is good for kind of had the same kind of pace that he did in game 1. So it was really having an excellent post transition. But down here at the bottom, Asta now starting to kind of pull away here, up by 74,000 at 656,000. Yeezy has finally found himself in a clean position, just waiting on the long bar. Where's this long bar for Yeezy? He's still holding out for it.
Anytime now. That's what we always like to think, and when you say that, that's when the never comes. There it is.
And there it is, after 24 pieces, finally knocked down a Tetris, but down by 70,000. Both of them are around same line counts as well.
Getting game 3 started
Man,
up top.
Yeezy.
Yeah. Getting crazy for Yeezy,
He's gonna need
Sharky.
another eyepiece. He's gonna need another eyepiece here. And oh no, couldn't get the rotation. Yeezy's gonna top it at 630,000. Asta is good for game number 2 and ties the series up.
GG Asta. You know, not a crazy pace, but taking it the distance. I feel like at this level in this caliber, you know, if you're going to be, did Asta just stab? If you're going to be bringing your A game, you should definitely, you definitely want to go the distance every game, just in case. If you're not going to be bringing your A pace, right? You want to, you know, at least drown out your opponent. So great game from Asta, and when Asta is ready, we'll head into game 3 between the two.
And ooh, nice placements over here for Andy. Kind of LNJ dependent. Gets it filled with a I and an L piece. Oh, wow. Just a lot of L's right there. Here in game 3, Adam's definitely just going to want to try and take this game the distance. He's going to, I mean, it's really hard to, you know, be put in Adam's position because right now, you know, Andy up 2-0. If you don't have, you know, a good transition, he's going to build up a 200,000 point lead up on you on post. So you got to play efficient enough, but you got to make sure that efficiency doesn't translate to over aggression.
Yeah, we need Adam to have a stronger 18. We know he's capable. A very smart player, and oh, he sets up for the Vits here. We'll see how that pays off. There's a long bar.
It could be risky. He does get the long bar, but he needs another one.
Okay.
There it is. So 150 for Adam, 169 for Andy, separated by just around 1 Tetris worth. So much closer than the other 2 games, but that tower could prove to be problematic.
Get some okay pieces
get the
there.
eyepiece. Down at the bottom, really close game. Like Asta might be able to have a small advantage if he's able to convert on a Tetris here.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth. Hopefully, they kind of shook both their nerves from game 1 and 2. It seems like they each had a rough 18. So today's just getting started. Sometimes it takes a few games for players to really shine, depending on their personality. So Adam with some weird squares there on the left, looking to he's just gonna burns here.
Yeah, both Andy and Adam having to go into a small dig session, so lead isn't going to increase too much for Andy, but he just got clean. He's going to knock down a Tetris right there, bring him up to 273. Adam at 252. Really strong right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, I proved me wrong. It's hard for me to not see Andy making it out, especially what we see here. Just consistent 18, no signs of topping out. I feel like we've barely seen. Have we even seen a misdrop from Andy yet? Like,
we've seen one. Just
well, maybe one. Yeah,
he was fixing it. That's why the lead didn't change.
Okay.
But just incredibly consistent play. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why he is your, runner-up for 2020, which until this year was the most stacked year that CTWC has ever had.
As you noted to me earlier, Andy is actually #1 in Elo currently. Take that for what it's worth, I guess. I know everyone loves to meme on Elo, but there's some merit there.
Yeezy actually running into a couple set of rough pieces. It's definitely survivable, but this kind of situation is what put Asta ahead by so much in game 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Yeezy throwing that long bar to the far left. Okay, opens up the right, but just a triple waiting. Unless they decide to just burn. Okay, yeah, that's probably the right move.
Yeah. So down by 50,000, definitely, not as bad as last game, and he's in a good position. I think it's underrated on one of the big skills that players have is their ability to get out of digs efficiently. We know that, players can aggressive and get massive scores, but when we're talking about a competitive setting, just being able to get out of those digs efficiently and minimize what damage to your pace is done is really just a statement to your skill and your way to creatively think out of certain situations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, every burn is just a score that is dissipating or disappearing because if you're in a burn session for... Oh, yep. Take a look at Yeezy here. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That T placement is a little bit rough. Nice flat burn, and it's not going to do it. He's going to top out 294. Asta takes game number 3 and goes up 2-1.
Our first 18 top out of the day here. Yeah, some rough misplacements and kind of just put himself in a tough situation regardless of the misplacements. So hopefully Yeezy can kind of clean up his play. Keep it simple. He was one row up there too to begin with, but yeah, so Asta on game point to move on.
We're about to reach a transition up here for Andy and Adam. And once again, Andy potentially going to have a 100,000 point lead going in the transition as he transitions at 580. So almost a 600K transition again. He is running into a drought here, so he's going to have to take these early burns. After 26 pieces, finally gets it.
Nice spin. Adam is not nearly as far behind as he has been in the last few games.
Yeah, that drought really forced Andy to burn a lot of lines and kind of allowed Adam to actually take advantage.
Nice.
And wow, nice dirty Tetris over there by Andy. Andy's still gonna have to take a few more burns here, and this is, if you're in Adam's position, this is exactly what you want.
Right.
You want Andy to take those burns, so then you can catch back up. And
it's neck and neck because Andy's ahead by 4 lines, if not more.
Nice, holds out just long enough for the Tetris, set up for another one, and Adam takes the lead. 689 to 679, just around a 10,000 point separation. And Andy running into, once again, another drought. Holds out long enough. Adam gonna need a couple pieces to fill this in. And so it's gonna cost him 4 lines, which if Andy also being ahead by a bunch as well. So we could very much still be neck and neck.
Yeah, the player is Tetris ready. There we go. Simul Tetris, close to it at least. And
both players exchanging Tetrises here. Adam trying to get set up, just needs one piece to skim. There it is. And Tetris for Adam goes back into the lead by 5,000 points. Andy really going to have some...
like some latency on his side. We'll get this refreshed here in a moment. Keep playing it out, Adam.
Yeah, at this point, if Adam continues to score Tetrises at the level he has been... Oh, no. This drought. He needs the long bar now just to hope to survive. And Adam's going to top it at 763. Andy with only 8,200 points needed.
Yeah,
but
unless he got seriously droughted here. I'm trying to grab a screenshot. Looks like Adam or Andy might be purely disconnected here. I'm trying to get a screenshot of his board when I can.
Yeah, I believe judges will get on that. But down at the bottom, pretty close game here, separated by 2,000 points. Same line count. Yeezy and Asta, both with some very clean boards here.
Yeah, so Andy may have crashed. We'll get an investigation and a ruling on how to handle that up top. But, yep, meanwhile, we have a pretty close game on the bottom. Once again, I'm sorry, yeah, Yeezy taking the lead this time around so far in 18.
Asta had to do just a little bit of burning, and when you're neck and neck, just even if you have to burn, 2 lines, that can give your opponent the lead. I think delay burn over there by Yeezy going to cost him a few more burns than he would ideally like. However, his stack is beautifully stacked.
Yeah. Nice burns there for Yeezy. I really like this position here. Yeah, ideally you don't want to put... Okay, you get the double C piece, that helps out. But yeah, you kind of like when you have that weird parity in the column 8 there, it kind of forces him to build on the right. Gonna bring it all the way down.
Yeah, but Asta does have a line advantage. Yeezy had been playing just a slightly bit higher, and that forces you to burn lines a little bit more rapidly. So Asta could have the lead here. And as he knocks in out of Tetris, there it is. 350,000 for Asta, 327 for Yeezy. Yeezy holding out for this long bar. Now he's looking for an L or a J. A slightly uncomfortable situation right there. And does knock down Tetris is going to cause him to do just a little bit more burning. And this might be an opportunity for Asta to kind of solidify a 3 Tetris lead, depending on how efficient Yeezy can get out of this situation.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was a mistap or not, but he threw a square over his long bar dependency. It was more apt to take the burn rather than create a long bar dependency up like halfway up on your board. So, it may have paid off. He cleaned up and is already Tetris ready. Scores 1.
Asta actually running into a 20-piece drought. Unable to use... Wow. A 20-piece drought and then getting 3 long bars and not able to use a single one of them for a Tetris.
Yeah, still waiting for judgment up top. Hopefully everything's good. There is a chance we have to replay it, but I'll wait for the judgment because technically Adam was in the lead in the moment that it crashed, right? Andy, who knows? He could have ran into a drought himself, but we'll play it safe. We'll see what the judges say here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Yeezy transitions at 484. Asta getting that JP is going to transition at a 494. So separated by almost 10,000 points here, opening into transition, and both players with some really clean boards. So this is it. Yeezy's got to play this, and he's got to win this in order to bring this to a decider.
So taking some burns, trying to get back to a scoring position on the right. Kind of a triple well here. Yeah, ideally, there we go. Still not the best board state.
Ooh. Couple rough S's there. Gonna have to take those burns. Beautiful L and J
Nice.
combo right there into a Tetris. However, he now trails by 30,000 points, which is around a Tetris and a half at this level. So Yeezy's doing what needs to be done, capitalizing on the situations Adam's having to, or not Adam, Asta's having to undergo.
Easy throws one down. Taking a more comfortable lead, and Asta's still burning.
Asta having to take that double right there, followed up with 2 more singles. Finally open, not ready to score, and finally knocks down his first Tetris after, I believe, 2 levels. Yeezy's got to survive this, gets the long bar, knocks it down. 708 for Yeezy, 625 for Asta.
Ooh, looks like Andy's back in.
Yeezy just trying to stay comfortable. Asta, oh, this could actually get really dangerous. He's not going to go. Oh, gets that eyepiece, right location. Finally opens up the well. No, he needs one more long bar, and there it is. Tetris for Asta. And he's going aggressive as well. And oh no, the overtap.
Man, he needs it
this
now.
This might be trouble for Asta.
Oh,
and looks like he doesn't get the long bar. Asta's going to top out at 695. Yeezy forces a decider.
Let's go, GG. All right, we're still figuring out what happened on the top here. Getting the official ruling from the judges. I think we need to communicate with Andy. Might have just had a straight up disconnect, so we have no proof of that game. We might have to replay it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, got it ready from Yeezy and Asta for the decider on the bottom. Let's do it.
We go, counting down Yeezy and Asta to their decider in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Oh, we are able to get a screenshot of Andy's scoreboard. So it looks like it was a capture card issue. Or something happened with his camera and capture card, but his console did not turn off. We might be able to get the score there.
Yeah, but here we go. A decider between Yeezy and Asta. Like we said, like these two players really close in PBs, even though PB is not, you know, the say-all on your skill in Tetris. But felt like it was going to be a close match, and it has been so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're both kind of... A lot of us might be sleeping on these two players. They haven't brought us, you know, amazing double max outs or anything, but they are warming up. It just seems that they are capable players, and, you know, this might be the game where, with it on the line, that they're going to bring that double max out.
Fortunately, the loser of this is not eliminated. They have another chance in loser bracket, but loser bracket is always going to be harder than staying in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I think me and Sharky got quiet for a second because we're trying to get the ruling here. It is kind of interesting situation with exactly when Andy topped out there. But we'll have a ruling here in just a moment.
Yeah, Yeezy looking to try and get out of the situation, and oh, if he doesn't get the right pieces, oh man, this could get dangerous. Smart placements, beautiful eyepiece, would love one more piece right there just to burn off a single. TP is going to burn a double. He's open. Just waiting on the long bar now. And there it is. Tetris for Yeezy. He is going to be down by 56,000 points. And Asta with a clean board and also a line advantage is going to be able to potentially increase that.
Okay, so we do have a ruling on the top game. We are able to give Andy his last heart, and Adam is also comfortable with that. So Andy does move on, and I believe he played into the kill screen there and was able to hit a 900k game. So yeah, Andy moves on to play the winner of Yeezy and Asta, and Adams will move to the losers bracket. We will get a hard confirm on that score, but yeah, go ahead, Sharky.
Yeezy finding himself in, it was an uncomfortable situation, able to just have all the right placements to get out of it. And now he might actually be in position and capitalize. Asta is currently having a burn, so this might be his opportunity to put up efficiency for Asta to match, as Yeezy is ahead in lines. And when you're ahead, the best thing you can do is just put up efficiency to force your opponent to try and match that. Couple of pieces right here again. And Yeezy cannot get a break, and you definitely don't want this in the decider. He goes for an S-flat placement, but he's going to want a T-piece or something to help him out in this situation.
Yeah, I'm waiting to transition to the big screen because Yeezy is still in a difficult burn here. Oh, there we go. That triple will help him open up the right here.
There we go. Another Tetris for Yeezy. Asta's going to knock one down as well. Has a small burn, has a hole generated in column 4. But beautifully done. Going to take his time getting Tetris ready. Now both players with pristine stacks.
Yeah, Yeezy might take a second to get Tetris ready with that triple open column on the right.
I could actually try and go for a column 8. Yes, he goes for it. Very nice. At this point, Asta could have just around a pace lead of around 80,000.
Yeah, definitely within grasp of Yeezy, though. And these players have been pretty close.
All it takes is one bad level on 19 plus, and it's automatically tied.
Small drought there for Asta. Yep, about to transition.
Just throwing pieces over to the left, getting the left built out, which is, very important before a transition. In case you do run into a drought, you just want to have ample opportunities to burn. He's going to transition at 442. Asta transitions at 526.
So, Sharky, I feel like the ticket here in this matchup so far is you got to hit those kill screens. I feel like these players have not really played as consistent enough as they need to just, straight up drown out your opponent and get that kind of win.
Yeah, these games with Yeezy and Asta have been close, or rather, the ones that have been close are the ones that went the most distance.
Right.
So definitely here in the decider, you want to take this game to kill screen, especially if you're Yeezy in this position, down by 35,000. Your opponent is just about a full level behind. Taking it to kill screen is going to give you the best chance of success, and doesn't give your opponent the kind of relax that he needs in order to just get those points needed. In fact, oh no, Yeezy barely gets it over. He's going to need a couple of pieces to help him out here. Preferably a T-piece would be perfect here. He's not getting that T-piece. Needs to get that over, and oh no, he hangs the
How fast is he? Oh, that's going to do it.
Not going to be enough.
Yeah, Asta's going to take game 3 and move on to play PixelAndy. GG's.
Yeah. Imagine you win a really tough decider, and your reward is you have to play Andy.
Yeah, probably one of the scariest players to play in a set of Classic Tetris, if you ask me, Sharky.
But good game for both. Just it's hard just trying to warm up in the beginning of the day. Just really difficult.
But as you see, in the bottom left here, we have a sponsor. We are sponsored by Twitch for this tournament. Huge shout out to Twitch for helping the event this year, bring in an amazing live streaming service for all the Classic Tetris players. Did you know that At any given moment, Sharky, on average, more than 2.5 million players, or people rather, come together from all over the globe to interact around this distinct form of entertainment that is created by the shared interactions of millions.
I honestly didn't know it was 2.5 million, but still, just really an amazing number to think of. And yeah, huge shout out to Twitch for helping us with this event this year.
um, yeah, Twitch is actually something that really got me back into Tetris. It's just a great way to, if you're going to practice, it's nice having, even if it's just a little bit, having that support, having people come in and watch your games. I don't care. Like when I first started streaming Classic Tetris, I only had like, 5 people watching me at one time sometimes, but it helps. It's a great way to make practice less mundane. And on the flip side, if you stream consistently, you can make some cash from it, from your practice.
Yeah,
Definitely.
especially, I mean, regarding Tetris, Twitch was the reason why I was able to grow my skills this fast. And I think
Right.
that's a same for a lot of people, being able to watch, various players, whether it be Dog, Harry Hong, Andy, the few times he streams. So it's
Hmm.
definitely, amazing that it really contributed to the growth of the skill level that we're witnessing right now in this year's CTWC.
Right. Yeah, without a doubt. Twitch and just like streaming in general, I think has amplified the skill of not just Tetris gamers, but just gaming in general. Like everyone knows how to throw down and get supported in their respective niche scenes because of a platform like Twitch. So definitely a shout out to Twitch. Okay, before we hop into our next round, let's just take another quick look at the bracket. Um, as we mentioned, PixelAndy will go up against Asta. Best of luck, Asta. You're going to need it. Bring your A game. PixelAndy knows how to throw down. Bring in that consistency. Um, let's see what you got. Let's see, you got your first set out of the way. You're able to get warmed up. Yeah, Asta's going to have to bring their A game for PixelAndy. And of course, we have Adam versus Yeezy in the losers bracket. But yeah, Sharky, how are you feeling about these upcoming matches?
Asta versus Andy, it's going to be interesting. Believe, you never know what happened in a game of Tetris, but Asta is going to have to take these games to kill screen. We know that the story so far today has been games that don't make it to kill screen haven't been high scoring and been, rather decisive. And, same for Adam versus Yeezy. Adam had a really good game there at the end and could have taken it if he didn't run into that 32-piece drought and wasn't forced to play as aggressive as Andy was, starting to put up them numbers. But him going up against Yeezy, if he could, potentially take the games to kill screen, we might able to see Adam walk out of this to live another game.
Okay, we're just getting the players in their respective slots so we can get this next round started. And yeah, so Andy versus Asta. Looks like they're both ready to go. But just trying to get Adam back in here, and we will. While we're doing that, might as well take a look at the players. Take another look at their bios. I always like to look at the bios personally, so that up.
And have some real interesting stuff in bios. Remember last year, Tristop, his achievement was, I believe, he made a sandwich.
Right. Pretty good achievement. I mean, if you can, depends on the caliber of the sandwich, right? Um, I bet
Clearly,
Trisov
he
can make a
must have
pretty good
been.
sandwich.
Clearly, he must have been a sandwich that was approved by Gordon Ramsay himself.
Right, right. Are we talking UK Gordon Ramsay, where he's pretty nice, really supportive of his cooks? Or are we talking North American Gordon Ramsay, reality TV, where he is calling people donuts
I'd
and
say
really bringing
UK.
the heat?
I'd say UK.
All right, easy getting a warm up in here. But I think Andy and Asta are ready. We did get Adam into the room, so we are about to get started with our first elimination game on bottom. And Andy and Asta want to keep moving on to make their lives easier in today's Group F.
Yeah, definitely, regardless of the result up top, they'll be able to have, quick break, grab something to eat. And we'll get to our bottom bracket where we have Moja, Blau, Odinn, and Ricardo, if I'm not mistaken.
Adam's game is bugged. Let me try to that roll in here. Okay. Oh well, we have already up top. We'll get Andy versus Asta started, and get away here. Oh, and looks like Adam is ready. Let's get bottom started.
All right, top getting started in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
So I am familiar with Asta as a player. I know they can bring the heat when they're really on it. So we'll see what they can do against PixelAndy. Got that first set of the day out of the way, and see if they're warmed up and able to bring some efficiency to the kill screen, which you're going to need against Andy.
Yeah, I mean, last year we saw Asta, put Broden on the ropes. Where, Broden, I believe, had to get 2 maxes in order to overcome and advance.
That was an interesting tuck from Asta, kind of setting up. Yep, you can take the burn into the T, into a Tetris. Well played.
Actually, Andy having to start off a little bit on the rougher side of things.
Oh, yeah. Potential for the rare PixelAndy 18 top out. We'll see if Andy's able to take the proper burns. So far, so good.
Very nicely placed burns. Still going to want... Oh, perfect T-piece. Follows up with an I. But this is... If you're Asta, this is exactly what you want.
Right.
You want Andy to have to, slow down. The likelihood of him topping out isn't necessarily high, but being able to now build up almost a 3 Tetris lead, that is going to come in handy, especially if he's able to maintain this lead going forward.
Yeah, at this point, you really got to bring that consistent play, especially when you have this very early lead. You want anything you can get against a player like Andy. So if Asta can keep it together, this is a good sign.
About Andy, who has multiple competitive career 1.3s. So definitely you don't want to be put in a position where you're forced to kind of come back or to match that pace. So taking these leads where you can get them and capitalizing on those games. If Asta could take this game, that could potentially put him in a good situation to, potentially even pull off an upset.
Yeah. Anything can happen in Classic Tetris. Upsets happen more often than you would think. So depending on how Andy's feeling today. So far, he's looking like he's bringing his A game, but yeah, this is definitely a great situation for Asta. Meanwhile, we have a pretty good lead for Yeezy so far on the bottom, near 100k lead at the 60 line mark.
Seems like he's found his stride.
Yeah.
It could be, always, it's his first CTWC, so those nerves do impact your game. Especially, since he is a tapper, you need to be precise, and those nerves could cause you to miss out on, certain taps or certain adjustments or, over or under tap.
Just for Yeezy. And keeping that pace over Adam. Adam's been set up for a bit. I think he ran into some droughts and whatnot, but yeah, here's another mini drought.
Gonna have to take these safe burns here. Doesn't really have a way to burn just quite
not
yet.
Good pieces. There we go.
All right, nice. Gets the long bar over. Beautiful burns. Still gonna have to do some more burning here, but Yeezy also having to do burning. Not a lot, but might give Adam opportunity to close the gap by a Tetris.
Yeah. Adam opens up the right. Looking to take a dent in this lead that Yeezy has accrued. And there we go. 2 Tetrises for Adam.
Ooh, Asta getting up a little high. All right, does get the long bar. This is going to be a big setback, though, and Andy with a beautiful board, he's going to be able to capitalize.
Oh, he gets the left well. That's going to help a little bit. Let's see if he gets the right pieces to kind of fill out the right here. Of course, he's just going to get S pieces.
Potentially even go for center well if he gets an L piece.
Yeah, exactly. The L piece would be very good right now, and it's not coming. Oh, comes one too late.
This is going to allow Andy to take the lead. 490 for Andy, 472 for Asta. Meanwhile, Adam's been able to knock the lead down by around a Tetris. Still, you know, around a 3.5 Tetris lead for Yeezy.
Still up high here. I don't know. Asta doesn't really strike me as like an insane speed tapper or anything like that, so gotta be careful in these situations up high. Yeah.
Oh no. Really difficult to, only 3 lines left. Yeah, Asta's gonna top out. Meanwhile, we got transitions at the bottom, and Yeezy with a comfortable 100,000 point lead gonna put Adam once again in that position to where he's gotta play efficient.
Adam is a player with great survival. They don't always bring the most efficient 18s, but I think at least if I can go back in time a little bit, I remember Adam being a player that would you know, take the game the distance pretty often. So that would be a good skill to have in these sets, especially when Yeezy was topping out a fair amount in post in the previous set. So got some readies up top, get that counted down.
Looking really powerful. Oh, he does need an eyepiece here. Doesn't get it. It could mean a potential top out in the window for Adam.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. He doesn't get the tap. Yeezy's going to top out at 662. Adam needs 663,000. But Adam also put in a position where he's got to survive something rather nasty as well.
Good sequence.
Just a really tough board to deal with,
tricky, yeah.
multiple 2 deep dependencies. He's got to get a piece over to the left.
Or an L piece would be nice. There's the L.
Nice pole vault. Nice placements. Bringing this down. Just bring the stack down. Beautiful
Nice.
long bar. Nice split burn. Looks like Adam should be safe. Just needs a couple more pieces to help him get access to that hole on column 9. And then from that point, a Tetris and change will do.
Great control as well. Not really slipping at all on the dash. Good skill stopping, considering Adam is a PAL player and is used to different speeds in general, but I assume they've been practicing for this event as well.
He's open and set up for a left well. And there it is, left bow Tetris. Going to bring him to only 5,000 points needed, in which at this point he can single or double out.
This is GG for Adam.
Yeah, but that's kind of, you know, like what we said earlier, you know, taking it to kill screen is just very important this year.
Yeah.
Because with Yeezy, if he would have taken the game to kill screen, he would have put up a very tough score for Adam to beat, because Adam's just now getting to his score on like level 26.
And this is what I recall.
Regardless, very well played.
Right, yeah. I recall Adam being a very consistent player when it comes to just surviving, right? And that's a skill that goes a long way in competitive games. Even if you have a higher PB or can throw down, you know, Adam's just going to bring survival. Even though Adam hasn't had, you know, great transition scores or anything, they haven't really died unless they've ran into a crazy drought or something like that. He's gonna mullen this out. We'll see what he can do here.
Might try and go for a level 30.
Oh,
Looks like he's setting up for it.
Even getting that extra line. Oh yeah, he's
nice quick tap. Yeah, he's going for the level 30.
Oh, it doesn't get that. That would have been huge.
But still, very fantastic game. Meanwhile, Andy, once again, kind of in a similar position as game 1, where he was down by around, you know, 3 Tetrises, and Asta is looking in a position to continue to capitalize on Andy having a dig. Here we go, starting at the bottom in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Oh, nice.
And oh, nice J spin right there for Asta. Definitely one of the many ways you can solve that overhang, but it also helped burn a double to bring his stack down and make it a little bit more comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Tetris for Asta. Asta is kind of getting their game together here. 365k at the 81 line mark, pretty good. And looking to bring it here to PixelAndy.
There it is. Nice Tetris for both Asta and Andy. And lead really hasn't changed ever since Andy got out of that dig. They've been matching each other's burns and matching each other's Tetrises. As long as Andy can continue to keep this up, it's going to put pressure on Asta to continue to play basically perfect because they haven't really been burning lines over the past few, I want to say, 5 Tetrises.
Pretty close game on the bottom. I feel like if Adam can maintain that lead, or maintain a close lead to Yeezy, I would actually be quite afraid of Adam if he can, you know, shape up his 18 game and hit those kill screens.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's putting extra pressure on Yeezy right now, where he's like, man, I had, you know, 100,000 point lead, and because I didn't make it to kill screen, I end up winning, where, you know, Adam's score potential was capped because of how many massive digs that he went through in level 19 plus.
Okay, interesting burn resolution there for Adam. Like I said, he he creates like some burns that may lead towards, you know, less efficiency, but part of that causes him to just survive most situations too, if you're burning more than you should.
You know, Yeezy, both players on the bottom actually running into droughts.
Yeah.
Yeezy opens up the well. Now, it's up to Adam to try and get out of this situation. Still relatively close game, so Adam won't... Oh, nice last second adjustment.
Meanwhile, transitions up top. 581k transition for Asta, and about a 560 transition for Andy.
Very close game, separated by a Tetris worth. As long as Asta can continue to keep up the pressure, then we could actually see this be the equalizer of the set.
Mm-hmm. Asta looking strong, playing safe, trying to not put their board into... Not playing super aggressive or anything, which I can kind of appreciate. But at the same time, you really do need to bring that efficiency against Andy. But so far, so good.
Yeah, Andy's having a burn throughout majority of level 20. And now it's going to finally be able to set up for a Tetris on level 21, giving Asta a solidified 2 Tetris lead at this point. Like Asta might be running into drought. Very disciplined triple right there. Andy's holding out.
Yeah. Andy showing that aggressive.
Another triple by Asta.
Mm-hmm. Some aggression out of Andy, not burning sooner than later, but it's paying off.
And Asta, now this actually might be where Andy comes back and kind of ties it up. Asta just really hasn't been put in any position to score. And just like that, Andy has taken back the lead,
Yep.
7-10 to 7-15.
Oh, I like that setup from Andy.
There's another Tetris for Andy. Now Asta's going aggressive, going for row 2, knocks down a Tetris, brings him up to 743, only separated by 3,000 points. And Asta's going to continue to go aggressive.
Shaping up to be a great game
here. Nice, another Tetris over there for Asta, but for Andy as well. And another center wheel Tetris over there for Asta, maintaining just around a partial Tetris lead. And he does have a line advantage as well. So as long as he can keep this up, he might actually be able to take this. Both players knocked down Tetris 850 to 838. There is another Tetris for both Andy and Asta, separated only by 11,000 points. Asta is Tetris ready. Andy is trying to get Tetris ready. And there it is. Tetris for Asta, 903 in the level 26. We could see a potential double 1.1 as Asta knocks down another Tetris.
Similar Tetris rate, just about the same. This is neck and neck up top.
Yeah, but ooh, that left side for Asta is going to prove to be a little bit troublesome. Andy knocks down a Tetris, and now Asta with a long bar dependency. He needs the long bar.
Oh, it'd be so clutch right
nice
now.
Burns.
There it is.
Oh, he goes aggressive and gets the dirty Tetris and takes the lead by 16,000. Andy knocks down a Tetris, however, he has a hole in the stack, which is going to prevent him from burning, and Asta knocks down another Tetris, and there it is. Max out for Asta. Andy having to do some burning here, and with only one level left, Asta could potentially solidify this. There's another Tetris for Asta.
Nearly a double
Tetris
max out.
He'll get a one.
There it is.
Yeah, but Asta is up by 76,000. In fact, one more Tetris will give him a 1.1. He needs the J piece. Andy knocks down a center row Tetris. Now he's on level 29. Gonna try and get set up for a Tetris. Needs the right piece. He's set up. Right piece doesn't come. And there it is. Asta takes game number 2 with 1,089,000. And Andy with 1,040,000. Unfortunately, is not going to come out victorious out of that game.
Great game from Asta. That's what we need to see from Asta to take a game from Andy. Just bringing it the whole post 25 was great with some aggressive Tetrises as well, Sharky.
Yeah, that 30 well Tetris was absolutely insane and ended up, putting him in a position to take just such a massive lead up against Andy at the end, forcing him to go for that kill screen Tetris.
Speaking of massive
down
leads,
the bottom,
yeah, take it away.
Yeah, almost a 300,000 point lead for Yeezy. He is slightly ahead in lines, but not big enough for Adam to be able to recuperate that lead. But as long as Yeezy can keep this up, he might be able to solidify and force Adam to have to whip out some of the craziest Daz 29 play we have seen. But the main thing is Yeezy has to survive this. This is definitely a comeback that Adam can make if Yeezy does end up topping out early here.
Yeah, Yeezy's just gotta, take his time, keep it together, and it should be close to a shoe-in. We know Adam's potential, but Yeezy, both players not with the best board here, but a 235k lead at a level 24 is pretty comfy, but you never know what can happen.
Yeah. If he tops out on level 24, there is still potential for Adam to come back. But around, those last 3 levels, there's around like 250,000 points that you can get. And so then whenever you get to being down more than 250,000 within those last 3 levels, that's going to involve some 29 play. Nice trip over there for Yeezy. He's actually struggling getting some Tetrises on the board. He's surviving, which is, the major component of this.
Right.
So, putting points up.
Yeah, Yeezy with that 56% Tetris rate. Adam only at 39, but Adam can make a dent in this, but most of all, Yeezy just needs to survive with this lead.
Ooh. Like Adam lost Daz there, was able to slow tap the pieces into position, and he's gonna rock this center well.
He's got to. Nice.
Oh my gosh, wow. Beautiful pieces and beautiful placements as well. The thing is, Yeezy is scoring Tetris, and Adam needs him to stop scoring and top out right now. Or this is going to have to involve some major 29 play.
He's going for all Tetrises, and he knows that. That's the key here. Yeezy does get one more, which is really going to make it tough.
Like, he's going for it, even more so.
There it is.
Like, he's going to try and go for one more. Meanwhile, Yeezy goes to level 29 at 925. Adam can go with an 800, and there it is.
Good effort. Did close the gap a little bit, but still another 100k to go.
Yeah, to his credit, he closed the gap by around 150,000.
Yeah. If Yeezy slipped at all, I think Adam might have been able to catch up.
Yeah, but like we said, that's really just shows, the components of making it to kill screen, just simply surviving long enough, and ended up allowing Asta to get the victory over Andy and Yeezy to get that victory over Adam. Up top, once again, Asta holding on to a rather small lead, just being slightly more efficient than Andy. And I mean, taking that game must have been a huge confidence booster.
Yeah, I think we're finally seeing Asta bring their A game as in year 1.1, and we know Asta's capable, and it seems like they're warming up and going to bring it against one of the best players in Classic Tetris.
He was able to capitalize on this drought that Asta is receiving. Does take a small lead. But 333 for Andy and 304 for Asta.
Pretty close game here. About the same Tetris rate. PixelAndy with a small lead.
We've kind of seen, I mean, it was close for a majority of game 2. Just came down to when Andy kind of got in these small little mishaps that cost him a few lines, allowed Asta to build up that lead, and especially those small mishaps on those last 3 levels. You burning 4 to 8 lines could mean that you're now all of a sudden down by 60,000.
Also, yeah, Asta really kind of went uncharacteristically aggressive, probably because they knew the extent of PixelAndy, but that dirty Tetris on 27 and kind of was able to score a few more Tetrises. At that level, you know, every Tetris counts, and it was only a 40k lead, 48k lead, I believe, that Asta had, so very well played last game.
And he's just getting a lot of rough pieces here. Can't get an L or a J. Finally gets a J, but
that is not
too much
board.
he can do.
Yeah,
like he can definitely survive this, but this is looking at least like a 10-line burn, at least. And so Asta is going to be able to take advantage and potentially go up by a pretty decent margin here for level 19.
For the dirty on the left. Two rows up. There it is. We're about to transition.
He's doing what he has to.
Andy
At the bottom, Yeezy once again, going into a pretty good lead here. 235 to 161.
Nice burns from Andy up high. Oh, just takes
the triple.
Yeah, I kind of appreciate that.
Oh, makes the adjustment, sets up the delay burn. He's going for the center world Tetris, but he needs the pieces to cooperate. But wow, look at this drought. Hold on, a 30-piece drought. Goes for the Z-spin, misses the Z-spin. And oh my gosh, a 40-piece drought.
Oh no. Where's that long bar? It's not coming.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
there's the long bar.
Gets another chance. There it is. Oh my goodness.
There it is.
So close.
Amazing survival. 40-piece drought, putting him on the edge there. He's going to survive, and now he has to dig out of this. But Asta up by 90,000 and with a clean board. If you're Asta, you're absolutely overjoyed to hear.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily the fact that he survived, but now he's still not in a position to score Tetrises.
Okay, this is a moment where Andy has to show off how good he is. We can see Andy can get caught up from this position. Once he gets clean, he can throw down on post.
All right, there it is. That's the triple. Looks like he's going to go sit up for row 2 Tetrises now. I mean, he's down by 135,000. You're Asta in this position. You just want to continue to, you know, put on the pressure.
Absolutely. Yeah, if I was Asta, I would know the power of PixelAndy. You still want to be throwing down Tetrises.
Oh no, Andy. Oh, nice burns. Nice delay burns.
Nice.
He's looking for another L. Doesn't come, and this could be trouble. He's got to get a piece over to the left.
There it is.
And Andy's starting to run out a little bit of time. Asta's just been keeping it clean.
Man. Andy is having trouble here. Okay. Much needed long bar.
All right. Would love to get a T piece or something to burn. finally set up for the Tetris, and there it is. Tetris or Andy, but he's down by 178,000, and he's already on level 26. This is going to be incredibly difficult, and that hang on the long bar is not going to make things any easier.
I think he tops out. Well, he did walk away, so we didn't see the top out, but Asta is good for game 3, Sharky.
And now Andy's in a position to get knocked down to the losers bracket. This, man, really tough game. That 40-piece drought to open into transition with a combination of him setting up a center wheel and having to do unorthodox placements just to stay alive.
And he handled that like a champ too. It was he took a lot of safe burns, a lot of clever burns, but it started to add up when that 40-piece drought hit. Yeezy doesn't hit the right side there.
Oh no, Yeezy's gonna top out right at transition. So now Adam back in a position to chase down a score, and this time he has all the time in the world. He needs to just chase down to 79,000 points. He needs to get to 577. Right now, Adam, 2 Tetrises at this point will do it, and he's going for the center well. Gonna take the triple. Definitely no need to play aggressive. Now it's brought it down to only a Tetris and change.
Yeah, this is Adam's element. I feel like Adam, a lot of Adam's wins and at least competitive NTSC Tetris. I feel like he's pretty good at these chase downs. Just keeps it simple. He doesn't die.
Yeah. All it takes is just, a chain of misdrops, especially with Daz being such a delicate play style. You lose Daz on one piece and you got to quickly react on the next. And before you know it, you're halfway up on the board, relying on certain pieces to get you out of the situation.
Slow and steady, looking for that third heart.
Point just needs only 11,000 more points and he's good.
I appreciate the patience here. A lot of players are like, all right, let's get a move on. Let's just get that Tetris. Adam, he's going to take a sweet time.
Yeah, just needs a double here. And there it is. Adam is good for game number 3. And is one game close to staying alive just a little bit longer here in the losers bracket. Meanwhile, up top, Asta with match point. Here we go, 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And just a really solid game by Asta there.
Oh yeah, Asta's bringing it. I think they're, I've said it multiple times, but I genuinely think that Asta's kind of warming up and bringing their A game.
And, putting, one of the best players in the world on the ropes like this, because now Andy's feeling the pressure because he's got to win 2 games back to back. And especially how, the past 2 games went where he's just fallen just shy of matching Asta's pace. He definitely is looking to, try and take this, but Asta is going to have to take a few burns early on.
All right, we just need a ready from Yeezy and Adam on the bottom to get that game started for game 4. Adam looking to keep the DAS stream alive for those watching that are DAS players.
Meanwhile, Asta finally cleans things up. Going to be down by around 50,000 points. But, right now, we're just really seeing him try and be, consistent kill screen games. And sometimes just making it to kill screen is going to be enough to win certain games. I mean, a good majority of competitive matches at the high level don't even make it to kill screen just because of how aggressive people play nowadays.
It looks like so far this time around, PixelAndy is getting that 18 lead. Asta has been pretty good about keeping that small lead over PixelAndy. As I say that, Andy's going to run into a few burns, but nothing crazy. Still opened up on the right. Up a T-spin. Oh.
Kind of rough situation right there. He's going to be looking for... Ooh, nice. Goes for the L triple. Tossing him a few burns, nothing too major. It was going to give Asta just a little bit of leeway to kind of decrease that lead a little bit.
All right, game 4 starting up on the bottom. Will Yeezy be able to run it back here? He is on his tournament life.
I just really feel like if Yeezy could take it to kill screen, because I mean, the games that Adam has won have been chase downs.
Yeah, yep.
Yeezy has been playing better pre-18 generally. And so as long as he can just survive long enough to prevent Adam from making that chase down, we can see a decider down at the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. I think Yeezy either needs to bring it down a little bit, because I'm not sure on their tapping speed, but Yeezy did miss some crucial far right and far left taps to really knock him out and allow Adam for these chase downs. So either, let me get a puke fix going, but yeah, definitely try to survive.
Meanwhile, up top, Asta has managed to close the gap by around a Tetris, so he's now only down by a Tetris and a half. And beautiful pieces to fill in that overhang. Andy, I think he's running into, he's running into a drought.
A bit of a mini drought there, and he's still sitting at that 68% Tetris rate. Some nice burns. He's going to open up the right.
Nice, keeping his burn options open with that placement. Good flat J.
Yep.
Nice little lisp opening. And once again, another drought's going to hit him. Great survival over there by Andy.
There we go.
Gonna once again go back into the lead at 397. Asta, who's now kind of in a similar position Andy was, having a dig.
Ooh.
Really interesting solves here.
Yeah. Kind of a little tricky. He does get the long bar, and it does end up working out. Yeah, tricky route he took there to solve that.
And there it is. Tetris for Asta, now only down by 26,000, however, is ahead in lines. But Andy just had to take a few burns, so... Oh. Nice adjustment.
Setting up a T-spin. T comes a little late there, but it does work out.
Really close game up top and relatively close at the bottom, only separated by one Tetris. So Adam is actually bringing it this time in 18. We're seeing much stronger 18 from him this game than we've seen in his past games up against Andy and Yeezy.
Yeah, that's kind of been his downfall so far in our games, right? I feel like Adam's been bringing a great 19. His efficiency is really falling short in 18 so far today, but a much better game here. 65% Tetris rate.
Yeah, Asta transition around 480. Andy holding out for this last Tetris.
Oh, missed tuck there for Asta.
Andy transitions at around 500,000. So this is it. Asta, even though he is slightly ahead in lines, he could potentially knock Andy down to the loser's bracket.
Very close to the upset, and I think Asta has it in them, judging from what we've seen so far.
As long as he plays solid, make Andy force Andy to make the mistakes just because of how much pressure he's putting. There it is, another Tetris for Andy, 588 to 534. Nice double right there. Andy having to take a few burns.
Yeah. Andy is a little bit behind on lines too, so a pretty good pace lead for Andy, but Asta's bringing it. There's another Tetris. They haven't really had to take too many burns. They should be able to get caught up in Tetris rate.
Very nice, efficient adjustment right there. It's going to knock down another Tetris, and Asta takes the lead. Well, the nominal lead. Andy holding out for the long bar. And, oh no.
Ooh.
This could get dangerous. He's got to get a piece over to the left.
There it is.
And he gets it over. Meanwhile, still in the midst of a drought, opens up the well and gets the long bar. Very dangerous situation. We could have saw it end all right there. But he's Tetris ready once again. Asta now with a 55,000 point lead. Andy knocks down a Tetris, trying to close the gap. And we actually could be very much neck and neck. Separated by 4,000 points now. Andy has the lead. Adjustments. Nice placements over here by Andy. Asta knocks down a Tetris. Oh, but Andy needs a T-piece. Oh, he doesn't get it all the way over. Misses the T-spin. As a result, Andy down by 53,000 points.
Good burns so far.
He's looking for a way to try and get a flat burn out of this. Doesn't quite happen.
Nice.
Asta, clean position now, up by 100,000, and we're in the last 3 levels. And he's got to do something, but Asta's got to keep it up. He's still got to survive. And he now finally getting his stack under control. He's open, ready for a Tetris. There it is. Tetris for Andy. Goes up to 806. Asta, however, is clean. Does have a... He's up by 6 lines, so Andy could potentially gain some ground there. But he needs Asta to make a mistake right now.
Also, Andy is a little stronger on the kill screen. It might come in handy.
Yeah, but oh no, Asta. Actually, an issue right now. He needs to get the eyepiece. If he doesn't get the eyepiece, he won't be able to get that last Tetris.
No.
And oh no! Asta can't get the eyepiece over. He's going to top it at 934. Andy just needs one more Tetris here. He's getting this set up for the center well. One Tetris will do it. He needs an L piece. He only has 3 lines to burn before 29. There it is. He has no more burns.
Oh, there it is.
And there it is. Tetris for Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a decider.
Great set so far up top. Thumbs up from Andy. And a head shake at the same time. Bit of happiness and frustration. That's
action doesn't stop. Down at the bottom, Yeezy up by 119,000. We might see another double decider here as long as Yeezy can continue to play at this level. But he's got to survive. Adam is really close in terms of what he would have to chase down if Yeezy tops out here.
Yeah, Yeezy looking to bring it.
I'm just looking for the right pieces. Oh, nice center wall Tetris right there. But Yeezy kind of in some trouble. Oh no, he hangs!
Oh,
Yeezy's gonna top it at 744. Adam, you need 745.
There's one Tetris.
There's one Tetris. 2 more will do it.
Oh, that Adam this low to his board. I think he's gonna play it safe. He's gonna do the Adam thing, just chase it down. It's the runway is not that long, but singles should work from here.
Just needs to chase down 22,000 points now.
Oh man, Yeezy. Probably like hoping for Adam to top out or something.
I mean,
yeah.
Even in this position, because when you're down stacking from a misdrop, you're still burning lines. And at this point, he doesn't need a Tetris to win. Eight more lines will do it. Well, there's a double, followed by another single. And another double, and that single is going to do it. Yeezy has been eliminated out the tournament, and Adam advances, pulling off 3 clutch chase downs in order to upset number 31 seed Yeezy.
GG's, Yeezy. Thanks for making it out to, I believe, your first CTWC appearance. Happy with what I saw, and I assume we're going to see more of Yeezy in the future. I feel like he's pretty new blood to the scene, Sharky, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah. But I mean, just qualifying for CTWC in general was incredibly tough.
Yeah. All right, well, we are all curious what's going to happen here in the decider between Andy and Asta. It's been back and forth. Asta's bringing their A game, and
That one misdrop just robbed them of their victory, their potential victory right there in game 4.
yeah. Still looking for sucks here.
Massive overhang here. Quite a few pieces to resolve. Now needs an L piece. Going to take a double.
Okay. Yeah.
Love a J piece. Oh, there it is. But, oh man, just what an excellent game 4 that was by Asta and Andy. I mean, Andy right there at the end came back from being down by 100,000 points.
Yeah.
Just really goes to show how crucial those last 3 levels are.
I think it's pretty important to note exactly how important this game is in order to safely advance out of the bracket. Andy probably has his sights on the top 8. We know Andy is a very capable top 8 player, and you gotta get through players like Asta first. You can't be sleeping on these players, but if Andy wants to safely advance, or Asta for that matter, taking this win here in the winner's bracket and trying to advance that way rather than having to take a loser's run is the way to go. And it also gives you that extra set in the end, which can be crucial.
Yeah. Of course, you know, making it in top 8, you want to perform as well as you can and have the best seating possible. So coming from losers could end up putting you in a situation where you're having to face dog in round 1 of top 8.
Don't want that. Close game here, Sharky.
Yeah, really close here. 342, now 364 for Asta and 381 for Andy. Both of them are at the same line count as well. However, Andy's having to take a few burns and Asta as well. So really not too many changes in the lead because they're kind of matching each other, getting into situations and scoring Tetrises. Two-thirds through the pre-transition. We're looking at a couple of 500k transitions, maybe even a 600k from Andy if he plays at peak efficiency here. Asta right now, just trying to keep things clean, knocks out another Tetris, trailing by 28,000. He now needs an L or J, finally gets one. Both players right now just stacking incredibly clean. And that's what you have to do. You know that if you take even a single burn line, that's potential for your opponent, especially if you're going up against someone like Andy or what Asta has shown us how efficient he can be when he needs to. You know, burning, you know, a couple of lines can set you back. And right now, that's what Andy's having to do. He's running into a drought as well.
Yeah, really slight misplacement from Andy there, which was unfortunate, but handling it like a champ. There we go, gets the Tetris. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that triple is going to kind of just make Asta get just a little bit closer.
Oh man, 548 transition for Asta. I think Andy might be slightly ahead depending on how the RNG plays out, but it's gonna be neck and neck.
Yeah, there is another Tetris for Andy, and he's set up for one more. Question is, does he take it? Does he go aggressive? Nice adjustment. Want to keep a sloping left. Takes the skim. He's going to transition at 559, so 10,000 points separation at transition, but he's running into a drought. Oh, no. All right, gets the long bar, but Asta still maintaining his 15,000 point lead. And he nice delay burn setup. Tetris ready. Asta trying to get Tetris ready. And he's going to take the safety double. Waiting on the long bar. Running into, once again, another 20-piece drought. Asta knocks down a Tetris. Man. But this drought is not allowing Andy to score.
There we go.
And there it is. Finally, Tetris for Andy. 624 to 632. Separated by 8,000 points here in the decider.
Andy with some aggression.
He went for the tuck. But oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He opens up the well. If he gets the long bar right here, he could be saved.
Oh my God.
He gets the long bar and gets it over. just absolutely nail-biting right there. However, Asta only has a 12,000 point lead, so this is still anyone's game. And he gets the long bar, burns down that double, and now he's going to be able to bring this stack down to manageable heights.
Let's go.
Just absolutely insane survival. Now Asta now starting to kind of go a little bit a ways with the lead. Now up by around 2 Tetrises. Andy finally opens up. He's burned all the way down. Now he's ready to get back in scoring position. However, Asta, assuming he's able to knock down this Tetris, will go up to an 80,000 point lead, forcing Andy to have to play peak efficiency.
There we go.
And there it is. Left foot Tetris for Andy. Not going to lead right back down to 58,000. 708 for Andy. 797 for Asta. Andy not really getting good pieces here. He's going to want one more L. He gets an L that's going to burn down a triple.
Nice.
Asta now up to 110,000 point lead.
Yeah, still pretty good runway here for Andy to get caught up. These last levels Tetrises are worth a lot more.
Yeah, but Andy down by 100,000. Can Asta do it? Can he force Andy to go to the losers bracket? But he's got to take it all the way to kill screen. He allowed Andy to kind of squeak by in game 4. And nice center well Tetris over there with the well transfer. Andy down by 79,000. Is playing efficient, but he needs Asta to just go for even a 4-line burn.
Asta's not
There it
stopping.
is, Tetris for Asta, 935 to 855. Another Tetris for Andy, closing the gap, only down by 45,000 points. Asta knocks down another one. And he takes the skim. He's Tetris ready, holding out for the long bar now. Asta knocks down another Tetris, goes back up to 100,000 point lead. There it is, Tetris for Andy. 3 Tetrises are available, but Asta having to do just a small amount of burning. But so is Andy.
Yeah.
Goes for the delay burn. He can still try and get 3 Tetrises here. There's one. Asta with 1 line left. Andy's going to have to get something on kill screen. And there it is, Asta with 1,080,000. Oh, Andy, he needs the long bar right now.
There's one.
He's going to have to do something massive in kill screen.
Oh, he gets it.
There it is. There's the Tetris. He needs 41,000 points. He's going to have to get some lines and potentially set up for a Tetris. Now he's getting that piece all the way over. Oh my gosh, there it is. He's now only a Tetris worth away. Does he try and set up for the Tetris or does he try and take lines? He needs 30,000 more points. Holding out for the right pieces. Getting that eyepiece all the way over to the right-hand side. Oh, nice flat burns. Down by 25,000 points. Gets that piece all the way over to the left. Waiting on the right pieces. Nice, another piece over to the left. Oh no. Andy, he still need, I believe it was 1,080,000. Asta just hoping, and it looks like Andy's not going to be able to do it. And ladies and gentlemen, Asta has upset the number 2 seed in CTWC 2021, forcing Andy to the losers bracket.
Oh my god, a simul, both players standing up, getting into it. I think Asta did take it. I'll give him his heart. And wow, what a game, Sharky. Andy was popping off on the kill screen there. He got that kill screen Tetris pretty high. And
he needed 15,000 more points.
Insane.
But like we said, Asta was the dark horse here.
Oh yeah. They brought it that whole set against Andy. Okay. So, wow. So yeah, pan to us real quick, and great game, Sharky. That was that's a set to remember. I did not expect Andy to lose that, but Asta really brought their A game. I think nearly maxed out every game, and bringing it to Andy and showing that Andy is not going to get out of this scotch-free.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous. Andy was only 15,000 points away. If he could have set up for a Tetris, that would have been enough. And just phenomenal kill screen play. And he's done it before. Mm-hmm. But now Asta, safe seat, 1 win away from getting into the money. Now Andy's got to go have a really tough time getting through the losers bracket, because he's going to have to go for a bracket reset if he wants to make top 8.
Yeah, speaking of losers bracket, here's a look at our bracket. Yeezy was our first player to be knocked out. Andy will be on the bottom side of the losers bracket. So it'd be interesting to see how that pans out. He might have to run into somebody from everyone else in the next 4 players is kind of like, who knows who's going to really make it out. We're kind of curious to see Moja and versus Blau as well. So we got some great games coming up, and I'm pretty excited to see how this pans out because I have no idea what to expect here.
Yeah, it has been absolutely insane. Just, I mean, he played as well as he could, and Asta went his A game just really just showed, what happens when you get those consistent high scores at kill screen. In fact, Asta could have potentially taken a game 4 if it just wasn't for that unfortunate situation on 28.
Before we advance any further, let's give a huge shout out to the Tetris Company for putting on the prize pool for this massive event, and 10K that the players are fighting to get their fair share of. And I believe if you get to the top 16 here today, you're guaranteed $250. If you make it to top 8, you'll be guaranteed 500. Yeah, Tetris Company throwing down with great games like Tetris Effect Connected recently, and yeah, definitely check out whatever other games they have cooking up. And I've always been a Tetris fan, so this is, yeah, pretty easy for me to talk up one of my favorite games and favorite companies.
Yeah, so I heard you like Tetris Effect Connected,
Oh,
Shin.
that is true. I also like it on Steam and the Switch. If you are interested in a copy of the Tetris Effect Connected on Steam or a Switch, enter Connected into the chat, all lowercase, and we are going to be doing a giveaway. So this is when the chat usually goes ham just a little bit. There we go. We're getting started. Yeah, interconnected, and you'll be entered into the giveaway for a copy of Tetris Effect Connected either on Steam or Switch. And I've had the chance to play it on the Switch recently. It actually performs very well, considering everyone thinks Tetris Effect is like a super heavy game. But they cooked up a great version for Switch, and I've been playing it a lot on the go or go to bed.
Yeah, I think personally my favorite mode in Tetris Effect Connected is Connected mode, when you get to go up against bosses and work together
Oh
as a team.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
super fun.
fighting the Tetramidian is always so intense. It feels like, you're playing a different game and you're going like on this huge raid.
Yeah. No, I think that probably is one of the best modes of the new version. Of course, I'm a modern player and love playing Zone Battle, and I also like playing Classic on there because I can literally flip the switch at a click away. So, but yeah, with the I think today's a Saturday, so if you pick up the game today, they have the every Saturday they have the versus queue where you can be the boss and you have to play against 3 other players. So it's super fun. But yeah, I always hope to get 3 stacked teammates to try to take out like Dormy or Wumbo or something. It's very yeah, you get into it. But okay, so we're gonna get our next 4 players in. We'll take another look at the bracket here. We're gonna have Moja versus Blau and Odinn versus Ricardo coming up. How do you feel about these games, Sharky?
I'm really excited to see what Moja can do, knowing that he's an incredibly fast tapper and seeing his qual performance. And he only has 2 matches in NTSC competitive. So really, I just want to see what he can do. And I'm excited about that. Odinn versus Ricardo, I feel like it could be a really even match. Ricardo, he's been practicing hard and recently said he choked back 3 back 1.2, which,
Oh my goodness,
that's kind of dog and Andy level
Right.
kind of scores right there. Definitely think that these next 4 are going to be just as exciting as these last 4 were.
It's getting ready, getting warmed up. Let's show off these players. Moja, actually, I don't know if you got to see Luis play recently, but they kind of have a similar table setup. Getting some Luis vibes from Moja, which
Yeah.
maybe similar. You don't want to sleep on Luis. You don't want to sleep on Moja. Get their bios up here. Got 2 players from Germany, a player from Mexico, and a player from Iceland. Talk about diversity, Sharky.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, this is the most diverse bracket out of CTWC. Wow, a 72-piece drought. That was on Moja's screen.
So we have rivals here for Ricardo and Odinn. Somalian captain and then lay captain are those
Those are the same person.
Yeah. Okay, so players are warming up, getting ready, and I believe when they are ready to go, I think we're ready to rock. So down their bios, and when they're ready to go, we're gonna kick off our next part of Group F here. Got a ready from Moja, ready from Ricardo. Getting his last warm up in. It's a great place to warm up at the top of 19. Oh. I haven't got to see too much Odinn gameplay recently. I think they signed up for one WPL, but I haven't got to see Odinn in the last month or so. The only time I saw Odinn was when Odinn was the counterpart to Hydrant Dude's 1.6.
Yeah, no, which, I mean, hey, he's part of history.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate to be on that side of history.
All right, we're getting counted down for the second part of Group F, CTWC 2021. Here
we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Already off to a start here. Odinn having to do a little bit of burning.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious. Oh, wait. Whoa, Blau. Ow. Really sticky situations to open up.
Trying to make things hard for you, Sharky.
Could be those opening game nerves, because this is Blau, Odinn, and Moja's first time playing in CTWC. And, we kind of saw it happen with our first 4 players. It kind of took them, like, their first set to really get warmed up.
Yeah, especially Yeezy and Asta. Asta was obviously able to warm up and take out PixelAndy, which is definitely a story so far today. But, yeah, we'll see what these players can cook up. And I will be looking a little bit here at Moja, because I've heard him get hyped up a lot recently, and he only has a few competitive games, so... apparently they're a pretty quick tapper.
Yeah, during their qualifiers, there was one game when they were mullining on 29, and they got 5 left.
Oh, man.
Which is an incredibly fast tap.
Yeah. Watch out, rollers.
And Odinn just really struggling here. Right now, he's in a position, he has to survive this. So he doesn't give an easy first game to Peak Eric. Meanwhile, Peak Eric, or my bad, Ricardo. Online, he goes by Peak Eric. Ricardo, he can build up a 100,000 point lead early on. And we've seen that if you take a 100,000 point lead, the distance is most likely going to win you the game.
So Ricardo is definitely a player that will hit the kill screen regularly?
He's hit it very often. And I believe that, he's definitely not a player to be underestimated.
Right. Odinn did clean up. Odinn hasn't had a Tetris yet. There's Odinn's first Tetris, and hopefully they can have a much stronger second half of the 18 here.
Yeah, just props to him for surviving that. Definitely don't want to give a free game to your opponent.
That Tetris rate is going from 0 to 100 real quick for Odinn. Or 0 to 20.
I mean, I don't think it can get to 100.
Yeah.
But, oh no. Very rough situation. Needs a couple of pieces to help him out.
Man.
Oh no, he doesn't get it all the way over. Good flat burn. Oh, nice. Eyepiece tap was crucial.
Was that long bar? Oh,
no, he doesn't rotate. Odinn's going to top out at 117, so Ricardo is already good. Meanwhile, up top, we have our Germans. Moja up to a 91,000 point lead, and is also slightly behind in lines as well. Blau has got things under control since that very scary situation early on.
Yeah, hopefully Odinn just shake it off, get a stronger 18 start for the next game here. We got a lot of Tetris today. Got a lot of room to make up for it. So, all right, both players are ready. Moja up high.
This is where
oh
no, Moja's gonna have an early top out as well. So Blau just needs to chase down 382,000. Just that over aggression, because he can play that high, but you run into a 30-piece drought and you're up, 14 high on your stack. There's not too much you can do, even if you're, a tapper that can reach speeds of 18 times per second. So right here, wait. Oh my gosh, tie. Is he going to win by 1 push?
Oh, going out in
He
style.
wins by 2 push down points. Wow.
I feel like you barely ever see anyone do that.
I mean, to even know that, to get it to be tied, and then it's like, okay, I'm tied, I'm just going to push down.
That reminds me, I don't know if anyone was able to see this horror that I had to experience, but on Tetris Effect Connected, I had to play Dormy in a match, and when the score shows green, you think that you win sometimes, and I actually ended up tying him, and I topped out, just thinking I won, and we drew the game because, you gotta be careful about that. If only I just pressed down like Blau did, but yeah, shout out to Tetris Effect Connected, great game, by the way.
Now he at the bottom, Odinn off to a much better start. Now playing at now the one with the 100,000 point lead, as Ricardo has had a really slow start, but it's still early on. A lot can happen over these next 100 or so lines.
All right, I'm hoping to see Moja shake that off and really show what they're made of here for one of their biggest stages so far for them as a player. Starting off with the Tetris.
I mean, this is, their CTWC debut, and this is their 3rd NTSC match ever. There's definitely something to be said, by playing more matches, you definitely get that experience, know
Right.
when to burn, when to go aggressive, and Blau has that. So maybe that could be the advantage to, put him on top to kind of counteract Moja's fast tapping speed.
Yeah, I feel like I shouldn't be sleeping on Blau. I keep talking about Moja, but I would like to see what Blau can do here too.
Ricardo's able to actually catch back up. Not sure what exactly happened to Odinn, but it just seems like he's been burning way too many lines. And now we're all separated by half a single.
Close game on bottom. There we go. It's the J Tuck. Square burn obviously wants to be Tetris ready. Not really getting great pieces to get Tetris ready there for that long bar, but
Moja getting a little bit dangerous.
Bit of a head shake there.
Oh no. Oh no. Nice burn, but he needs an IP. Oh, good double. He still needs that IP's perfect.
There it is.
Brings the stack down. It looks like he's going to be able to survive this.
It's tricky. This isn't a terrible situation for survival, but you gotta hit those taps. Gets the triple, that's nice. There we go.
Beautiful survival by both Odinn and Moja. They were both up there at the top of the board. But as a result, Ricardo is basically taking the lead by just under a Tetris.
Looking like Odinn has found a bit more of a stride and is ideally looking to get into that post gameplay. Kind of curious to see how Odinn throws down in post comparatively with Ricardo.
course. Meanwhile, up top, Moja just really struggling to kind of get something started here. Blau has really been, pedal to the metal, maintaining around a 2.5, now 3.5 Tetris lead. Oh, there it is. Tetris for Moja.
I just noticed we got a resident sleeper in Blau's webcam. I did not notice there's a person sleeping in the background. I guess it's in the middle of the night here, or it's getting there. It's getting to the late evening.
Yeah, but now Moja's kind of got things under control. 317 for Blau, 266 for Moja, and down at the bottom, 473 for Ricardo and 477 for Odinn. Really close game. Both players looking at a couple of 500k transitions. Well, Odinn has already reached 500k. Flat over there by Ricardo. 1-4, no, just gonna take the triple. 504 transition for Ricardo, and Odinn transitions at 533. It is our first transition of this side of the bracket, and Odinn already finds himself in a little bit of trouble.
That is.
He's got to get that eyepiece over to the right.
You have the speed for it. Oh, he seems pretty quick.
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Beautiful down stacking right there. However, oh, wow. This is actually a really nasty drought. 42 pieces,
God.
and he gets it over. Just amazing drought management right there. Didn't even realize it was a drought until he was up, super high. But this has allowed Ricardo to take the advantage. 614 for Ricardo, 584 for Odinn. Now down at the bottom is just trying to get his stack cleaned up.
Intense survival. That's gonna jumpstart your adrenaline for sure. Odinn is showing some really good speed.
Nice. 2 left world Tetrises. He's doing the best that he can to kind of stay up with Ricardo.
Moja up high.
Right, he needs the long bar. He's been playing the
There it
row
is.
2 for a while.
There we go.
There it is, safe like nothing happened. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, separated by around a Tetris worth. Odinn just trying to get back in position where he can score. Meanwhile, Ricardo has the advantage in lines. Okay, good eyepiece right there. Odinn set up for a row 2 Tetris, but he needs another eyepiece. And there it is, Tetris for Odinn. Gets the eyepiece over, down by 26,000 points. Meanwhile, Moja transitions up top at 471, and Blau transitions up top at 522. So 49,000 points separating them. But now, Pikeric, 800,000 in the level 25. We could see a 1.2 here. Odinn's just going to have to try and do the best that he can. Pikeric's just really having Ricardo is having a really powerful game here.
Okay. Good.
Ricardo's having to slow down a little bit.
Yeah. Those are pretty minimal burns considering the stack there. And there we go, another Tetris.
850 for Odinn. Now 883 for Odinn. 874 for Ricardo. Ricardo takes his game to kill screen. It's hit.
Yeah.
Oh no, Odinn with the misdrop. Ricardo goes back into the lead. Odinn with only 11 lines left before 29. And not necessarily with the best stack. Not going to try and commit for that Tetris. Needs to get that piece over to the left, and he does. But with only 6 lines left to go, 2 more potential Tetrises can be scored. And I believe that's a triple that he's going for right now. Yeah, there's a triple. 1 line left to burn. And with a stack like this, unless he can roll, nothing he can do. And Ricardo's going to take game 2. Let's see if he can actually max this. That's 2 lines left to burn.
Moja up high. Oh, Moja gets it dirty.
Oh, that was
really high.
Disgustingly dirty Tetris. But that's, the speed that we were, talking about earlier. And he's still playing up high and knocks down a Tetris, down by 51,000. But now he's safe like nothing has happened. Knocks down another Tetris. 767 for Blau, 722 for Moja. But knowing how fast he's able to get pieces over, Is it possible that 29 play might
Wow.
allow him to win this game as he takes the lead very briefly?
Yeah. You know, Blau isn't slowing down too much. They set up for a tuck, but had to resolve it with a burn, playing it safe, and they kind of were able to work into another Tetris with elegance. But only a 15k lead here for Blau.
Yeah, Moja now Tetris ready. And Blau actually having some complications. Beautiful burnout though, but he's down by 14,000 points.
Ooh.
And more. Oh no, the undertap.
He's got something left.
Gotta
Cannot
get
do it.
Over, and he's not fast enough. And Moja coming back is going to tie up the series 1-1. Score 887,000. But just absolutely insane survival. That was an incredibly dirty Tetris on level 19.
They were stacking so aggressive, and it paid off. They were able to close that gap, put pressure on Blau. Blau had a great game, too. That was a nice game 2 up top. Both players are getting into their groove. So everyone's ready. We'll get a simul countdown.
We go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. A fantastically close game right there. I mean, on both sides.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Blau's impressing me with their stacking. They seem to know how to really keep their parity at a good state and know how to what burns to take win, or in order to just make sure that they get to that kill screen. They fell short due to a more of a mechanical error with their control rather than a stacking error, right? So I'll tend to give people more breaks for their tapping errors rather than stacking errors.
But I mean, Blau was also, if Blau was watching Moja, he was probably expecting him to top out when he's up that high. Because that's the kind of stuff you'd expect rollers and people like Eric and Mark to get out of.
No, that was pretty intense. Oh. Moja couldn't get that square to the far left. That hanging square is not terrible. Yeah, you can create some tucks here. Oh, I thought they would burn. If they burned horizontally, they would have had the proper tuck there. But Moja gonna make up for it with this speed.
Really fantastic survival right here. And Blau hasn't really capitalized too much. He still has the advantage, but he's also been digging in. Moja with the well open, knocks down a Tetris.
Another one. This is a pretty good matchup up top here. Oh, I think Blau did not mean to hang that there, but it's pretty good resolve.
That left side, though, just a little bit worrying, and now, oh, Blau. I have to try and get the right pieces here. Well, Moja cut down and comfortable. Oh, Blau, okay. Good, needs to get that piece over to the right. Nice taps. Down stacking, but oh no, Ricardo's gonna top out.
No.
Odinn just needs to chase down 3,000 points, and that Tetris is gonna do it. Just, kind of been, the story of our early games. Just, we occasionally have a good game, but then, early top outs.
Yeah, we are running into some more early 18 top outs here. I think all these players are, as we see up top, players are definitely getting warmed up. But yeah, Odinn able to take his first game of CTWC and looking to maybe go for the reverse here.
Nice survival here by Blau. Moja just pedaled to the metal by 80,000 points. Tetris over there by Moja and both Blau. Really, Moja just now, it looks like he's found his stride. No, definitely in game 1 and 2, he was having some issues trying to kind of get his stack comfortable and was kind of put in situations where he was having to down stack really high. But seems like now he's kind of got things under control.
Mhm. Odinn and Moja finding themselves in some weird burning situations. Moja going to have to take a triple, and might take a second to get back to being Tetris ready here with that gap in the bottom left there on the second row. There we go. Yep, taking their time. Gonna work through it.
Ooh, nice adjustment over there by Odinn. And allow him to get that Tetris. Right, now we're kind of nearing the transition. Moja's been able to hold on to his lead despite having to do all that burning up high. And also being, you know, behind a Tetris worth in line, going to give him around a 70,000 point advantage.
Mm-hmm. Blau's Tetris rate falling a little short here, but we saw some great posts from Blau. Kind of taking it the distance there, aside from that under tap, like you mentioned. So I can definitely see Blau taking it back here.
Definitely is possible. I mean, we've seen some crazy comebacks happen on level 19, but maybe this might be one of them, because all it takes is for Moja just to overextend once.
Right. I think Moja going to have to take a triple here too. So yeah, Blau not too far behind.
Yeah, now only one Tetris left till transition. Down at the bottom, 194 for Ricardo, 215 for Odinn. Both of them now separated only by 2,000 points. There it is. Blau transitions at 451, and Moja transitions at doesn't transition yet.
Oh, that burn. Okay, opens up the right again. There we go.
And now Moja transitions at 485. So has the advantage, but gonna have to keep on going strong here. Ooh, Blau. All right, nice. Great resolution right there. Fixes up the stack. Moja goes up to a 2 Tetris lead, though. Tetris for Blau, 535 and to 561. At the bottom, Odinn's going to be having some trouble getting Tetris ready, and this is going to allow Ricardo to take the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, gets the long bar. Oh no, doesn't quite get that all the way over. Nice last second rotation.
Nice.
And there it is, Tetris for Blau. Still down by 50,000 points. Moja's just really been keeping up the efficiency. Nice burn over there by Blau. Couldn't use that long bar for a Tetris, but can use the next one. 602 to 649. It's staying relatively close.
Yeah, Moja's not budging. Blau's doing a pretty good job. Finally, Blau does run into a bit of some burning here, but yeah, I feel like Moja's Tetris rate's only going up.
Yeah, Blau, nice dirty Tetris. Love to get Z piece here or T piece, either or. Oh, nice burn.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, the pieces afterwards didn't quite cooperate as well as he wanted, and it's going to set him back even more as Moja is still in great position here to take advantage.
From Blau's now down by 100k here. Really needs to get it together. Meanwhile, we have a pretty even game on bottom. Both players clean. 400k at the turn, or the 100 line mark.
Ooh, Moja decides to go for the Tetris first as opposed to filling the long bar dependency, but gets the long bar afterwards, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Blau down by 71,000 points. Moja with 100,000 point lead. Something's going to have to happen in these last 3 levels in order for Blau to come out on top.
Blau's doing a pretty good job. Honestly, it's been pretty similar on the post, right? Moja had a bit of a lead going in the post. So, Blau has had trouble trying to, dig into that lead that Moja has and throwing down Tetrises, but it's coming down to the wire here, Sharky.
Yeah, 889,000 for Moja and 852 for Blau. Moja actually having some complications, and we've seen this happen with Asta and Andy. Asta made a misdrop and got into a position where he was unable to capitalize on the last Tetris that would have granted him the victory. So if Moja finds himself in a similar position, this game could end up going to Blau, but Blau can't burn. He has to go for these last 2 Tetris. There's one. Can he get the last one, though?
Yes.
And there it is, another Tetris. Moja, with several lines left. He's gotta try and get this last Tetris or do some 29 play.
Oh, this is, I don't know.
Oh no!
I think Blau's
And with that,
out.
Blau is gonna come back just because Moja was unable to get one more Tetris. And game 3 goes to Blau, and Odinn's also gonna top out on level 19. So I believe that means that Ricardo has just advanced further, and Odinn's gonna play the loser of Blau and Moja.
Wow. Yeah, Odinn had a rough transition there. I didn't quite catch, it looks like it was just right after, so maybe he had to transition a little too high there. But I think Odinn is getting their game together. Got a GG from Ricardo written out. But yeah, hopefully we'll have a nice set from Odinn in the bottom bracket against the loser of Blau and Moja. So we'll get Blau and Moja on the big screen here, and we'll take that away. Blau on game point here. And Blau was behind like almost that whole game too.
Yeah, just insane comeback, counting them down at 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Really nice so far. Blau just being able to take the game to kill screen and, you know, be efficient. If he had to go for those last 2 Tetrises, he had no lines available. Just amazing how he was able to clutch it out. Now he's got to win one more to advance to play Ricardo. A bit of a, oh, nice. Just barely getting that T-piece over.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how fast Blau is, but they're bringing some really great stacking to make up for if they even are lacking speed. I feel like they're not putting themselves in positions where speed is even a factor.
Yeah. But now this looking like a pretty even game here. Separated by just over half a Tetris. Moja actually with a small line advantage, and now it's basically even, so going to be interesting. Oh, no, not going to go for the line spin. Looks like he's holding out for the right pieces to tuck underneath. We actually haven't seen too many flashy spins from this bracket. We've mainly seen, you know, delayed bit setups, but not really too many fancy spins.
And nobody getting too creative yet. I guess I think Andy may have shown, even Andy will keep it kind of simple, but yeah, nothing too crazy so far. People somewhat conservative, as maybe you should on the big stage, not set yourself up for you know, craziness, as much as we all love to see it.
Yeah, there are definitely some situations where those spins could, you know, come in clutch.
Oh, for sure.
Blau is doing a fantastic job keeping this game close with Moja, only down by around 2 Tetrises. And he's not in the, you know, make or break situation here. Moja is the one that has to perform.
Oh, nice setup there from Blau. And waiting for that long bar. Both players, Moja running into a small drought.
Really clean stack so far. Moja just getting those pieces over to the left.
Oh,
he needs to be careful. Oh! All right, he's going to bring the stack down by quite a bit. Now he's got to burn this out, and this is going to give Blau an opportunity. There's one Tetris, one more, and he'll have a small lead.
Yeah, every burn counts in a matchup this close. Even Moja only had to really burn like 4 to 6 lines there, but you know, It's
Yeah,
a couple Tetrises
to
for
Moja's
Blau.
credit, he got out of that really efficiently. However, that did turn his 40-something thousand point lead into a 20,000 point deficit.
Right. Looking for that flat burn. There we go. Goes for the... Oh, I thought they would go for the Tetris from how they did it earlier, but... Let's go aggressive here. There we go.
In the stack uniform, and that hole is gonna... These various holes are gonna prove to be a little bit problematic. Gonna cost him a couple of burn lines. Beautiful double, though. Needs to burn one more line. He's Tetris ready now. Oh, nice conversion of the dependency. Now he's Tetris ready.
Nice.
And a Simo Tetris by Blau and Moja. Blau really took advantage of that moment, and he's up by 37,000. No, it's not necessarily a lot, but it's enough to put just a little pressure on Moja, who's already feeling the pressure to have to win this game to force a decider.
Yeah, every little bit counts, considering last game went the distance, right? So if we see the game go the distance again, and Blau has a nice lead going in the transition, I think they're poised to potentially get the 3-1 here, especially given how they were able to get caught up in post last game.
But Moja keeping it clean, needs a piece over there to the left to get Tetris ready. Nice, holding out for the right pieces. Eyepiece dependent, however, and only 10 lines left to the transitions. Gotta be a little careful. And speaking of who needs to be careful, Blau here. This is a really difficult board to try and manage. Nothing's burning. He only has 5 lines left till the transition.
Yeah, Blau doesn't strike me as a particularly fast tapper either. Even if you're a roller, this is going to be tough. Yeah.
Blau's going to top it at 540, and Moja with that Tetris forces a decider.
GG. Decider time between Blau and Moja. This is a great matchup.
Yeah. Fortunately, this does not get eliminated yet, so Germans will still have representation in the tournament.
Right.
2 people representing them in the tournament. At least in this bracket.
All right, let's get this decider counted down.
Go, counting down the decider in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Oh yeah, our other player from Germany being Mark. I can't what bracket is Mark in? Is he in the other bracket today?
Mark is in the bracket tomorrow with Fractal and Opox. We'll be commentating over him as well.
Right.
Pressures on just Blau just really had unfortunate misdrops right there before, transition. And when you make those kind of misdrops only 5 lines away from transition, there's not much you can do. It was probably, sometime earlier in 18, you could have potentially survived it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't quite see how it got to that state, but yeah, no matter how quick you are, how good you are, when your board is that high up at the 19 transition, you're going to have a tough time without some good RNG.
Good RNG and good execution to get pieces where they need to go.
Right.
Here we are, Moja taking the lead here early on, just playing at a really strong 87% Tetris rate.
Yeah, Blau not too far behind, but they're Tetris ready, looking to get caught up in the rate.
We haven't seen him having to play deep in the 29 yet, and who knows, we might see it in this game if it goes to 29. Because I'm real interested to see how his speed does on 29, since he is getting those insanely fast taps and just that high survival.
Yeah, the only time we saw Moja on 29 was they already kind of jeopardized their board. We didn't really see the opportunity for the speed there.
Blau really prevented from scoring a Tetris. At best, he can get a triple. He's going to take it. Let's see if he decides to go for row 2 here. And no, he's going to burn it out. Might go for a center well. He's set up for it.
There we go.
That one situation allowed Moja to garner up a 70,000 point lead. And we've seen Blau come back from 100,000 point deficits before, just in this set alone.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with Blau so far. Very consistent play. And like I said, they don't really put themselves in situations where have to play like outright speed. Almost kind of reminds me of like Corion style play, where Corion kind of keeps it straightforward as well.
Moja starting to get up a little high, and he actually goes for the safety triple. Looks like it was needed because this drought.
There we go.
Quite a big drought there. I mean, 20 pieces when you're up that high can easily kill you. So nice, smart plays by Moja. And that's the kind of stuff you have to do in a decider. You can't overextend, especially in 18. You have an early top out in 18, and the decider is likely your opponent is going to win.
Yeah, great style and building there from Moja, and throws down some more Tetrises. Pretty close game, but Moja maintaining that lead from early on. Blau does seem to be the more conservative of the two. Nice little T set up there for the follow-up T. Allows him to be Tetris ready sooner than later.
Still a really close game, only separated by a Tetris and a half, just about.
I have a feeling both players are warmed up, getting into the rhythm of, how they're going to handle competition today, and they're bringing it.
Okay, so 430 for Blau, 489. Scratch that, 512 for Moja.
Yeah, this
That's
is
just for Moja.
Close to a 600k transition.
Currently on the table. Couple rough pieces right there. Nothing major, but oh, he's going to need a long bar here. A long bar. On the right pieces. I want to see a repeat of game 4, and looks like he's going to be safe, but Moja's small lead kind of jumped into a 100,000 point lead.
Right.
Wow, with the beautiful adjustment right there.
584k transition for Moja, and looks like a 535k transition for Blau. So Blau with some gonna have to try to take a more aggressive stance here to get caught up.
He might be able to capitalize. Moja had a little bit of a hole that was generated, forcing to burn a couple of lines, and looks like Blau is able to take advantage. Now only down by 29,000. He's gonna need a J piece though. I piece will do. Getting some of these pieces over, but couldn't quite get that S.
Okay. Oh, nice little spin. Okay, I was kind of curious how I was going to handle that. Typically, you might want to wait for the Z piece, but great resolve so far from Blau.
Both players having a dig right here on level 20. 21, rather. Oh, Blau just holding out for an eyepiece or just something to help him burn down. Oh, no. He needs something. Gets the eyepiece. Can he get over? Yes, he can. Just absolutely spectacular survival. Throwing these pieces over the left, but under taps. Spins it back up. All right, just needs one more eyepiece, and he's basic. Oh, he's going. No, he's not going to go for it. All right, amazing survival by Blau here. But as a result, Moja has built up a 119,000 point lead. And Moja's been playing from row 2 almost entire post-transition. Beautiful tucks over here by Blau, but he needs to get a good piece. Oh no! He needs the long bar, gets it over. But I'm not sure how efficient he's going to be able to clean this up. But Moja also getting up a little bit high as well. Knocks down a Tetris and follows it up with a triple. Our focus
man.
is... Oh no, Blau can't get it over. Blau's going to top it at 690,000, and Moja takes the decider and advances to play Ricardo.
Ooh, what a game. That was a great... Okay, Blau did lose, but I'm very impressed with what I saw. Just, all their errors were mostly mechanical, right? Like, just control errors. In terms of stacking and adjustments and whatnot, Blau has some great plays, so we'll see if they can just shape up their finesse and bring it in the losers bracket against Odinn.
Yeah, now we'll get to see Moja versus Ricardo. And it seems like Moja is kind of warmed up right there at the end.
So it's like the winner of Blau and Odinn will go up against PixelAndy early on. And I also have Moja and Ricardo. The loser will go on to play Adam. So GG's all around. How do you feel about these upcoming matchups? Moja and Ricardo and Blau versus Odinn.
Moja and Ricardo is going to be interesting because we still have yet to see all of what Moja can do. Kind of saw a little bit at the end with him getting some real consistent high scores. But maybe we're just scratching the surface of his true potential. I think Blau and Odinn's going to be a close match. Blau, he definitely shows some strong Tetris, and Odinn, he had some good games mixed within there.
Right.
So
I
think, you know, I think the story for like this entire bracket is just taking it to kill screen, because we haven't seen too many kill screens today so far.
No,
It's been a real cold start.
Yeah, aside from that PixelAndy Asta set, it feels like you know, survivability might be a ticket. Everyone seems to be pretty. There's a lot of aggressive players in here, or aside from Blau, maybe Blau was pretty conservative, just ran into some finesse errors, but yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how this plays out. Blau versus Odinn. If Odinn can shape up their play, Odinn has. It seems like they had a lot of speed, right? I would like to see how that shapes up, because I think Odinn was running into a bit of nerves or something there and had like some pretty rough 18 starts, which we know Odinn is capable throwing down on. So we'll see what happens, Sharky.
I can't wait.
Get these players rounded up. You know, Sharky's been a pleasure so far, and I'm pretty excited for these upcoming games. It could get crazy.
Yeah, it definitely can. But this year's CTWC has been brought to you by G Fuel, the official energy drink of esports. You got to try their new Tetris Blast flavor. It tastes like a rainbow candy. Get 25% off at gfuel.com with the code CTWC25. Offer ends November 15th.
Yeah, I'm actually, after talking about G Fuel so much, I actually might get it. I'm curious, because it's a kind of a Tetris novelty item as well. So it'd be fun to have. And maybe, who knows, maybe it'll show up in the bronze bracket with you know, power to the max thanks to G Fuel.
Yeah. Also, I wonder if Opox or Ben tomorrow is going to be drinking that Tetris Splash G Fuel, as you know he's sponsored by G Fuel.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, Opox, I believe the first Tetris player to get sponsored by G Fuel. Well, it's classic Tetris player.
So I am gonna get Ricardo. Looks like Ricardo's camera. Take a look at the players, get this all set up here. They're all ready. Just need the Ricardo cam. But Blau and Odinn, I suppose we can get started here on the bottom, in the bottom bracket.
Yeah.
Fresh on it. There we go. There's my man, Ricardo. And, okay. I think both players are ready, and we'll get that started. He does have a, a message there. But, let's see if he shows it off. Look, have fun. Cam is mirrored frowny face. Unfortunately, you are not on the right side, Ricardo. But, hey, nice
Cam is mirrored.
legibility, considering.
Yeah. Hold on a second. That's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, it's actually didn't realize we didn't point this out earlier, but everyone that is currently playing is not from the United States.
Yeah, it's true. I feel like with classic NES Tetris, you're mostly going to find that in the US, considering how the game was initially released, and different versions from different countries as well. And okay, Odinn once again finding himself in a predicament here, Sharky.
Yeah, kind of starting off rough. Nice flat burn. Oh, great L, great Z. Nice combination of pieces here. And oh, nice last second tap.
And,
wow, what a cleanup.
Yeah, Odinn's got some speed. And there we go. Tetris for Odinn. Set up for another one.
Well, able to take not really too much of a lead. Only up by just around a Tetris or so. Things are kind of starting to look a little bit complicated for Blau now.
Yeah, not a nice spire there. I would never wish that upon any of my opponents.
Oh, he needs an eyepiece. I'm not sure if he can survive this.
No.
Yeah, he can't. He's going to top out, and Odinn takes game number 1. So once again, another early top out.
Kind of a breath of fresh air there for Odinn, because Odinn did not have the strongest start there. Able to refresh and get ready for game 2.
Seemed roughed on both players' part.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, up top, we got a relatively close game, separated by around a double and a half a single.
Yeah, Moja was kind of toying. We see some really high stacking from Moja, but I guess they're also comfortable given their tapping speed. So, yeah, definitely some aggression from Moja up top, and Ricardo hanging in there.
Definitely really close, and that's kind of what you'd expect to see out of the two players that came out of the winner's side of their respective matches.
Right.
And if Ricardo wins this, it technically would be his second upset, as he upset seed number 15, Odinn.
True. Yeah, with how stacked the qualifiers were this year, aside from maybe like some of the very top seeds, anything goes, really. I feel like there isn't too much of a discrepancy between the, like the half seeds and, the top, let's say top 24 or something like that.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to end up in, the bottom seeds, though, because then you'll have, play people like Dog and Andy
Right.
or JD. But I mean, even then, anything can happen. I mean, we saw Asta pull off the upset.
That was a great set.
Possibly the biggest upset of the tournament so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to rewatch that one. That was a great set so far today. And it's still early days here for Group F.
Up top, 368 for Ricardo and 355 for Moja. Moja, a little piece dependent, but should be fine. Just really close there, matching each other's efficiency. And, I think is Moja going to try and set up for this? Doesn't necessarily look like it'd be
I wouldn't advise it.
Profitable. Yeah.
Maybe if their right was a little higher, they had like that high dependency on the right where they need 2 long bars to set up for it. Definitely just gonna bring it down.
Ooh, awkward T placement right there.
Even Ricardo.
He's still surviving,
Yeah.
so I'm not particularly worried about whether or not he can get out of this. More so, I'm worried about how much Ricardo will be able to build up the lead in that time that he spent burning.
Exactly. He was able to make that a 95k lead with that Tetris, but Moja fires back.
Moja also slightly ahead in lines as well. Well, now ahead by 2 Tetris worth in lines. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, relatively close game as well. 286 for Blau, 267 for Odinn. Blau just... Oh, actually, I really like that placement right there. That was an amazing Z overhang.
Oh, nice adjustment there too with the L in the square. I really, like I said earlier, I really do like Blau's stacking. Most of his errors are from mechanical, just mistapping. But his head is in the right place, no doubt.
Moja has transitioned, so is Ricardo. Ricardo transitioned 70,000 points ahead. Oh no, doesn't get that all the way over. Let's see, Z spin tuck. Yes, there it is.
That's what you wanted.
Oh my gosh, he's going aggressive.
It pays off just for a moment.
That could have gotten bad real fast.
Don't do this at home, kids. Or do it.
Just don't do it at all.
Yeah.
Unless you're Dog or Andy.
Right.
Or Asta.
I mean, Ricardo did it, but he just had to burn for a year following, giving Moja some room to get caught up here.
Yeah, he had like a 90,000 point lead, and now it's just been chopped down to only 4,700. Really just showing that, you know, it was great in the moment, but down the line, just because of how much he had to burn to recover. Well, you got to manage those decisions very carefully.
Absolutely.
Nice adjustments.
Yeah. Okay. Bit of safer stacking there to get that Tetris.
Great drought management over there. 675 for Ricardo. Can we see the T-spin? Yes, beautiful hit. Meanwhile, Moja kind of pulling away a little bit at 719. But not a friendly position he wants to be in. Yeah. Those burns are going to potentially force him to fall right back behind. This is a really close back and forth match here.
I think Moja wanted to set up for that row one, but they're getting S-bursted slightly, so had to throw him to the right. And this is giving Ricardo room to get caught back up, like you said. It's back and forth.
Yeah, Ricardo now Tetris ready. And there it is, Tetris for Ricardo, 774. Meanwhile, Moja at 740, and it looks like Moja's about to go for row 2. If he gets all the right pieces, he's set up, and there it is, Tetris for Moja, separated by 700 points. Man. Oh my gosh. Wow, nice Tetris over there for Ricardo, and he has the advantage in terms of lines, but he's got to continue to play it out. If he tops out early, then Moja can still come back. 842 for Ricardo, 807 for Moja. Moja wants an... Oh, beautiful eyepiece right there. Knocks down a Tetris. He's still trailing by 32,000, and he's having to do some burning here as well.
This is so close. Going for that center well. We're gonna have to... Yeah. Gonna have to cut that off. And Moja needs to throw down here, Sharky.
Yeah, Moja, he needs to get a P... Oh, okay. Oh, he went for it, and he got it! And actually, Ricardo's having to run into some issues.
Oh, this is close.
If Moja can get one Tetris here, well, Odinn topped out down at the bottom. Oh, Moja needs the long bar. He needs the long bar, and that's gonna do it. Moja takes game one with a clutch Tetris halfway up the screen. But Blau is gonna take their game down there at the bottom with a 209,000 point advantage. This is quite the game for him, actually.
Yeah, looking like Odinn had... Odinn's had a few rough transitions in general. Just needs to kind of get their board into a better state and be prepared to... I didn't quite see actually what happened there. Looks like they were Tetris ready, so it looked like they had just some halfway up the board shenanigans and unable to continue going there. But yeah, great game from Blau, and Moja clutching it out. Up 1 game, looking to try to go fight Asta so far. We'll see what Ricardo can do. Ricardo has some great adjustments and setups as well.
Blau can't convert on it, so unfortunate, but still a fantastic game played by him there. Here we go, Moja and Ricardo, game 2 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris.
Players today don't want to wait. They want to get right into the next games.
Maybe it could be like they're trying to rely on the adrenaline to help them continue to play well.
I mean, understand that.
There are some players like that, you know, they take too long of a break and then they just lose that kind of rhythm they built up while having all that adrenaline.
Right. Depends on the personality. How do you prefer to do that? Do you like to take a moment to take a breather and think about it, or do you like to hop right in?
I'd like to stay hydrated, and then I'll go right back into it. I mean, my music is always hype in the background, so I kind of thrive on adrenaline.
That's fair. I like to, I feel like it helps me personally to just get up and move for a second. Blood flowing.
Odinn, once again, finding himself just not necessarily a tough situation.
Right.
But seems like his openers have always started with him having to do burning some amount of lines. We haven't really seen like a super efficient opener from him yet.
I mean, so far this seems to be one of his more efficient ones, and still he always ends up in some weird start, but it's looking better this time around, and 66% Tetris rate. Just Blau throwing down as well, 83% to start.
Moja was able to get that dirty Tetris, but he's prevented from scoring a Tetris until he knocks down a triple, which that's the most efficient route to do it.
Right.
There it is, triple set up for row 2 now. I think row 2 is Moja's favorite row to play on.
He does find himself there a lot.
Nice. Oh, Odinn gonna top out once again. Early top out. Blau is good for game 2.
You can tell Odinn is visibly frustrated there. I mean, you're on the big stage. No one wants to top out on 18 here. We know Odinn is capable. So, Odinn going to get up. Take a second to walk around, walk it off. Got to bring your A game. Got to get in the zone. Can't afford to pop it on 18 here on the stage. I believe Odinn can get it together, bring it back. They got the speed, the know-how, just really bring that stronger 18 execution to start things off.
Meanwhile, Moja was in quite the dig here while you were monologuing.
Yeah.
He managed to get out of it, and Ricardo wasn't able to build up too much of a lead, actually. In those kind of situations, you want to score them Tetrises. Make it harder for Moja, because, I mean, Moja, he was able to come back in the last second in the last game.
Right.
So you just want to put as much of a separation between you and your opponent as possible, especially whenever they're in a situation like that, because that was easily 10 to 15 lines that Moja had to burn.
Ricardo.
360 for Ricardo, 326 for Moja. Moja also ahead in lines, but I think that's to be expected with how high he plays. It's going to be burning lines at a more rapid pace than Ricardo generally.
Right. Has he been on this one row up ever since we brought it up the first time? Yeah. It's pretty funny.
I'm telling you, it has to be his favorite row to score Tetrises from. And like really how he had to place that L there. Going to be prevented from scoring Tetrises once again. Take the triple. And now this is when Ricardo is capitalizing. Just amazing stack. This is exactly what you want if you're Ricardo. And Moja's running into a drought. Finally is able to burn a triple. And not able to even get the Tetris. Just really poor timing on the long bars there.
double Tetris there for Ricardo, though. And 459 at 104 lines. Pretty good Tetris rate, 73% Tetris rate for Ricardo, so looking strong here. Is Moja finally going to take down that row? Nope. Going back.
But Odinn, once again, off to not necessarily a comfortable start here. Ricardo in the middle of a drought. He's a little high on the board, but his stack is beautiful. He should be able to manage it just fine, and there it is. Ricardo's looking at potentially, if he doesn't take any burns somehow,
yeah,
he's looking at potentially a 600k transition. Meanwhile, Moja already transitions at 436. So down by 100,000 points at transition. He's going to have to be more efficient than Ricardo. And Ricardo today, he's had consistent gameplay.
The setup from Blau. Okay, I think he got the wrong piece there, but I was looking forward to some spins as you kind of brought up earlier.
Man. Moja went super aggressive right there. Finally decided to take that triple.
Oh, keep playing it out, Moja here. And we'll get Ricardo back in. There we go.
Moja just... Oh, wait. This is a massive drought. He was in a 32-piece drought right there. And this is not over, as he's got to try and get that well open somehow. He's not getting the right pieces to change the dependency. Look at how fast he's throwing those pieces over to the left. Oh
Crazy.
My gosh. What is this survival? Can he get... Wow, perfect pieces. All right. Good T. But, oh man. Ricardo on a insanely fire game. But Moja can't do anything about it. He's going to top out 496. This
is actually
just wow. Amazing effort right there. If he would have got just one more good piece, he possibly could have made it out.
You know what? Moja was on that row up just about for, over 100 lines there. Because I don't know if he should have taken that down sooner. I guess he's got the
probably
speed,
at transition. I mean,
yeah.
That was probably the best thing to do, because maybe he could have used that one extra row of maneuverability.
Not only that, I feel like one row up for that long of a time, like, really it's not that big of a deal to be one row up, but for that long of a time, you are going to lose some efficiency. By a hair there. And it just forces you to play a little faster, too, if you're trying to play aggressive.
At the bottom, Odinn now trying to take things towards his favor. Had a slow start, but was able to turn it around, and now is up by 49,000 points at 297. Blau at 247. Both players Tetris ready and just waiting on the long bar now.
A bit scrappy here on the bottom. 34% Tetris rate for Blau, and Odinn with a rough start there, but Odinn's getting it together, handling this drought like a champ. He's on his tournament point here, so he's got to make it through, and there we go. Tetris for Odinn. Approaching transition.
Things are tied up top, so like I said, it was gonna be a good match. We still haven't, getting a little bit of what Moja can do competitively, and he was almost out of that dig. That was just insane watching him play at around 12 high for that long.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty insane. Showing that Moja does kind of have what it takes in terms of speed and whatnot. If it can just... That drought was not helping things. I was actually pretty appreciative of how they were playing with that aggression, because that's what you need to take out some of the best players. But yeah, maybe bringing that one row down sooner. Just small things like that can add up over time.
Blau transition quite a bit behind Odinn, and Blau's having to do some digging right now, and same with Odinn. However, Odinn does have a significant point advantage, and that might be what he needs in order to bring this to a decider.
All right, Tetris for Odinn. Odinn actually looking a bit better here. 100k lead over Blau, who is a pretty strong stacker, just having a rough game forward here. Blau throws down a Tetris. We know what Blau is capable of, though, in the post, but finally we have a chance for Odinn to show off some post play. We had some more scrappy 18 games from him, but he's bringing it here when it counts most.
He was unable to score all throughout level 22, and that kind of gave Blau an opening to kind of catch back up a little bit. He's finally set up, but doesn't really have a way to cleanly burn. Oh. All right, gets that eyepiece over. Burns a single. This could get sticky for both players.
Wow. Blau mistapped the T-piece, and actually threw down some speed for getting that long bar to the far left.
Looks like we kind of had identical boards there for both players going into level 24. But Odinn was able to get out sooner and could spell bad news for Blau. Blau finally cleaned up. Odinn, nice center world Tetris, up by 100,000. He still wants to take this game to kill screen, though. Blau still has the potential to catch back up.
Can't give Blau that room. Blau has caught up in this situation against Moja before.
As long as Odinn just gets a couple of Tetrises here, should be fine. And Blau with the dependency not getting filled. That was a painful 3-line burn to have to take right there.
Odinn not with the best board, giving Blau room. It's
Blau,
close.
He can score 2 here.
Yeah.
Oh no, Odinn! Odinn has to burn out of this, and he needs to score at least 1 Tetris. Well, no, he might have to score 2.
Oh, there's 1.
There's 1. Oh my gosh, that tap to the left.
Oh, he gets it.
And there's... Oh my gosh! The clutch kill screen Tetris. Both players now right here. Playing on level 29. Trying to get those extra lines. If Blau can just simply outlast Odinn. Odinn needs to get 1 piece over to the right. Blau needs 14,000 points. There's another single. And he can't get it over. And Odinn is just forced a decider. With a clutch kill screen Tetris.
GG. Odinn, you know, Blau hitting 31 too. Blau, I was kind of knocking on him for not being as quick, but I think when it really counts, he can prepare to hit that speed. And great game from Odinn. Using that speed to hit that kill screen Tetris, Sharky. That was pretty killer.
Yeah, I mean, he had to, you know, go aggressive. He was up in the middle of the stack, up very high. He needed both of those Tetrises, or else he'd been down by the same, roughly the same margin that Blau was up.
Moja,
Moja right now. Oh, and it's near transition too. All right, great T piece right there. Needs 1 more piece to preferably burn that out. All right, I piece will have to do. Moja transitions at 484. P. Carrick with a massive center wall set up and 1 line to burn, or Ricardo. And oh no, the misdrop can get the I piece. Oh no, he overtapped way too fast. Ricardo's going to top out, and Moja is good for game number 3.
All right, Decider getting started on bottom. 3-2-1 Tetris, Blau versus Odinn. Each player on their elimination point.
Decider down here at the bottom.
Top started. Is it ready? Moja looking to close it out.
Ooh, Odinn. Oh no. It would be a dangerous situation, and it's always happened with all of his openers.
Yeah. Something that should be considered, I feel like.
This always happens every single time in all of his games today. He just hasn't been off to a clean start.
He made pretty good work of it, considering. But you never know. Like we have seen that not go well for him so far. But he's he can get to line 25. I'm feeling better for Odinn.
Definitely. And despite having to do that burning, he's not actually that far behind. Maybe down by a Tetris in terms of pace, but is keeping it close. And Blau, in the middle of a drought, might actually have to burn that advantage. Oh, it might be more than burning the advantage. He might burn himself out the turn. Okay, gets the long bar. That could have gotten really bad really fast.
Right. Odinn with a small 18 lead to start things off. That's I think that's a good thing considering. Oh, he kind of had a.
Definitely. Wow, now going for the center well. Ooh, nice double right there. Really, really smart placements over here by Odinn. Seems like, despite always having to start off on the rough side of things, he always makes up for it with his efficiency during the latter parts of 18.
Mm-hmm. While looking for that tuck, there it is. There's the L piece. Blau just ready. Looking to try to get caught up here, behind by 74k. But Blau, or I'm sorry, Odinn throws down to Tetris. Odinn will have to take some burns here.
Moja actually.
Oh
no! He's gonna have to burn out of this. Running, that was a 31-piece drought that put him in this situation. We've seen him get out of it before, but nothing's a guarantee.
Yeah.
All it takes is for RNG to just say, "Here, I'm gonna give you the world record for consecutive O's."
Great move so far to handle this situation. Here we go.
Nice Tetris. Ricardo has been able to take advantage. There's really kind of identical deficits on both top and bottom.
Wow,
this massive tower from Moja.
Tuck that square in there. Bring it back to a level state. Ricardo's kind of starting to run away with 18.
That's what you want to do whenever you're put in a position where you have to win the next game. I mean, neither of the players up top are going to get eliminated from the results of this, but definitely you want to stay in that winner's path.
Oh, absolutely.
You would have less games to play because mental and physical fatigue is very present in Tetris.
Also, who's waiting in bottom bracket if you really want to advance is the one and only PixelAndy. So you got to make it through winners if you want a better chance of getting that second set if you were to play against him making it through the losers bracket.
Yeah. It's 449 for Ricardo and 356 for Moja. Down at the bottom, 352 for Blau, down by 134,000 here in the decider with Odinn at 487. That's quite the score to be down by in the decider. But we've seen comebacks happen. Makes me think of what has happened in previous matches in this bracket.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past any of these players to get the clutch comeback. We got a lot of clutch players in here, it looks like. So, Moja throws down a Tetris. They keep bringing these burns a little too soon. Or getting long bars right afterwards, but there we go.
Odinn had to fill in that long bar dependency. All right, 407 transition for Blau, 561 transition for Odinn, a 151,000 point lead. Here in post transition, Blau is going to have to kick into another gear or hope that Odinn has an early top out. Which, I mean, if you're Odinn, you just aim for survival and get Tetrises as they come here.
I think.
Oh no.
Okay.
All right, he does get the long bar over. But that's kind of, you know, exactly what we're talking about. You got to be careful. Because, I mean, this is it. There are no more second chances.
We have seen Blau close these gaps already today. Maybe not quite the 200k gap, but Blau can throw down and stack safely here on 19 to get pretty consistent scoring. So, yeah,
up top we have a close transition too.
Oh wow, yeah.
But Moja, oh no, doesn't rotate. Moja's gonna top out, and we got a decider up top.
Ricardo versus Moja decider. GG.
Here, Blau, beautiful stack, was able to close the gap to only 110,000. Odinn, just with that one misdrop, set him back a little bit, but he has all that cushion room given his fantastic level 18, and he's still in great position here. He could, in fact, get a 1.1 if this continues. There's another Tetris for Odinn, goes up to 772. Blau just doing the best that he can. He's matching Odinn's efficiency, and unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. He needs Odinn to make a mistake. The Tetris for Odinn. Blau is Tetris ready, has an overhang, hits the S-spin, and now he's back down by 166,000, but he knocks down a Tetris, set up for another. Just like you said, you know, this is Odinn's game to lose here. He's playing fantastic. All he has to do is take this game and to 29 and score regular Tetrises.
Blau has made a pretty good dent in this lead so far. It's under a 100k. Blau's Tetris rate is only getting higher. It's starting to match Odinn's.
Odinn running into a drought here on level 25, takes the triple, now only in the lead by 55,000. And he's still running into a drought. 31-piece drought for Odinn. Now he gets the Tetris. But that massive drought helped out Blau a lot. Both players now on level 27. Blau down by 87,000 here. Tetris for Odinn goes up to 120,000 point lead. And oh no, Blau with the misflip on the T. And it looks like that's going to do it. Odinn is going to advance.
GG.
Let's see. Go ahead and give us that max.
Looking for it.
Please give us the max.
Nope, not happening.
Odinn, no. 998.
It's a nice kicker.
That means our attention focuses on the decider up top.
Before we get to that, Blau, great games. Honestly, I was really impressed with what I saw from Blau. And Odinn just kind of clutching it out there in the end. And you almost brought it back there with a huge deficit. So, congrats. I'm really happy with, really happy with your stacking so far today. And yeah, hope to see more Blau in the future. That was some great play.
He played excellently. Has had some insane comebacks. Fortunately, Odinn just really kicked into high gear in the decider, which is exactly what you want to do when it's your last game of the set. But now we got an insanely close game going on here between Moja and Ricardo here in the decider.
I have a feeling this one's going to go the distance. Moja has been running into some issues like into the transition, right? If Moja can just get a strong 19 start and force Ricardo to go that distance. Ricardo's been bringing some great games too, so I'm going to be rooting for both of them just so we get some intense moment going into the kill screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of intense right now with how close the game is. But Ricardo does have the advantage. He's going to have to take a few burns here. And, ooh, that formation. Oh, very nice solve. Formation is just so tedious to have to deal with on the left-hand side. Or any side, for that matter. Looks like now we're back into basically a tie game situation. Ricardo is able to get this Tetris without burning. Will be separated by around 3,000 points. I had to take that 3-line burn. Long bar came one piece too late.
Bit of aggression there from Ricardo. Holding it out kind of pays off. I'm gonna fill out this low center here. I'm gonna have to take some resolve or some burn.
Fortunately, it's going to allow Moja to take the advantage and kind of swing things into his favor. Not a massive advantage like what we saw with Odinn versus Blau.
Yeah.
But I mean, some of these games have been just coming down to that last Tetris. Oh, nice adjustment right there for Ricardo.
No, I really like what I see from Ricardo's stacking and just knowledge of the game. I think at this point we can call them a pretty seasoned player. They've been on the I would guess Ricardo has a pretty fair amount of competitive games played under PK Rick as well, right?
Yeah, Ricardo also made a top 8 last year for silver.
Oh, right.
This is his second CTWC ever, and he's playing it very well.
Yeah, I haven't got to watch PK Rick or Ricardo in a while, but it seems like they really have stepped up their game for this year.
Here we are about to reach transition, a massive 600k transition plus for Moja. He's going to try and get this last Tetris. Meanwhile, Ricardo transitions at 559, knocks another one down to go up to 583.
Awesome.
And Moja's committing to this.
Like it's just
take
natural.
The skim transition at 614. Ooh, the drought.
Oh, pays off.
All right. Drought could have potentially ended the game a little bit earlier than Moja would have liked, but able to survive, get pieces where they need to go, up by 34,000 points, running into, once again, another drought. Had to take that double there. Ricardo, nice double. Moja now in a little bit of trouble here. Gets that piece all the way over. Oh, man. He needs another eyepiece for an insanely dirty Tetris, but it's not going to come. Ricardo just needs 7,000 more points. Ricardo, you need 654.
That's it.
And that single will do it. Ricardo advances to play Asta as Moja gets sent down to the loser's bracket.
Oh, man. Moja running into some issues there. It wasn't really set up to burn. They went for the Tetris, which, you know, as a spectator, I respect, but that's a ballsy move, Sharky.
Oh, yeah. Definitely in this situation, a decider. It might have been better to just burn out.
Wow. With that, let's get a good look at our bracket, I suppose. GG Ricardo moving on to play Asta. And, you know, Moja has to play against Adam. So that should be an interesting matchup. I think it's a bit of a clash of playstyles there. I feel like Adam's a little more conservative on his 19 and Moja just goes hard. So we'll see how that plays out. And then Odinn has to go up against PixelAndy in the bottom bracket. That is that's something to watch. We're going to watch it here in a moment.
Reward for beating Blau by a pretty good margin in a decider is now you got to do it again, but up against Andy.
Right. Yeah, this is tough, Sharky. So we'll see what Odinn can do. Hopefully they can shape up their 18 starts, and we know Odinn's fast, and they have some pretty good post play. So really, I feel like Odinn, if they shape up their 18, maybe they can bring it here to PixelAndy. That would be a massive upset. Well, Odinn is C15, but Andy's on another tier. You know what I mean, Sharky?
Oh, yeah. If that upset happens, I don't know what we really had to call this bracket F to just pay our respects.
Okay, so we're going to get these next players set up. All right, Sharky. We're making pretty good time, so we might take a little bit longer than usual before we go to break, but that means you get to commentate more games with me.
Yeah, it's amazing, right?
So let's get these players set up. We're going to have the entire bottom bracket here going. Odinn, and we need to get Adam in here. Okay. So,
What a bracket this has been.
yeah. Before we get into that, as you know, Tetris Effect Connected is out on cross-platform, but you know what platform is a great choice for Tetris Effect Connected, Sharky?
All of them, but especially the Nintendo Switch.
The Switch, and then also there's a box that starts with an X that is a great sponsor for our tournament called with our new generation Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S, which I need to say slow. I tend to mess up there, but yep, Xbox is was the first to feature Tetris Effect Connected as well, and they it's definitely a great choice if you're looking for a graphical option and something to really push the game to its limits. And with cross-platform, as you said, whether you're on Switch, Steam, whatever console it may be, Oculus, Quest, maybe soon coming to Nintendo 64, who knows, you'll have the chance to play Tetris Effect Connected. So,
Their goal is to connect all the consoles together,
yeah.
every console in existence.
But I never had a chance to play on the Series X yet, but I definitely would check it out. It's a great platform, and you brought up the game Halo earlier. I don't know if you're a Halo fan or anyone out there is Halo fan, but that's the platform for it. So, a console to check out. Oh, and we're also doing the giveaway. So everyone that entered connected into the chat earlier. Speaking of Nintendo Switch, we're going to give away a copy of Tetris Effect Connected for the Switch and the Switch or Steam, depending on the player preference. And we already have our giveaway winner. And with that, our winner is Royal_Ruckus. Royal_Ruckus. Classic Tetris 2 will be directly messaging you on Twitch, and you'll be able to get your copy that way. So, Royal Ruckus, if you're out there, you're the winner. You are, just have this on in the background and keep hearing your name, Royal Ruckus. You are the giveaway winner. Okay.
Oh man, really, I don't think anyone could have predicted the outcome of this bracket. Or like, a lot of people were expecting it to be, Andy versus Moja for our winter finals, and we're kind of not getting that in the winter finals, but we could get that in the loser bracket.
Yeah, it's potential. We might not even like the losers finals. It would, if we see Moja versus PixelAndy, it would be loser semifinals. So, yeah, I would say this bracket is already going. I don't think anyone predicted Asta versus Ricardo in the winners. If you did, congratulations, you're a seer. But yeah, definitely not the matchups to be expected.
I think for like the prediction contests, out of like 80 total points, someone has gotten 60, which, considering how all the brackets have went,
right,
I wouldn't say that they're entirely predictable.
It's crazy. It's like everyone is up and running here. Oh, well, player's in the right position, but we're just about ready. There we go. So we got Moja versus Adam up top, and PixelAndy versus Odinn. Odinn's going to have his work cut out for him, and really, as long as Odinn makes it past, the early 18, he seems to be throwing down. So the bio's up on the screen because why not? As I've iterated earlier, Adam is more known for his PAL version play. It's like a speedier version that is localized in Europe for a different form of hardware that was not popular. The NES hardware released in Europe was the PAL version, and it plays a little bit differently. So Adam is more practiced there, and I think if you're a very strong DAS player on PAL, you can definitely translate those skills to surviving and going the distance here on NTSC, which we see from Adam quite a bit. Adam can bring some more efficient 18 play against Moja, it will definitely be a great game up there.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. But I mean, as of right now, like this bracket has been wild. So we really, who knows what can happen? If maybe Andy could be having a rough spell, and Odinn could just be playing like his peak. In fact, Andy right now practicing a transition trainer, just basically got 600k posts.
You know what would be crazy is if he said anything can happen. Imagine Adam, of all people in this bracket, pops off and manages to make a loser's run. You never know. I wouldn't put it past him, but
I mean, crazy runs have happened all the time.
Yeah.
But thing is, if we get to a bracket reset, because so far, I think that if we get to a bracket reset, do you think we'll see a bracket? Do you think we'll see like a double sweep?
I mean, double sweep's been a trend so far, right? With like heavy hitters getting put down the bottom bracket and then really going hard in that finals, right? We saw it from Hufflepuffus, who didn't drop a game versus Sodium, and then
oh man,
Richie
who could
as well.
forget Richie?
Yeah, that was an amazing bracket. Just Meme wouldn't go down. Meme was hitting only 1.1s, and still Richie was taking it to him. But all right, so we have some readies from Andy and Odinn, and it's like Adam is getting his last warm up in. And
yeah, it looks like he's going for 8 left high quick taps.
I guess we can get this bottom game started. Let's not make him wait any longer.
Yeah. Here we go, starting game number 1 down at the bottom in 3, 2, 1. Tetris.
Players are ready up top. Adam versus Moja about to kick off. Pretty excited to see how these games play out. I think you brought up the bracket prediction earlier. I believe Andy was an extremely heavy favorite to win this bracket.
Oh, yeah. In the Insider, the live Insider that me and Scout did yesterday, 99% of people voted for Andy to win this bracket.
It really is the safe pick, and I brought it up earlier in the stream, but I'm starting to have second guesses after second thoughts rather after Asta was taking it to Andy, and we haven't seen Andy bring out the full caliber 1.2s or anything like that yet, so I feel like we're going to see a bit of a vengeance here from Andy, but we'll see what Odinn can do. Odinn having a strong start. What do you look at that, Sharky?
Yeah. I guess he knows the kind of level he has to play at. We're talking about, consistent 500k transition, multiple 1.2s, 1.3s in comp. Like, you understand the person that you're going up against, and you know that you got to play at your best level if you want to stand a chance. Because Andy isn't perfect. He can make mistakes, and Asta, for example, was able to capitalize on that and send him down here in the first place.
Right. But yeah, really good start here for Odinn. That's what he's going to need. Andy not doing too bad. It's an 80% Tetris rate for Andy, 90% rate for Odinn. Up top, we have a 2 Tetris lead to start things off for Moja. And Adam running into some burning.
Like Adam having to do just a little bit of burning here. Who knows? Maybe what might come into factor, maybe this first game, unless they've been warming up or continuously warming up. Looks like Andy, he was keeping himself high with that 600k post transition score. But it is possible that you get cold, especially you go like an hour and a half without playing.
Right. Yeah, it depends on the player. I feel like I see Andy as someone that likes to just keep it going, keep that momentum rolling, right? So hopefully he'll get warmed up here. So far, he's looking so good.
Odinn taking it to him, having the lead here. Like, this is Odinn's best start so far.
Yeah. Maybe something finally clicked for him, because his 18 has admittedly been rough today, but it's looking picture perfect right now. Much to Andy's dismay.
I mean, both of them are playing excellent here. This is what you're looking for like 600k transition. Odinn borderline 650.
All right, finally a bit of burning here for Odinn. Some weird solves, but okay. This is tricky. Odinn's going to top out at 396, and Andy is already good for game one. So unfortunate there for Odinn.
His best start ended in an early top out. It's just unfortunate. But you also got to be very careful whenever you're playing at just that high of efficiency, because it could get into your head where it's like, oh man, I'm playing so good, I got to keep this up, you know, got to keep Andy on the ropes. And that could cloud the judgment of some of your placements.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players have been in that situation. Like, they just keep coming, you're just going to keep stacking aggressively. So you really have to be aware of that. Both ready. Get game 2 started. Like, Adam has cleaned up a little bit.
Adam's gotten things under control now, it seems. It's only down by 52,000, so not a huge deficit.
At a dog spotting for a moment there. But yeah, I think this is a interesting matchup on top, because we have seen a few early top outs from Moja, right? And we know Adam tends not to really pop out too often. He'll try to go the distance, and
yeah, I mean, the reason why he made it to this bracket was he chased down 3 early top outs by Yeezy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as long as Adam hits the goes the distance here and puts that kind of, it's a different form of pressure, not so much efficiency pressure, but just, you know, survival pressure. Moja likes to stack aggressive, so we'll see if that comes into play.
Running into a 30-piece drought right before transition. Oh. The drought continues. 40 how many 40-piece droughts has Moja gotten today?
Yeah, there's been a lot of droughts today in general.
50-piece drought.
He's going for it. It's oh my god.
And he finally gets it. Oh my gosh. But Adam, oh, nice quick tap right there. The left was looking a little bit inaccessible.
Yeah. Adam did run into a small drought himself there.
That's insane. And the drought might actually be bigger just because Max Out Club like doesn't count repeats like right after each other. So could have been like 55 pieces. So insane for Moja to just continue to go for that.
Great stacking so far from Adam. Adam actually with a pretty comfy lead, which he's going to want here against somebody like Moja.
We're exactly tied down at the bottom. Odinn just waiting for the long bar. Gets it, and we are tied. Well, we were tied.
Actually, yeah. I don't know. I think PixelAndy heard you. He pressed down for 4 points.
And really close game up top. Just excellent play by both. Adam 645, Moja 660. And oh no, Odinn in a little bit of trouble here as well. Able to bring it down though.
Okay, yeah. Let's fill that in. Deal with it later.
Wow. Amazing adjustment over there by Adam. He's down by 15,000 points, but has a line advantage. He might just simply have just outplayed Moja in post-transition. I mean, that drought certainly helped, but... Oh no! Didn't have dash. Alright. Looking for a J piece, gets an I piece instead. Moja goes up to an 18,000 point lead. At this point, Adam does need to continue scoring Tetrises here.
I really like Adam's play. It's like he's always looking ahead. Even with that dash miss drop, he just went past it and he's playing a great post, but running into a drought and some burns here, Moja can definitely capitalize.
Yeah, at this point, Adam might just have to go for a row 2. He's going to continue and burn it down. He does have the line advantage. He's going to want another J. All right, perfect J. Ooh, rough O. Needs one more J or an I piece to help him out here. There's a J. And Moja actually hadn't scored any of level 27. That was his opportunity.
Man. Yeah. This is close. Adam needs a Tetris too.
Ready. Ooh, nice quick tap over there on that O piece.
This is within a Tetris.
Adam wants to try and get 2 Tetrises here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, maybe it might not even be needed. Moja needs the long part, and he gets it over. All right, Adam needs 2 Tetrises now, but oh no, he's not getting good pieces.
Oh, he gets the triple. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Unless...
He's going to have to try and... I don't know what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah.
Even that's going to be difficult to come back for a roller. So Moja just clutching it out with those clutch Tetrises on 28.
Great game.
Yeah, really fantastic game for both Adam and Moja. But, you know, like we said, Moja went the distance and it allowed him to win.
Definitely came down to the last few levels there. I think Adam got into a bit of predicament. Both of them did, to be honest, but Adam could have clutched that out. Just had to, unable to really set up those Tetrises with ran into a few small droughts there on 27-28. Yep, meanwhile on the bottom, we're about to transition. Andy doing Andy things, about to be close to a 600K.
He, right now, 584 transition, Odinn at 502 transition around 480. So Odinn once again, this time he actually is in transition, so he's put in a position that we saw Adam in a lot, where Adam was down by, you know, very large margins, and he was forced to kind of play really aggressive in order to try and catch up. Odinn doing the best that he can is close the gap by 1 Tetris, or 2 actually. But Andy is also behind in line, so 670 for Andy, 585 for Odinn. Andy, he's going to need a long bar here. All right, gets a long bar. He's going to be safe. Could have got slightly dangerous. Odinn, oh no. A little bit of trouble. Great survival. Amazing. Now it's Andy's turn to have to endure some trouble. And just like that, Odinn is caught back up, is only down by just around a little over a Tetris.
Pretty close here on the bottom, huh? So it's like Odinn drops another one.
He now trying to get back in position to score. Beautiful placements right there. Odinn takes the lead. 767 to 751. And he knocks down Tetris, goes right back in the lead here. 781 for him. And Odinn with that miss drop. He's not going to be able to score Tetris as a result. And he's going to need a couple of pieces to help him with it.
Great
Tetris
there.
for Andy goes back into the lead. But, man, this is so freaking close.
So
it's
close.
Ridiculous.
Both players keep running into these weird situations and finding pretty good resolves. And Andy fires, and then Odinn fires back.
848 for Andy, 840 for Odinn. There it is, another Tetris for Andy, but Odinn with that, nice tap all the way over there to the left. He's gonna have to play peak efficiency.
Yeah.
Wow, Gonna have to play peak efficiency and gonna have to get something on 29 if Andy keeps this up. Andy behind in lines by almost a full level, but he's running into a drought. Oh no.
This drought might be pivotal.
All right, nice tap over there. Tetris is going to bring Andy back in the lead, but Odinn knocks down Tetris 979 to 954. And there it is, Tetris for Andy 988. Well, players now here on level 28. Odinn trying to hold out and get as many Tetrises. There's one going to take him to a max. We're going to have to go into calculations. Oh, Odin's setting up. Oh, he's set up. And a kill screen Tetris for Odinn. Andy now has to do some kill screen magic too. Oh my gosh.
This might be close.
Maybe that kill screen Tetris might have done it. But we're just gonna have to wait and find out as the judges calculate it.
Okay, we have the team on it. Oh, we also this week we will have a max out club has a counter, but if it's really close, we're gonna also use judges. So because it might not be as accurate as we would like it to be.
But man, that kill screen Tetris. But like we said, Odinn just was forced to be pushed to that height. It was really close. And Odinn actually came back from being down by around 100,000 points.
Yeah, that was crazy. That kill screen Tetris really is going to throw us for a loop here. But my hunch is Andy, but we'll see where the score is. And meanwhile, up top, a nice, a small lead here for Adam as he tries to get a stronger start here against Moja to prepare for post. Oh, interesting. Sorry to keep you all waiting with you looking interested at the reports here off screen. But once I verify the score, I will do a heart reveal for whoever is the winner.
Meanwhile, up top, once again, another close game.
Okay, we already did determine the winner. So let me do the heart reveal here on bottom. In 3, 2, 1. Bam! Odinn actually won that match with that kill screen Tetris with a 1,089,044 points. GG.
Yeah. Just what a clutch Tetris. What, oh my gosh.
Right in the middle too.
So now it's 1-1. This isn't a free sweep for Andy.
Oh, not at all. Odinn's popping off.
Up top, really nice game going on. Incredibly close. Separated by almost exactly half a Tetris. Getting started at the bottom in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. We are about to reach transition, and I think Adam has found his stride now.
Yeah, a little bit, especially on 18, right? He was having some really rough 18 games to start today. And he's looking like he's brought it together a bit. This is I think, one of the stronger transitions we've had from him today.
He only trails in 19 by 1 Tetris as they both transition around almost the exact same time. And they're both running into droughts on transition.
Same piece set? What?
Yeah, any simul droughts? Moja finally gets his long bar, and so does Adam. Actually kind of crazy right there.
Yeah.
Moja is in position to continue increasing the lead.
Yeah, Adam wants to bring this to the right. He's a little more conservative. I don't see him backing up a center well here. Like I said, he likes to go the distance.
Very nice. Adam's clean, but just in that one short time period, Moja was able to build up a 100,000 point lead.
Yeah, following that drought is pretty much straight up Tetris's.
Speaking of drought, he's running into another one right now. Not gonna be able to score until this gets resolved, unless... Oh no, he didn't go aggressive. It almost seems uncharacteristic at this point for Moja to not go aggressive.
Yeah, maybe there's more dynamic to his play than we know. Maybe when he's in the lead, he'll dial it back a bit. But I do think it does seem uncharacteristic, though.
Adam's doing a fantastic job of trying to keep up with him.
Yeah.
Down by 90,000. Not much you can do, but just play solid Tetris. And that's what he's doing right now. Adam running into another drought, and so is Moja. Ooh. Adam didn't have dazzle on that piece.
Okay.
But nice! Looking for... Oh, doesn't get in time. Still down by 90,000. Moja takes this to kill screen. I think this is his game.
I think that had to be a misplacement from Adam there. The LP is on the far right, or far left, excuse me.
Not too much he could have done with that. It was just S and Z combo. Now Moja up by 123,000. Adam would have to get in the scoring position, and Moja would have to top out right now.
Here we go, Tetris for Adam. Adam needs every Tetris he can get. Behind by over 100K.
Going for the center well in column 3.
Nice, I appreciate it. He's got to. There it is.
Okay, you can get 3 more Tetrises here, but Moja going center well as well, and it looks like that last Tetris might have actually solidified his victory.
Oh my god.
Ow.
So we want to see. Oh!
Oh my gosh.
He's got the speed.
This, wow, just look at how fast he's getting pieces over. Meanwhile, oh wow, Adam, he's going for it.
Oh, come on. Let's
Nice.
See it. Let's see it.
And he doesn't. 2 lines away from the level 30.
Yeah, he had the L.
But Moja here, just fantastic display.
Oh, he's
Still
getting
getting those pieces over.
I love it.
1,000 points shy of a 1.1. But Adam coming back in clutch, only ending up just a little bit over a 1 off a max. So amazing play by both. It's just Moja with that extra kill screen play. It would have been hard for Adam to win.
GG. Great speed display there from Moja. It's showing that they can throw down the Tetrises going into 29. As a tapper, that's quite impressive. And the players are ready. Let's get it started. But we're brewing a pretty strong game here on the bottom.
Yeah, 487,000, now 510 for Andy, and 368 for Odinn. Odinn finding himself in a similar position as game 2. There's no guarantee he'll be able to pull off the same miracle.
Right.
He's actually behind in lines a little bit. He does have that situation on the column 1 and 2 to deal with, or he can go back to scoring. There it is, another 557 transition for Andy.
Oh, he's got some dependencies. Hopefully he can fill out the left here. There we go. But, yeah, Odinn is behind by 162K now versus Andy, so Odinn's gonna have to throw down. Andy's gonna have to try to drown him out, which I feel like Andy's pretty good at doing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, so far, all of Andy's recent opponents, just making it to kill screen isn't enough. He's going to have to play efficient enough. Because he keeps up this lead all the way to kill screen. We're going to have to see some kind of roller type 29 from Odinn in order to come back from a 150,000 point deficit.
Right. I will say, though, with that being said, Odinn does have some crazy speed, and did show some kill screen Tetrises to get that game won. So see what they can do. Ideally, they can close this
721
gap.
for Andy though.
Yeah.
In a 22. So he's looking like he's trying to 1.1 at least.
Well on track. I think maybe Andy has been playing good all day, but we know what Andy's capable of, hitting 1.2s as well. So we'll see if he can start to bring these legendary paces that he's able to bring.
And you see, he's not even playing this like too particularly aggressive. He's playing it very disciplined. But Odinn actually kind of cutting the lead down a bit. Ooh. And he need an L or a J. Okay, wow, getting that piece over to the left. Incredibly fast tap. So 856 for Andy. Odinn now at 728. Full level behind. Andy needing an eyepiece here.
Odinn has made a bit of a dent here, and he's getting caught up in Tetris rate. If he gets one here, he'll be up to 60.
Yeah, all those burns Andy had to do on 25 might have gave Odinn a chance to come back into this. And oh, no perfect clear.
I would say
Tetris for Andy.
Yeah, Odinn's within reach. He's playing really aggressive, and he's got some extra lines. Oh.
Yeah, but oh man, that dependency. Oh. Oh. Does he get the eyepiece? Oh, he needs to get a piece over to the left, and that looks like a particularly fast tap.
Oh.
And he can't do it. And he tried to roll. Wasn't good enough, though. And he takes game number 3.
All right, Andy's got to be feeling relieved about that one. I think...
yeah, because Odinn was starting to come back. I mean, at one point, they were only down by 50,000 points.
Up top, we have another close 18 phase between Adam and Moja.
Game 3, so Adam has to take this if he wants to stay alive in the tournament. And he gets the pleasure if he is able to defeat Moja, playing the winner of Andy and Odinn.
Yeah, the longer this day has gone on, the more stacked I realize this bracket really is, with players like Odinn, Moja. Adam's been bringing some great comebacks, and we have Asta and Ricardo waiting in the winners finals too. So really, I'm starting to not be as... I said at the start of the day, I feel like PixelAndy's going to make it out of this group pretty handedly, but these players are starting to show that they can prove to be tough competition here to make it to the top 8.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that just means that it holds that there are no easy brackets this year.
No, not at all.
Adam now actually started to fall behind quite a bit, down by 54k. Moja was able to just be a slightly bit more efficient.
Ooh, Moja in a situation.
Ooh, only 7 lines left to go till transition. All right, he opened. No, had a chance right there with the double long bar.
Thought he might,
but he's open, clean. Adam only got 1 Tetris out of that. Moja transitions at 505. And he looks like he's running into a drought right into 19, but knocks down a Tetris anyways. Adam transitions at 467, so Adam is really going to have a strong game here in order to come out on top.
This is tournament life here. Moja up high. Needs the right pieces.
Oh, Adam. No, doesn't. Fortunately, he had way too many misdrops, and Moja is good and advances to play the winner of Andy and Odinn.
GG's. Great showing today from Adam. He did get it together a bit towards the end. Just I didn't quite or I didn't quite catch how he topped out there in the very end. But yeah, it's always great to see Adam play, pick up NTSC, and you know, bring some conservative play and just running it out to the kill screen and getting a lot of wins that way. So thanks for making it out, Adam, and it's a pleasure to cast your games. Okay, so get E and Odinn on the screen here. Odinn
Game
is
number 4.
Yeah, go ahead.
Number 4. Odinn once again down by 100K, but he's been having some really good post transition recoveries.
Oh, for sure. And he's really shaped up his 18 play a lot, which was kind of his problem in the start of the day. So, I mean, not the best pace here, but he's not topping out, which is important. So, we'll see if he can get caught up here before the transition. Andy's not really going to give him much room on 18. Andy's an 18 beast.
Just going to always be like consistent at least 500, but ooh, the accidental rotation. It's going to cost him a few lines. Nothing too particularly serious. This might be just a little bit of leeway for Odinn to bring the lead down just a little bit. If he can somehow get out of this position he's in and score Tetris. Fortunate pieces, so unable to really capitalize. And now because of this, he's even further behind, almost down by 200,000. And both of them are at the same line count.
Very strong game here. He'll be close to just shy of 500k if he gets another Tetris here at the 100 line.
Definitely what you would. This is a score you would like if you're going for 600k transition.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely looking to finish him off here. Getting into a little bit of a rough spot. Having to take a few burns, nothing serious. Opens up the well, and there it is. Tetris for both Odinn and Andy. Andy holding on to his 128,000 point lead, potentially even 150 as he knocks down this Tetris. And Odinn transitions at 407. He's got a lot of ground he's going to have to make up.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
But it's also up to Andy to continue to keep the pressure.
And I wouldn't put it past Andy to do just that. He's really this is yeah, definitely Odinn on his final life here in a lot of pressure. So 120k deficit, make that 144 against Andy, and Odinn's running into a drought.
Oh, Andy couldn't quite get that piece all the way over, so having to take these burns here. And not going to be able to score a Tetris until he gets an eye piece to the left.
Ooh, oh. Let's spin from
Odinn.
Odinn. But he's not going to get the bar. That does it. Andy will advance. GG, Sharky. Andy goes on to play Moja.
It's a really rough situation right there, but not much you can do. But still, fantastic showing by Odinn. Taking that game that he did take off at Andy was absolutely spectacular.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. If you're gonna go out in style, and Odinn definitely did that. So Odinn, great games today. Definitely shaped it up there towards the end, but Andy's a tough cookie. But yeah, there we go. Odinn got some dancing in, and that he's gonna sign off. But great games from Odinn, and Andy versus Moja is going to be a matchup to watch here, Sharky.
Oh yeah, I think that's what a lot of people were anticipating on the winner's side of the bracket, but I guess that's what we're getting on the loser side. which I mean, I guess means the stakes are just all that much higher.
Right. This is a pretty stacked Final Four. I'm actually really happy with these players and really excited rather to see how it all pans out, because can't sleep on Asta, Ricardo, or Moja. It's not just going to be the PixelAndy show today. It's I feel like any of these players, if they're really playing their best, can bring it tonight.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so with that, we're going to hop into a Tetris Effect connected ad. It's now available cross-platform on multiple platforms, including Oculus Rift, Switch, Steam, Epic Games, Xbox. I feel like I'm missing one. There's probably another one out there. Oh yeah, PlayStation. There we go. And good job, Sharky. You beat me on the quiz. But all right, we're gonna hop into that.
One of the first formal studies of the phenomenon was at Harvard Medical School in the year 2000.
Participants played the game for 7 hours each, spread over the course of 3 days.
Remarkably, 63% of the participants, almost 2/3, reported seeing imagery from the game hours after they finished playing, often just as they were falling asleep.
Blocks. They all saw blocks.
There is no end in sight for us, nothing could measure the kind of strength inside our hearts. It's all connected. We're all together in this love, don't you forget it. We're all connected in this love. There is no end in sight for us. We're all connected in this love.
I learned from last time. I always mute myself during the video. But that was the beautiful Tetris Effect connected trailer. And like I said, it's available cross-platform and just came out on the Switch last Friday. And it runs great. So if you're looking to nab that on the Switch, definitely recommend. So I think we will be back. We're about to go to break. But Sharky, amazing games today, amazing commentary. And you'll be back with us tomorrow. But how do you think the rest of this bracket is going to pan out if you were to make a prophecy right now?
Honestly, I have no idea. If I were to say, I think he might, Asta putting him in losers might have lit, a fire underneath him. So I think he might advance and he might cause a bracket reset. However, I'm not sure if he'll make it out of top 8 just because Asta really kind of showed a taste of what he can do and had consistent high games towards the end. But I also wouldn't put it past Andy to, just make a run through losers and make himself back in top 8 so we can maybe see a fated rematch between Dog and Andy.
Right. That would be the story for sure. And also, we can't sleep on Ricardo. Ricardo's brought some great games against Moja, some consistent play, showing some great setups. So I think so far they're probably the dark horse right now, given these top 4. But we'll see what happens. I feel like anything can happen with this top 4. So it'll be exciting to watch the finals. And yeah, thanks for joining me today, Sharky. We're gonna hop to our intermission, and I think James Chen will be joining me for the latter part of this bracket. But we'll be seeing you tomorrow, man, for some more great games.
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the commentary and look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.
All right. Cheers. See ya. All right, we're back with Group F in the top 4, featuring Asta, Ricardo, PixelAndy, and Moja. And I'm going to be joined by James Shen for the second half. James, how are you doing?
Doing all right, all ready for some crazy Tetris action. I mean, again, looking in here, we already see PixelAndy and losers, and it's a pretty crazy situation here, but hope everybody out there is enjoying some awesome classic Tetris action. Excited to be back again for another year, and looking forward to seeing if we get any more of these upsets.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like you said, let's take a look at this bracket, because it is not necessarily what anyone expected. Earlier, before we started second half, you brought up that we have our 34th seed Asta and our 50th seed Ricardo. Putting the favorites down to the bottom bracket, James.
Yeah, this is just showing you right here that we are in a position right now where everybody is a threat. Everybody is so dangerous here. 34 defeating second and 50th defeating 18th. And I mean, those are, two players in the top 3 of this particular pool here. So it's, you're not safe no matter who you go up against here. At this point in time, it's the players, the level of talent, the pool of talent for this game has just gotten ridiculous. I mean, we've seen all during the qualification round, just how, I feel like we say this every year, right? It's like, can you imagine that you need to have like over 10 max outs just to guarantee that you qualify?
Yeah, it's crazy. And every bracket I've had the chance to commentate and watch so far this year has just been like insane matches all around. So already had some pretty close calls for PixelAndy. Odinn was able to take game off of PixelAndy in the bottom bracket, and we had an amazing set that I totally recommend if you didn't get a chance to watch it yet, between PixelAndy and Asta. And who knows, we might see them meet again, depending on how Asta, Ricardo, and Moja versus PixelAndy goes. But Moja also being a very only has 2 competitive games before CTWC, and very fast tapper and knows how to play aggressively. So it's not going to be a free win for PixelAndy there either.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, like nothing I think is a free win at this point. But, one of the things I do love seeing about this bracket, though, when you take a look at this bracket here, is just the flag representation, right? I mean, we've got people from all over the world in this bracket here, including AdamMTS, who's from unknown lands, from the Nether Realm, I guess, at this point. But yeah, again, it's crazy because Moja and PixelAndy have to go up against each other in the losers bracket. So whoever wins that match, the other person is out of the tournament, Yeah. And but again, just excited to see how these matches are gonna pan out. Really excited to see, like I said, 4 players left in this pool, 4 different countries, and excited to see Ricardo here in the winner's side representing Mexico. I think that's really, really cool.
Right. And I'm super excited to watch this Final Four with you, James. And hey, if you're a fan of CTWC, be sure to check out the merch store. I believe we have a merch command in the chat here. So if you're trying to get either the new shirt we have here on the left or the 2021
Love
year.
It.
And
Love it.
Yeah.
So 80s. I love it.
I was also interested in getting the one. I was talking with Sharky about this earlier with the where they're holding up the T piece. I believe that's 2019, and also I was at the 2019 convention and I never did get a shirt there, so I feel like I would have liked to commemorate the fact that I was there. So
I need to get the one. I have that one, but I don't think I have the one on the top right, the one with the map of the world.
Oh, right. That was pretty cool too, especially with the first online year, right, where it really did feel like a worldwide event. So
I need to go and see if I could grab myself one of those. Oh boy. Okay. Yep. You see right here, the players getting ready. Looks like Ricardo is just talking with his chat over there and just kind of hanging out and chilling. And that's one of the cool things about this this ability to play online, right? Obviously things are very, very different the past couple of years here with the ability to, you know, get players from around the world because it's all online and such.
Right.
But also it's cool because these players, while they're playing in the tournament, get to do so on their own stream with their own fan base, you know, and just have people cheering and rooting for them while they're playing. And it's a cool little, you know, extra benefit to this, to the more online world of online Tetris.
Oh, absolutely. And it allows for some of the best games that, you know, we've ever had, and best CTWCs we've ever had, because
Yeah.
looks like
Of course, PixelAndy over here, second place last year in the losers bracket already. And got to imagine there's a lot of pressure on him right now, a lot of nerves on his side. I'm sure his brother is cheering him on from across the hall.
Yeah. We did see a dog spotting earlier. Dog was just on the camera briefly while he cheering his brother on. So we're looking for Asta's camera. I am trying to refresh it here. Make it look nice before we get started. While we're doing that, let's get some bios going up.
And of course, you know, from my side of things here too, you know, it's so fascinating to see how, I mean, it's crazy that, you know, last year we had hyper tapping really come into full force. None of the DAS players made it into the top 8, and now this year we have a whole new technique. The rolling has started to show its strength over here. And you know, it's so crazy to imagine that in 2021, you know, this game that came out decades ago just continues to advance further and continue to find new techniques and new ways to play.
I can't remember who I was talking to about this, but it's like, I keep saying, like, how can you get any better than rolling? I guess I should, you know, I shouldn't jinx it, because we might get some new play styles. You never know. We are innovative, and humans are crazy when you really think about it. So we'll see what happens. And I'm trying to get Asta on here, and then we'll get started. But
okay.
Because everyone is ready. Asta is there.
Okay.
Maybe they're playing in the dark. Who knows? But
turn on the lights, Asta.
Yeah.
Turn on the lights. Oh man. Yeah, but you can see all the players here getting ready. There's a dog in the background. There we go. There's
not
Asta.
Asta, but there's the judge.
Oh, judge. Sorry, never mind.
It's okay. Yeah, we'll wait to get the true simul countdown here. We can take a spare moment here.
Yeah. And again, if you guys are just tuning in and you see PixelAndy on the stream here and you're like, oh, okay, winner side of the bracket must be on the bottom half and the loser side of the bracket must be on the upper half, you know, surprise. Asta and Ricardo, in fact, are the last two players remaining on the winner side of the bracket, and Andy and Moja are on the loser side of the bracket. This is a match that a lot of people predicted might have even have been the, you know, winners finals.
Right.
But here they are in the losers bracket match, so
yeah, somebody's going to go down earlier than expected. And with that being said, I mean, Ricardo and Asta certainly deserve getting here with the way they've been playing today. I feel like Ricardo's been bringing his A game, showing a lot of spin knowledge and pretty cool building, consistent play. And same thing for Asta. Asta actually had a slow start in the first initial match, but during PixelAndy was able to max out just about every game. So see if they can continue that.
Yeah, again, I mean, these players are all so good, and even between the qualifying rounds until now, you know, these guys have been practicing just constantly, right? So just because they are seeded 50 or seeded 34 thanks to the qualifying round, it's just no indication of where, you know, where they're at this point in time. And it's just one of those situations. This is why we run tournaments like this, right? This is why we have the head-to-head, because on any given day, you know, you could just be playing your heart out and just have the most Cinderella kind of run. Like, you know, can you imagine if Ricardo here from Mexico just can able to oh wow, he's getting Tetris blocks on his camera. That's actually kind of but can you imagine if he can take it and win this pool here, and how much that would mean, you know, to get there, being ranked 50th and getting into the November 8th, I guess we can call it. So
well, yeah, Ricardo definitely has a chance to do it. They have been a competitive player for quite some time now, and just, you know, really been on the grind and bringing it this year. I haven't got to watch them too much this year, but I'm familiar with playing them last year and watching them last year. They've really upped their game and are ready to potentially take the group. Who knows? Anything can happen here tonight.
Yeah, everyone's sitting here ready to go, just waiting. Again, if you guys are tuning in, just waiting for Asta to get his camera up at this point in time.
Trying to get the whole setup there going. No rush. We have time to hang out all together here on Classic Tetris 2 and go into the wee hours if necessary to bring some of the best Tetris.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with all of the amazing, awesome opportunities that, you know, playing online brings us all, you know, also brings us all of the technical issues.
Oh, there we go. We got Asta's cam showing.
And shout outs, by the way, to you and to everybody else behind the scenes putting this together. Again, you know, it's not easy to do something like this, but to make sure that we can get it so that every player has the ability to be on camera, show their controllers, and then even just have these matches with this production and everything like that.
Right.
Really, really nicely done. Good job to everybody.
Yeah, definitely a huge shout out to Adam, who's helped me behind the scenes, and Vince for, you know, sticking with CTWC all these years, and here we are with an amazing showcase of skill. So it looks like everybody's ready. Ricardo is, I think he's just lagging, but yeah, he'll be in and out. Let's do it. Are you ready, James?
I'm ready to go. All right, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Let's go.
I feel like
you know, I didn't even think about this, but because of the globalness, I see somebody in the chat mentioning that Moja is playing at around 1 a.m. for him right now.
Right.
Here we go. Of course, all the players starting out with some pretty clean builds. Look at this. Everyone with a Tetris rate of 100%. Woo! You know, obviously that's going to change as things go, but everyone's starting and trying to remain calm, trying to shake off the butterflies, I'm sure.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe one day, maybe 2030 CTWC, you have to have above a 90% Tetris rate to truly advance. But who knows? We'll see.
Oh, man. It's like, I want to be like, ha ha ha, but I mean... It's like, yeah, that might actually happen. But you see right here already, Ricardo having a little bit of trouble, didn't get the last second rotation of the S piece in there. But he's got to have to do a little bit of cleaning, a little bit of burning. But Asta has had to do the same thing, as you can see, both of them with non-max out pace Tetris rates. However, Ricardo definitely closer here. So he's got a little bit of a score lead. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we've got Andy and Moja playing basically, you know, neck and neck here. Both of them at 80%, 82% Tetris rates. So good start for both of them down there. Ricardo still maintaining a 55% Tetris rate, and Asta having a little bit of trouble here at the beginning. Needs isn't going to be able to get the long piece over there onto the left, onto the right. Finally gets it over there. So now back to a clean neutral field for Asta, just building and waiting for the next long bar. But you know, he committed to dropping the square blocks all in a column over there, and so he's in that situation where he's got to burn again. And yeah, unfortunately 3 lines, so couldn't drop the eyepiece all the way to the right for the triple. Wants to save it for the Tetris.
So pretty solid starts all around, honestly. Like, we have been having some pretty crazy 18 starts, and players really throwing it.
Oh no! Moja was playing very
Ooh.
aggressive. He needs a long bar now. 27-piece
Yeah.
drought. And also Ricardo
Yeah.
tops out as well. So good start for a lot of these players, but
Yeah,
this is where 37-piece drought for Moja. He is trying to stay alive. 44. There it is. Oh my God. Finally gets it over there, but still not out of the water, not out of the danger waters just yet. Oh, there we go. Where's the next long bar? There it is. Oh,
my
Moja.
goodness. Yeah.
Oh, finally.
All the
getting
while,
clean field.
yeah, Asta ties it up and actually takes the win with some push down points, and it's ready for game 2. But yeah, Moja, we've been seeing that a lot from him tonight with these crazy high aggressive builds, and he just manages to make it out of these droughts just with very fast tapping speed, and it's really exciting to see how this might play out against PixelAndy.
Yeah, so thanks to that sequence though, PixelAndy definitely with the lead at this point in time. Not a huge lead though, especially with the way that we've seen Moja do this crazy hyper tapping. But unfortunately building up some awkward columns in the, basically the towers in the middle of the screen right now. But no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Andy has a little bit of an awkward setup over there on the right, but has cleared it out for the boom Tetris for Andy. Meanwhile, on the top side over there, both of the players, Ricardo and Asta, starting out pretty cleanly.
Mm-hmm. Where's our Tetris ready? Asta will fire first, so we'll be trading leads depending on circumstances, and if any droughts come in, that might change. But yeah, very close game up top to start things off, and we're approaching the 100 line mark on bottom. Andy kind of maintaining that lead ever since Moja was in the crazy zone there, but looks like he's bringing it back because Andy's having a slight drought of his own.
Yeah. Not able to get the Tetris just yet, but again, since we've already seen how high of a stack Moja can play, so obviously none too concerned right now. I mean, he's a little bit awkward RNG at this point in time, has to do a little bit of cleaning here, isn't going to be able to quite get through just yet. Oof. Okay, he's cleared out that side over there, but the pieces are, he needs the long bar now, and yeah, he's not going to wait for it here. He's got to do something. He's still living here, but look how high the stack is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about to transition
needs the long
too.
bar. Needs the long bar. Not going to be able to get it. The RNG. I mean, again, I often, when I'm on commentary, I talk about RNG and how much that affects. Obviously, throughout a long session, the RNG is not going to KO somebody because, you have to take that into account. The top players are going to be able to overcome it. But there are some sequences like that where, the long bars just won't show up for you and such. And so PixelAndy is going to take game number 1. And here we go. Starting game number 2 right away.
Yep. PixelAndy, I feel like PixelAndy doesn't like to wait, and it looks like Moja was ready right away after that too. So, yeah, I was talking about that with Sharky earlier. Some players like to, take a breather, think about their upcoming game, but not these two on the bottom.
Let's get right back in there. No waiting. Okay, Andy getting some good pieces over here. Has a very stable build. Moja's going to have to... Oh, actually, he's just going to drop the long bar over there on the right, so he's good. Meanwhile, on the top over here, you can see at around 60 lines each, is Ricardo and Asta. 1 game ahead for Asta over Ricardo. Ricardo with a little bit of an awkward build over there on the on column 4 over there, and actually waited out for the key pieces he needed and is able to clean out. Actually, no, he's looking now for, there it is, finally, the oh no, actually he's going for a column 3 Tetris. Okay, so playing a little bit more aggressive.
And I think
now he's just...
Yeah, he's keeping his board in a good state to play aggressive, right? He's going to make sure he's keeping a little bit of height on the left, and he's handling this actually 30 drought pretty well. And there we go, Tetris.
Yeah, and I think he's going to keep going for it. He's just going to keep doing that with a little bit of the burns off to the side. There we go. Boom, another Tetris for Ricardo. So yeah, he's staying alive here. Nice tuck. And he's going to get another one. Boom.
Nice.
Okay, so now probably
There we
going to
go,
start
yep.
transitioning to the cleaning. Yeah, there we go. And actually, is he going to go for it? No, okay.
He
I was
could,
wondering if he was
if the
gonna go
pieces are
for the-
right, he could build it up. He sets up for this
Yeah.
delayed burn here, and I'm gonna get the first piece needed. Needs to get the right. Set up for a Tetris.
Oh, yeah? Okay, he's got the column 4 Tetris ready to go. And yeah, it's going to burn a little bit here. Still not quite set up for that. Okay, yeah, he's going for the clean now. He's going for the clean. But that has allowed Asta to get a little bit of a lead now.
Yeah.
Nothing insurmountable, however. But they are at past 100 lines now. And despite all that cleanup from Ricardo's side, he's still at a 55% Tetris pace. So, you know, just a little under max out pace, but definitely has the ability to get back there. And especially with the way that players play at this point in time, I mean, like, what isn't max out pace?
Right. Yeah, if you're a roller, you can hit kill screen at, you know, 600k and be on a max out pace. So
Yeah. All right. And meanwhile here, Andy with a need to do a little bit of cleaning there. You see he's created a couple of hangs over here, but look at this. Nothing but square blocks for him for 2 pieces in a row, which is going to cause a little bit of an awkward situation. But speaking of right now, Moja in an awkward situation, but again, you know, the tapping speed that that he has is
Right.
just a absolutely insanity.
I do appreciate
And he
the
said-
aggression.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems really not out of place, but it does seem overly aggressive. But I do see some control to it.
Oh no, that's a bad sequence of pieces for Moja, just to build up that giant tower. But I mean, it's not gonna. Obviously, he's gonna be fine. But again, just one of those things that's gonna hurt his Tetris rate at this point in time, and give Andy a chance to catch up and get the lead potentially. But he needs a long bar. There it is, and that's only gonna be a triple, and he still needs another long bar. So he's going to be trying to do some burning and cleaning at this point in time, but has to cover the hole again. So yeah, there we go. Oh no. Yeah, getting a little greedy with the way that he's trying to clean up right now. Still has that one block on top of that column 8. He can't get through that column 8. There we go. Finally, the
There it
T
is.
piece, and he's gonna get. Oh no, that was a triple. I didn't see the hole on the
Triple, but
bottom
a much
there.
needed one at that. Meanwhile, up at top, we have a really close game here, approaching, getting into nearly. We're at level 22, approaching level 23, and Asta with just a Tetris and some change on the lead here.
Yeah. But obviously both players have transitioned. All right, here we go. Boom Tetris for Ricardo. And wow, we're going to go for a dirty Tetris
Nice.
here for Asta. And actually, I thought he was going to burn it, but at the last second he saw, oh, here comes the long bar. I'm good. Oh, beautiful build from Asta. Beautiful stuff right now. And although now he needs a square piece off to the side over there. Okay, altered it to need the J piece. And now he's free for the long bar, and boom, Tetris for Asta. You can see Moja there with a little bit of a kind of an unfortunate situation. I don't want to call it a sloppy build, but you know, just kind of a little bit of a dirty field right now for himself. He's trying to burn through, and he transitioned in this state, which is always never fun to have. So he's cleaning through the transition at this point.
Right, and I feel like what's more important here is this lead that Andy has. Of course, we think Moja can probably survive, but Andy has a 200k lead. And meanwhile, up top, Ricardo did put it a little bit into his favor. They're pretty much neck and neck, same line count, and is this anybody's game up top as we approach the level 29?
Yeah, just needs a long bar at this point in time, and Ricardo has taken the lead at this point. Still doing a little bit of burning, a 17-piece drought. Oh no.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh, there
couldn't
it-
get the bar. Okay, gonna at least get him to the point where he
Yeah.
can kind of clean. No, actually,
another
that's
bar.
gonna hurt. Okay, and now all Asta needs to do is just chill here, just get a couple of singles, triples.
Yeah, it's not okay. You got the double. There's only 3 lines to work with. Okay, I think the double. There we go. Triple will do it. A very close game though.
Oh man, getting to level 29, getting to the quote kill unquote screen to take it. So there you go, Asta. But he's gonna go up 2-0 over Ricardo now. And again, reminder, that's the winner's side of the bracket. And yeah, Moja on the on the bottom side over there, probably trying to play extra aggressive, knowing how far behind he was in points, just wasn't able to keep up. And I talked about the nerves on Andy's side, right?
Yeah.
He probably didn't expect to be on the loser side, but you can kind of see it getting up, walking around and pacing a little bit over there. It's got to be rough. And, you know, especially because, I mean, look, I'm going to say it cuz I'm the old man, but you know, these guys are all young kids, man. Like this is stressful for their age, you know, to have to deal with this kind of thing.
Well, okay, so Moja here is on tournament point, like, or his last life, and
Right.
this is PixelAndy. This is no slouch. Unfortunately, Moja wasn't able to kind of go the distance here. Had some rough transitions, and like you said, had a huge score gap to try to solve. Already off to a rough start. Doesn't get the Tetris, but Moja's really got to bring in their A game here if they want to reverse sweep.
Yeah.
PixelAndy of all people.
Yeah, you saw the head shake from Moja already. And yeah, again, you know, not getting the pieces that he wants, but I mean, that's again a result of just having a very unfortunate stack. And he's going to go for the row 2 Tetris. But now he's got to do a couple of burns here. Okay, he's got it freed. But again, every single time he seems to be getting Tetris ready, Moja runs into a mini drought of like 20 or so blocks of pieces, and that's enough to keep your playfield a little bit, you know, it's hard to keep it clean that way.
So a start here for Andy.
Yeah, he's at a 96% Tetris rate, so he's sitting pretty right now. Asta building himself a little hang over there, but he's got that no problem. And again, just, you know, the fact that, you know, everyone is able to hyper tap is just, it's so convenient because, you know, you can make those last second adjustments that don't hurt you like it does for Daz players.
Right.
All right. And a boom Tetris for Ricardo. He's at a 72% rate. Again, we have 2 situations here of 2-0 matches going on over here. And again, if you're just tuning in and haven't had a chance to see the bracket, yes, indeed, Andy and Moja, 2nd and 18th seed, are in the loser side of the bracket. And it's Asta and Ricardo who are on the winner side of the bracket going up against each other.
Yeah, Ricardo.
All right, Andy needs that long bar.
There it is.
Yeah, had that. Didn't have a stack that was easily burnable at that point in time, so he had to create that little gap in the middle over there. But he should be able to clean himself out of there. And yeah, there we go. Boom. Tetris for Andy. And wow, choosing to put the L piece all the way over there onto the right. Interesting decision right there, but he's going to clean that out. No problem.
Yep.
Tetris rate still at 83%, so he's doing just fine. Boom. Tetris for Andy.
You can see a little bit.
Meanwhile, over here on Asta, oh, okay. Gonna almost clean it out. Nice piece placement right there. He needs the long bar. Okay, the gap is open again. He should be fine now.
Yeah.
But he's just waiting now at this point. 35 drought. Oh, good. Man.
We've had so many droughts today. It's actually been pretty crazy. But Moja had to battle multiple droughts. We had a game between Moja and Adam where it's just only droughts, it felt like. But
so in other words, all these matches, even though they're playing worldwide, all these matches are taking place in California right now.
Oh yeah.
Of all the droughts.
Maybe New Mexico, who knows? But yeah, Ricardo's running into some mishaps so far in this 18. Like nothing too crazy, but I saw some notable frustration. I don't know if it's whether it's fatigue or just needs to get back into them, but
right. But
Sure,
yeah,
you can have
meanwhile-
DAS misshifts, but tappers definitely have their own issues, you know, if they
Oh yeah.
in the
But right now, Andy just looking calm and clean at this point in time. Even just the demeanor of him sitting there, you can almost kind of just tell he's just like, all right, just doing my thing. Just doing my thing. Wants to try to get back into that top 8 again, back-to-back years. Wow, Andy playing pretty aggressive here now. Oh, yeah, see, it's gonna hit him a little bit, but oh, actually, never mind.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter. I didn't even notice, but Moja topping out already. No, and that
Man.
means he's gonna be eliminated.
Yeah, well, hey, GG's Moja for really bringing some awesome games today. And you are new blood, really. And with only 2 competitive games, that's a pretty great showing. So I hope to see some more Moja in the future. And yeah, it's no matter like, even if you are a very good new player, you're gonna have a tough time with how strong these brackets are. So great games, Moja. And Andy will move on to play the loser of Asta and Ricardo for our top 3.
Yeah, and again, you know, having these newer players, especially being so young. I mean, shout outs to also, you know, just the, you know, YouTube social media presence of Tetris, you know, and it's just such a great future for Tetris to have these young players continually showing up and continually adding to the level of competition out there. Ricardo right now, just again, that drought, and he's kind of, oh, actually, that was beautiful clean right there. Okay, he's created himself an overhang a little bit, got that taken care of, and he has transitioned, not as cleanly as Asta has transitioned.
Yep, we got ourselves the money match here. This will be the first match to determine if you are going to get a part of that Tetris prize pool of $10,000. So $250 will go to the winner of this match, guaranteed. Of course, they want to play for more, but it's nice to have that guarantee.
All right, gotta clean through that. Oh wow. Okay, perfect right there. He's going to go for that single right there. And now he's actually got a dirty Tetris set up. So I'm curious to see if he... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, I think he probably knows his limits there and can't get over. That's a really high tap. So Asta is going to take a sweep as well. Some 2 quick sweeps here. And Ricardo will... That means Ricardo has to play PixelAndy, which is a tough matchup.
Man. Dude, look at the smile on Asta's face right now. He knows what's happening over here. He's like, oh my goodness. Yeah, look at that. Love seeing the excitement. Of course, you know, can never have the thrill of victory without the agony of defeat. On the other side, Ricardo with a little bit of a frustration on his side over there. And now, he has to try to take down PixelAndy to try to get a rematch against Asta. But I love seeing the elation on Asta's face there. Nice.
So there's our top 3. Moja is knocked out, so we have Ricardo versus PixelAndy coming up next in the bottom side, and Asta will be waiting in the winners bracket or in the grand final. And Asta has, with advancing through the winners side, you have the extra set to give against 2 very good players, Ricardo or PixelAndy, depending on who makes it out. So definitely an advantage for Asta to make it out of this group, which is not what people expected. I think we had a prediction recently, and 99% of people thought PixelAndy was going to make it out. So see what happens here.
Yeah, but again, as you mentioned, now once we go to 1v1, so this is top 3 at this point. All the players, even in the lower side of the bracket, is that for the money as well, or is it just so far just Asta here?
So just Asta is guaranteed $250, and Ricardo and PixelAndy will be playing for. It's a money match on the bottom here as well.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
We'll take a moment before we hop into the next game.
Yeah, Asta's gonna take a little break here, rest up a little bit, and Again, if you guys are enjoying this, we've got action on 2 streams at the same time.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/Classic Tetris, Twitch.tv/Classic Tetris 2.
Mhm.
Obviously, gonna have both streams on at the same time, you know, multiple monitor action, or, you know, just have both of them out there.
Right.
But you can see coming up on tomorrow is going to be Group G and Group H. You can see the list of players over here on both of these. Again, just these crazy players. It's going to be really, really fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we'll have the pleasure of casting Group H tomorrow, excuse me, with Fractal, Ben, Tetris Time, Clockworker, Melon Soda, Longboy, Mark, and Brighton. I'm pretty familiar with the top 3 there. Fractal, Ben, and Tetris Time. Fractal is definitely the favorite there, but Ben can definitely take it to Fractal. That's going to be a great, you know, matchup if that were to happen. And you know, Tetris Time has been a little more erratic, but I think you know, with the qualifier of 6 max outs, there has to be some consistency there. So
yeah, and I mean, we've seen in this bracket over here with Asta and Ricardo getting into winners finals, you know, seed is only a number at this point in
Right.
time. So
I'm really looking forward to that. Of course, we have Group E happening currently on Classic Tetris, which I cannot wait to watch the VOD. Please do not spoil me. And it'll be a great time. So yeah, definitely have that open if you don't already. I'm sure most of you do, with some of those big names in there.
oh yeah.
Also have Group G, which I'm pretty excited. I have a lot of players I would like to watch out for in that group. Like so we have Aaron, Eric ICX, Tristop, Ian, Cobalt, Miles, McCrack, and Coffee. That is a stacked group. I feel like anyone in that group can take games off of each other. That's the hardest bracket so far for me to call, like, who I think will make it out personally.
Yeah. I mean, obviously in Group E, like you said, no spoilers in the chat, but I mean, you know, Joseph here wasn't even able to make top 8 last year. And it'd be nice to see him
Sure.
just try to get back in here and, you know, try to reassert
Yeah.
his dominance.
Just he made top 8, just not the top 4. So he lost his first.
Oh,
top
it wasn't
8.
the top 4. That's right. Yeah. You're right. Okay. So both players look like taking a little bit of a break here. Ricardo turned off his camera just a little bit.
Definitely not PixelAndy. There he is. Ricardo probably just back in here.
Of course.
There he is.
And again, one of the nice things about that too, and I love the fact that you guys have got their individual Twitch channels on the screen as well. Yeah. So you can check them out on their streams. I'm sure they're streaming their runs at the same time. Like I said, that's one of the cool things about it. Because that way also when you start, you know, when, like, for example, you know, with Asta, when he's winning, you can see him so happy, probably looking at his chat and having his chat congratulating him as well.
Right.
I think that's really, really cool. Man, can you imagine this? Like years, like a decade ago, if you said to somebody that we were going to be able to do this Classic Tetris World Championship online around the world and stream these guys like this, I mean, man, it's crazy.
All right, we're going to get going. Andy versus Ricardo.
2-1 Tetris. Let's go.
Losers finals. If you want some money, this is a match to win. But most of all, for these players, I'm sure, if you want some revenge against Asta, this is a match to win. So
yeah,
let's see what they got.
And that's one of the things both of these players probably want to get, you know, go at Asta, get a piece of that, try to get the revenge, you know. But Andy here with a, you know, a little bit of an awkward build, had to accidentally create that big gap on the column 1 but he'll be fine. Again, very early on like that, it's usually not a problem. Just hurts the Tetris rate, but you can see right now on Ricardo's side already having a little bit of a unfortunate build at this point in time, having to do a lot of burns, especially with the holes in column 9 and column 4 and then column 10 and then column 4. It's like it's a tough situation here.
Yeah, this is tough. Hopefully Ricardo can get their mechanics together here, because they were bringing their A game. Yeah, they're running into some issues. Hopefully, go gets the long bar.
I feel like he's kind of second guessing himself right now. The nerves, I think, might be hitting him at this point in time, where he, like, there's a couple of times where it felt like he was like, okay, you know what, I'm not gonna, hold out for this piece, and then that piece comes, and he's like, what? But he's gonna clean out here, and in fact, he could potentially get a dirty Tetris. Yeah, there we go. And for Ricardo, that's got to be very comforting right there, getting a dirty Tetris during that cleanup situation.
Oh, yeah.
But again, here, an awkward situation. He's looking for the L piece. Finally got it, but again, one too late. He had already decided to committing to filling up that gap in the middle. So you can see his Tetris rate now only at 19%. Meanwhile, PixelAndy, I mean, to be fair, PixelAndy's Tetris rate is only at 40%. Only at 40.
Yeah, that does give Ricardo some room to get caught up. Obviously, Tetris rates, especially in the beginning, can be a bit skewed because you have a bad start, you're going to be like a 0%, right? So,
right.
Yeah, I think Ricardo can get caught up here. But yeah, Andy does still have a pretty good lead, and any lead for Andy is scary. So
right, and you can see that pressure, right? The fact that Ricardo knows he's fighting against Andy. This is last year's second place, right? And so he is going aggressive. He is going for those row 3 Tetrises, and he got like 3 of them right there before he actually started burning at this point. So definitely you can see the kind of added pressure that a player like Andy just puts on somebody.
All right, there we go. Right when Andy was Tetris ready, the long bar was like, it's my time to shine. Scores a Tetris. 120k lead, make that about 100k lead here for Andy.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Creates that overhang, a little bit of tuck. Yeah, gonna force himself into a little bit of a clean, but okay. A bunch of square blocks, but his board was actually set up perfectly to absorb that. And here we go. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Again, this is a loser's bracket match if you're just tuning in and expecting Andy to be still in the winner's bracket. But yeah, you see him back to max out pace. He's at 67% at this point. Ricardo still at 37%, but boom, Tetris for Ricardo. He's in there. Back to 40%. And even though Andy has a very hefty score lead right now, all it takes is one mistake and things can turn around real fast.
Yeah, this is definitely a gap that Ricardo can't close, unfortunately.
Oh, no. And, okay. He needs to get something over there on the right. Got the square block. Perfect. Now, where's the long bar?
Nice.
There it is. Okay. Had to create a little bit of a few holes over there, but actually he should be okay. Yeah, he's going to clean. Okay.
No, I kind of like where he put the square, because the quicker burn option, or the more efficient burn, might have been on the far right, but he kept the well open, so he's able to get that Tetris, and he's looking good now.
Oh no, needed the other direction on that LJ.
Sometimes you'll see, I like to hover the T piece there, and if I see the LJ, I'll make the adjustment, but maybe just a bit of nerves there.
Yeah, that is one thing that I have noticed from Ricardo. You got, players who get those little micro adjustments at the last second. Seems like Ricardo tends to play a little more safe and doesn't try to go for any crazy adjustments at the last second.
Right, which is also commendable in its own way, right? It means if you're if you're straightforward in your decision making in this game, it can be very helpful to help with misplacements.
Absolutely. And Ricardo here, look at this, building himself back up to basically a 50% Tetris rate. So really, really nicely done. Despite some of the awkwardness at the beginning, he is in a great position right now. Of course, he is still very far behind in points, but like I said, all it takes is just some calm playing. All you need is a one mistake from your opponent,
Yeah.
and things can turn around. Transition now for Ricardo, clean transition. Can't get, oh no. Okay. Yeah, you see him shaking it off a little
I've
bit.
noticed
over
that a
there.
lot. He's been shaking his hand a lot. I think he might be having some fatigue today. I mean, that is a skill in this game, is endurance, right? So we'll see if Ricardo can bring it together here when it comes to mechanical play, because I feel like that's where a lot of his errors are coming. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like he can bring it here.
Yeah, he's still doing good right now. And now boom, Tetris for Ricardo. Look at this, continuing to keep fighting. The lead is actually, he's got a 10 line, he's 10 lines ahead of Andy right now. So he's still down by quite a few points, more than what the minus actually shows on the top of the screen right now.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, but he's set up for yet another Tetris. It's actually going to be a close one here. Andy actually having a little bit of trouble here. Is he going to go for it? No, okay, he's gonna clear out right there. I was wondering if he was gonna maybe try to go for a dirty Tetris, but you know, at this speed, probably not.
Ricardo's doing a good job throwing down a lot of Tetrises, getting his rate a little closer to Andy. I mean, considering he was at 40s earlier, right, and maybe even lower, he's up to 52 now.
Yeah, and honestly, now the line differential, while still a little bit, with Ricardo much ahead by 12 lines or so, the score is actually legit, like really close. We are getting to neck and neck territory over here. And boom, another Tetris. This is so clean for Ricardo right now. Ricardo is playing so well at this point. Of course, I don't want a commentator's curse him, but he is looking really solid at this point.
Yeah, he's been mostly Tetrises here, and these later levels is when it counts the most, right? Because they're worth more points.
And look at what Andy has. So he's going to get a Tetris, but now he's got to do a bunch of cleaning. So this is important. All this clean. Oh, actually, that was beautiful. Getting a triple on that clean and giving himself a neutral playfield almost instantly like that. So Andy's still in this, going to do a little bit of burning as well. Ricardo getting not quite a drought, but he's going to try to. Oh, here we go. 16-piece drought now. This is unfortunate. Yeah, but he's.
There it is.
There it is right there. Okay. Feeling a little better now. Gets that triple.
He might have to play one row up. I would do it if I were him.
Yeah, you got to, especially when you know your opponent is Andy, right? So, oh no, too early for the long bars. Okay, now you can give me a long bar. Tetris.
There it is.
Okay.
So he's got one burn. Oh, he took two. That means he only has one Tetris now on 18. Or I'm sorry, 28. 18 colors. Oh
no. Yeah, so Andy, if he just plays a little carefully here,
that's the first point for Andy.
Ooh, but I mean, honestly though, really good job to Ricardo. I mean, he was down by a lot, and he really caught up and started putting a little bit of the clamps on Andy. But Andy over here, there we go.
Great play from Ricardo. The level, what was it, like 23 through 27 there was just like straight up getting caught up. So good try, Ricardo. Hopefully he can have a smoother 18 to kind of accommodate for that gap.
But yeah, you can see a little bit. I mean, this is one of the tough things, right? Like when you sit here and practice on your own stream and you're playing, you're like, okay, playing, you can keep maintaining your muscles clean and clear. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. But the thing about it is when you play in these tournament environments, like you probably don't realize, your muscles will tense up just a little bit tenser. Your movements are a little bit more erratic. And right now it seems like it feels like Ricardo is, definitely feeling a little bit of tightness in the hands right now.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of, he's switching to DAS. So Ricardo is an experienced DAS player. So that is interesting development. I do feel he must have really been having a lot of strain there. So maybe he'll switch back for 19 or something.
Yeah.
But we definitely see a lot of players still utilize DAS on 18, and if they are an accomplished tapper, they can go back to it.
Yeah. And honestly, that's where I think, you know, the rolling is going to come into play a lot more, because rolling, I mean, while obviously rolling is still physically, you know, difficult, but it doesn't quite have the same strain on you as hyper tapping does. So we might see a lot of these players move to rolling, you know, obviously brand new technique this year. But next year, man, can you imagine how many rollers we'll have in 2022? Man, back to back to back Z pieces, never fun. But both of them at 70, mid 70 Tetris rates here. All right. Yeah, but I can imagine that Ricardo is going to switch back to hyper tapping once he gets there, but just trying to save a little bit of strain on his hands right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is going to be an advantage of being able to do both. I mean, to be honest, obviously Andy can do both too. Started as a DAS player.
Andy's a very good DAS player.
Yeah.
And I feel like when you start out as a DAS player, you're kind of forced to have a strong sort of conservative stacking mechanics and not so much intuition, but you're more committed to how you decide to play because you can't make adjustments as easily. So you tend to make better, like, I need a uke fix button here for Andy. One sec.
Yeah, no worries. Look, OBS Ninja has been a blessing for streamers, but it definitely has its jank along there at the same time. So,
but there are some merits.
Problems.
Yeah, there definitely are merits to learning DAS first.
Yeah. I mean, I told myself I was going to try to learn DAS, but this year for myself, it was one of my goals for 2021, and really try to get to max out. I just haven't been able to keep up with that. Streaming is hard.
Yeah, it can be tough.
All right. So decent lead right now for Andy, but of course, nothing to be too worried about at this point. Gonna do a little bit of cleaning, so he can drop the long bar over there on column 1, and perfect. Look at what great pieces right there for Andy. And so, you know, like we talk about RNG, and a lot of times the RNG can be brutal, but every once in a while, man, that RNG is just like, oh, nothing feels better than getting perfect RNG.
Right. It can be a curse and a blessing, because it's a blessing, of course, you're getting great RNG in the moment, but it's a curse when you stack for that RNG that you're receiving and then you get a drought or something. You know what I mean? But you know what? But so far, Ricardo's having a great game after switching to DAS. I feel like he's running into less errors that he was having with the mistaps.
Yeah, really, honestly, the muscles, the soreness or something like that might have played a much bigger factor than we had considered. And so by playing this way right now, this is really good for him to be able to play a strong DAS game like this, give his hands a little bit of a rest. You know, if he can pull off a game here while playing DAS, that would be amazing for him to be able to hyper tap his way into the rest of the matches as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he decides to tap here for 19. Obviously, 18, DAS isn't quite as much of a disadvantage, right? So it starts to become more of a disadvantage, especially in the 19 play. And we'll see if he decides to switch back or if the strain was, you know, bothering him enough.
Oh, boy. Yeah, now the RNG for Ricardo kind of rearing its ugly head at this point in time. And again, so close to transition, which is the part that makes it frustrating.
And he switches grip.
Yep, there we go. As we expected. But yeah, look at this 4 lines away now. And not a very nice stack. Yeah, you can even see the head shake right now. Actually, that's going to be great.
Yeah,
that long bar
nice.
right there was such a savior. especially for being so close to one away from transition was perfect timing for that. Here we go. Both of them transitioning at the exact same time. Do we have simul transition? I mean,
Yeah.
I know we have simul Tetris. Simul transition.
Transition. Let's go. And you know what? Andy, once again, having a great transition score. He's had great transition scores all day.
Yeah. 75% Tetris rate now. Nice little micro adjustment at the, you know, for that one slide right there. Of course, by the time I get a chance to finish saying that, they're already like 7 pieces past that. Right, Andy playing aggressive, going for the Tetrises. No, actually goes for the burn right there. Boom, Tetris for Andy. And here we go. A little bit of a drought for Ricardo. Trying to keep his stack clean over here. There we go. Okay.
Nice tuck.
Got it. Nice tuck. Yeah, and gets the Tetris to drop it down to make that column 1 an easy fix.
So far, so good from Ricardo. And it seems like his tapping has been up to par.
Yeah, probably, like I said, it's just good to get that rest, the muscles a rest by going to that DAS. So you can definitely see one of the advantages there. But as I said, obviously, Andy starting as a DAS player, having to switch to hyper tapping to keep up with his brother.
Right. That's the motivator. Is the yep. Yeah, I don't know if you ever had one, but it's a huge motivator.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I assume there's a reason you're into fighting games. Yep.
Yeah, epic battle of Street Fighters with my brothers. For sure. Uh-oh. Okay. He needs that long bar to the right now. Or just to start dropping that stack so he can hyper tap the long bar to the... Oh! Couldn't quite get it. Okay, he still has a chance here. He still has a chance. Can he get it over there? Yes. Okay, okay. He's good. He's good. There we go. Nice, Ricardo. Back to a clean stack. Back to a neutral stack. And he's actually Tetris ready now. He just needs the long bar. And that'll feel good if he can get that. And boom, Tetris for Ricardo.
Nice burn.
Oh, yes. The LJ down to the square pit. Always love that.
All right, this is actually really close now. Andy is he's got a 1 to 2 Tetris lead depending on the time. And Ricardo can break this gap if he can bring a good Tetris rate here in the final 2 levels.
Yeah, but boom, Tetris for Andy. Just as long as he can stay ahead just a little bit here. Yeah, gotta burn that off to the side. He's Tetris ready.
Waiting on that long bar. He's playing pretty aggressive. He kind of has to, right? So
yeah. But 14-piece drought now. Uh-oh. This is a dangerous situation for Andy here. Because we're at level 28.
Yeah, Ricardo's going to top out.
Oh, no! Oh, no. And Ricardo, again, this is 2 games in a row now where Ricardo has just played so well in keeping up, catching up. But again, it's just the level of strength that Andy has to be so consistent and to be so, to keep his scores so high. Just the extra pressure it puts on you as Ricardo is rough right now.
Yeah, tell you what,
Andy
I feel that
is really PixelAndy right now.
Yeah. Living up to the name. I feel that Ricardo, he needs to step up his 18 play, right? I think his his 19 plus has been really good so far. If you can just like make sure that Andy always has a great transition score. He needs to close the gap there in order to really bring it.
Yeah. Again, this is rough because, I mean, by all accounts, Ricardo has been playing amazing. He's been playing so well, but you see him shaking the muscles again. I expect another DAS start. No, he's in hyper tap mode at this point. So I think this is it. If he thinks that this is the last game potentially for him, he's going to bring everything to the table at this point.
Gonna have to fight through the strain and play to his fullest potential, which probably involves hyper tapping.
Yep. And meanwhile here, Andy and Ricardo here with some clean starts as expected. All right, and boom, Tetris for Andy. Still sitting on that 100% Tetris rate. Same thing for Ricardo. So these guys are basically neck and neck. Yeah, look at that. Go. And boom, Tetris for both simul Tetrises. Needs to, okay, he's gonna instead just go for the Tetris over there. He needs that J piece, which just never showed up. And so we're in a unfortunate and awkward build situation for him. Now another J piece would be nice to clear out the side over there. Yeah.
At least the J piece came when it was bad and good for him, right?
Yeah. Man. But again, still at max out pace, 68%, but of course it's very early. Oh, beautiful tuck. That was like the perfect piece right there. And not quite set up for the Tetris yet. There we go. Now set up for the Tetris. Now ready to go. And boom, Tetris for Ricardo. Meanwhile, Andy's probably going to be playing row two at this point in time. Actually, now he's got to play row 2 and column 9. So he's got the dirtiest of Tetrises all ready to go. Boom, Tetris for Andy.
Great start here for Ricardo, though. That was kind of the ticket for Asta, was to, keep in line with Andy during level 18. And if Ricardo can do that, I genuinely believe, just judging from the 19 we've seen from Ricardo, that he could hold up with Andy with a strong 18 here. And
this is some brutal RNG. This is some brutal RNG right now for Ricardo. He is in a tough situation right now. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Ricardo clearing out a little bit here. Oh, no.
It's not over. Oh!
Gotta get that piece over there. No! Man.
GG's.
Yeah, and, as Andy, I mean, you at the same, look, as a competitive Tetris player, Andy's probably like, oh, cool. I can get a win here without having to do too much work. But at the same time, he's feeling the pain for Ricardo there with an early top out. And again, honestly, like I said, RNG is still a factor no matter what. And some of that at the end right there was brutal for him. And he's trying to get the GGs out there for people.
He's got to work on it. This is a camera flip legibility, right? He's got to, there we go. He's actually pretty good at it. That's a solid GG here from Ricardo. Round of applause here, everyone in chat, wherever you are. And great games from Ricardo today. Obviously some strain there, but at the same time, Andy was bringing the Andy game and making it not going to make it easy there. So, Ricardo, aka PK Rick, hope to see you more in Classic Tetris competition, and excited to see where your skills end up next year.
All right. But that means Andy is indeed going to get to the grand finals of this pool. Probably no surprise to anyone, but the fact that he's doing it from the losers bracket is probably the surprise more than anything right now. Ricardo, of course, playing really well, getting that third place. I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but buen juego. Excellent job over there to Ricardo. Excellent job, and representing Mexico at this point. So awesome again to see the globalness of it. But here we go, Asta and Pixelated Andy. So Andy with the with the what is the word I'm looking for here? My brain just kind of shut down all of a sudden.
The option to maybe reverse.
Yeah, to with the opportunity
there we go.
to get revenge on Asta, as Asta is the one who sent him to losers bracket, as you can see in round 2 of winner's side over there.
Also, before we get into our finals, definitely want to have a huge thanks to all our sponsors, but one sponsor in particular, Enhance, for bringing us Tetris Effect Connected. Cross-platform, recently released on Switch. I don't know if you had the chance to play it on Switch yet, but it runs pretty well, and I was able to play it on the go, high level, no issues. Love it. So
being able to play, I mean, obviously, if and when the pandemic is over, being able to travel, travel to events again, having Tetris Effect on, I mean, look, I'll tell you right now, I had been playing on the plane, I play a ton of Tetris DS still.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's such a great way to make those flights disappear. 5-hour flight will feel like 5 minutes, just playing Tetris the whole entire time. But now being able to have Tetris Effect there,
Oh, yeah.
and playing the classic mode, quote, against the computer, I'm gonna be able to practice Daz on a
That's
plane.
a good
I
point.
mean, come
Yep.
on.
There you go. You wanted more time to practice Tetris. That's the way to do it. Get on the Switch. And so here's also, we have some tournaments coming up in early November for Tetris Effect Connected. Classic, November 6th, Zone Battle, November 7th, and Triathlon, November 13th. Triathlon includes, you have to be adept at all the different game types. So we'll have Classic Tetris. It's like smaller win counts, but I think it's best of 3 Classic Tetris, first to 3 Zone Battle, and first to 2
all I'm doing while looking at this is thinking to myself, man, I need to practice up.
Right.
I need to get into this a little bit here,
Well,
man.
hey, I'm pretty excited. I think we'll have some more, especially classic tournaments on TEC with a cross-platform coming up after CTWC, and I'm excited to be a part of that as well. So
it's a tricky thing. I mean, obviously a lot of people know me, as a fighting game commentator, and man, there are so many good fighting games out there right now that it's hard to play all of them. But man, when you want to play multiple genres and stay competitive,
oh, it's tough. I get that because I play. I've played FPSs at the highest level and RTS games at the highest level. So it's hard to when you love all games. It's hard to really decide where do I want to spend my time. So
yeah. I mean, honestly, one of the things that always makes me sad is like I can't keep up with the scene as closely as a lot of the other guys out there because I'm dividing my time back and forth all over the place. But just every year we do this Classic Tetris, and again, I love this community. I love the players. I love just the earnestness that like I said, when we saw Asta win over Ricardo, the elation and joy on his face and stuff, and that kind of stuff, it stands out to me, and it's just something that I love seeing. And so, every year I commentate for Classic Tetris. I keep telling myself, man, I need to stay abreast of the situation a lot more closely.
I really just wanted to pan to this shot real quick because I thought it was hilarious. We got the battle of the chairs here. That's a good Classic Tetris meme. And Asta
and they
ruining
both
my
have
shot,
the controllers.
but, yeah,
both of them have the NES pad sitting on the chair.
Who's got the
Like,
better
you could
chair?
almost
I think it's really hard to beat PixelAndy's chair, if you ask me. That looks like a comfy rocking chair. And if you are someone that,
That's
like shakes a little bit when you play, like shakes your knee or something, you got that extra rock.
Yeah, that is seriously like a grandma chair there. I can say that because I'm at that age where a grandma chair would benefit me greatly. Oh man.
I love this shot. It's maybe my highlight of the day so far. See chair versus chair.
Dude,
Dude,
this is
started up.
actually
Yeah.
honestly, this is a really cool promotional shot. With the controllers sitting there, the chairs. It's like, like next year you can do this before the dates are announced and everything. And it's just like, it's coming.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1,
You can catch that chair at the
man.
left at PixelAndy, Twitch TV/PixelAndy, and the chair on the right at Asta Teens Effect. Thank you to Twitch for sponsoring us this year. An awesome platform for Tetris, and I do feel Twitch is pretty responsible for the explosion in skill within the Tetris community.
Yeah, that and of course, obviously, again, you can't talk about Classic Tetris without bringing up Jonas, RIP Jonas. But Jonas and Joseph, that match, it's still like being. I last time I checked on YouTube, it's at 16 million views on YouTube. That match, which has just been the catalyst of so many people getting into Classic Tetris. It's absolutely amazing. And I gotta wonder, Jonas, looking down from above at us and just seeing what the level of play has gotten at this point. By the way, I did mention, that's right. I told myself when I would start doing commentary for this, I wouldn't be blaming RNG. I'll be blaming Jonas right now because I'm sure he's the one controlling all the pieces that we get now, right?
Oh
So
yeah, I genuinely believe that might be the case, and
yeah.
I also want to say, Asta is an ice cream scooper. I can appreciate that. I wonder where he works and what his favorite ice cream is. I feel like if you work around ice cream all the time, you probably have a pretty distinguished favorite.
Ice cream scooper, huh? Man, now I'm hungry for ice cream. Thanks. Need to get myself some ice cream.
All right, so both players are ready, Chris. Or I'm sorry, James. I don't know where I got Chris from. That was last weekend. But yeah, we have Andy on the left.
Tetris for Jeff.
Yeah, and Asta on the right. And let's do it. I'm getting counted down for this Group F final.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, looking at our odds prediction here, it says PixelAndy is the strong favorite with an 88% chance of winning. Well, Asta was the one who sent him out, and so you could see a little bit of a change in demeanor. And all the other matches that we saw from Andy on stream, he was smiling, like he seemed like he was having a good time and everything like that. Suddenly, well, okay, smiles coming back a little bit, but obviously, this is the man who sent him out, sent him to losers bracket, so he knows he's got a fight coming ahead of him right now.
I see his brother floating around there, probably either talking smack or supporting words, maybe a mix of both. If I were to have
Smack.
the proper,
I'm gonna go with smack.
if my hypothesis is correct here, but okay, this should be a great match. The best set of the tournament, or of Group F so far today, was between these two. We had a decider and winners that came down to a double max out, I believe. So,
dang.
See what happens here. And something worthy to note is every so far on Classic Tetris 2, we have only had bracket reset double sweeps from Richie double sweeping Meme and Hufflepuffus double sweeping Sodium coming back from losers bracket. So will Andy?
So it's 3-0-3-0 from the loser side every time, huh?
Yep.
Dang.
Will Andy carry on that tradition here?
Well, if anyone can do it, it's definitely Andy. Now he just needs that, Asta needs that J piece. They're not giving him the J. Finally, there it is. Okay, able to clean out and get himself for the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Asta. Okay. Now a situation here for Andy. Okay, that's a perfect piece right there. And actually, that was all perfect right there. Again, one of those times where the RNG blesses you and you're just like, as an OCD human being, it's just when you get that RNG, there's something so satisfying about that. Actually really interested in that. That would be an interesting stat to see how many Tetris players consider themselves OCD, because I feel like this game is just like is the OCD player's dream game, Getting these clean builds and such. We got an SZ spam. This is not good for Andy. Forced himself into a couple of really uncomfortable columns over here. All right. Should be able to clean himself out of here. And boom, Tetris for Asta. So now Asta with the lead. So he's doing well over here. Again, Andy will be just fine. It's just the cleaning situation that he has to do at this point in time. A little unfortunate. But he's just going to go for these row 3 Tetrises, so he'll be good. And now here we go. Actually, he's going to maintain this. Okay, interesting. I thought he was going to start going for the clean at that point in time, but nope. Here he goes. He's just sticking with it, but create himself a little bit of an overhang. Yeah, so he's going to have to – he just didn't get the right pieces for the overhang that he had created over there. Oh, nicely done. Beautiful placement of that eyepiece. horizontally like that. Was really nicely done. But at this point in time, Andy needs that long bar. There he goes. Boom, Tetris for Andy. But you can see they're neck and neck. The Tetris rates are basically the same at this point in time. So despite all that cleaning that Andy had to do, Asta unable to build up enough of a lead to be able to make that cleaning up period significant. Here we go, Asta, 72% Tetris rate here. Both of them about to get to about 100 lines at this point. And boom, Tetris for Asta. And again, here's a situation for Andy where he has an interesting build. See how he's going to handle this? Yeah, he just takes the triple and cleans out that column over there on the left. And so now Andy back to trying to getting a clean field and get some Tetrises at this point. He is at 63%, but you can see from Asta's side over here. And this is interesting now because if Asta could maintain this lead and let's say he takes game number 1, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Andy's side. You know, one of the things I like to talk about is, you know, the competitive mentality of the players while they're playing this and nerves and these kind of things kicking in because it's such a factor in these tournaments. If Asta can take game number 1 against Andy, who he sent to loser's bracket, that can definitely get into Andy's head. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I feel like Andy, like you said, he's smiling a bit. He's getting into a better mental state. I think he'll be able to, whether it's game 1 or not, I think he'll be able to overcome the pressure there. He's got...
That was such a beautiful adjustment for Asta right there. He was just going to clean out, but he realized he got 2 back-to-back eyepieces, so he immediately set himself a Tetris with a little micro adjustment at the end. It was beautiful. We've got the transition here.
Andy, actually, with a lower transition there, just about a 508K transition for Andy and a, was it 580 transition for Asta around there? And, yeah, this is what Asta needs to try and take it home here.
Great pieces for Andy right now, but now he's getting a drought. He needs that long bar. Where is the long bar? Yep. Oh, perfect in time, just in time. And he's gonna get another one, but 2 Tetrises here at transition speed. So 58% versus 69%. Little by little right now, Asta is building up that score lead. Still about, oh, actually, no, they're at the same line count. So that 100,000 point lead right now is a true lead for Asta. Andy has to play aggressively, but at the same time, Asta can't let off the brake. He cannot let off the brake at this point, especially against a player of Andy's caliber.
Well, Andy is getting a minor drought right when the long bar comes. He has to cover the well for a moment.
Of course. But he's still looking good here.
Yeah.
He needs that long bar again. Where is it? Okay, the beautiful burn right there.
Amazing.
Good tuck. Another burn, but again, another drought. But boom, Tetris for Andy. There we go. And you can see right now on Asta's side here, not a particularly clean board because the game refused to give him the J piece in time. So he is in a rough situation right now. He has a life lead. Okay, can he? Oh, perfect. Okay, Asta's still going to be alive here.
Oh,
he's still in a good situation.
Yeah.
And in fact, he's Tetris ready.
Andy had a bit of some issues to go through there too, and he's handling it. This is a great matchup. Andy wasn't able to really make too much of a dent there, but very slowly. He's only behind by 70K now. As I say that.
Where's the eyepiece again? There it is. Boom, Tetris, simul Tetris now. And at level 26, we're nearing the kill screen. But again, both of these players, hyper tappers, not going to be as... Kill screen has a different meaning these days.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of names sprucing up for it now, whether it's level 29 plus, post, thrill screen.
But to be fair, Asta's highest level is only level 29, and PixelAndy's highest level is 35. So Andy obviously has a lot more experience there, but he is having a very awkward build right now. Can he get that piece over there? Yes. trying to not cover up that gap all the time, but he's had no choice but to do that. Okay, Burning, he's at 28 right now, but he's down by over 100,000 points. If he is to win this game number 1, he is going to have to do some crazy play in level 29 kill screen.
Give him a long bar. Come on.
Oh.
Oh.
And yeah, Asta's going to take the first game. Here we go. And that already kills the streak of the reverse 3-0 3-0. So Asta taking 1 game here on Classic Tetris 2.
Oh man. And okay, first off, Andy did have some rough droughts. And he handled them amazingly all throughout the post there. So I'm looking forward to see some of these better games from Andy, and he had the right idea setting up for those 2 Tetrises, but didn't get that second long bar. So and he's in the right place. We'll see if we'll see if the pieces line up for him a bit better here next game. And I really liked how he handled a lot of those situations. Regardless, Asta is bringing it, and Andy needs to be aware of that.
Yeah. Sure, right now, dog in the background right now, trying to give him encouraging words. Again, Andy not just seeded second here, but also second in the tournament completely last year. Second place only to his brother. But here we go. Like you said, though, if anybody can shake off a game 1 loss like that and come back and win no problem, it is going to be a player like Andy. Again, the caliber of players that we have here is just absolutely off the charts.
Definitely don't count Andy out. I feel like he's going to come back with a vengeance here.
Yeah. How is he going to handle this overhang? Finally gets the J piece that he needed over there. Sets himself a Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Andy, starting with the 92% in just a 40% right now, but it's still very early. Only 10 lines burned. So that Tetris rate right there for Asta is going to skyrocket as he continues to get more Tetrises. But he needs that Z piece. There it is. Okay, gets the Z piece finally. And boom, Tetris for Asta up to 66% now. Nice tuck. I mean, you want to think those kind of tucks are a foregone conclusion for players of this caliber, but never can be. Nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah.
Another one. There we go. And now he's Tetris ready. And boom, Tetris for Asta.
A pretty close game to start. Of course, PixelAndy with the 96% rate to start things off. So Asta's not far behind because these first 30 lines can skew things to look really crazy. But yeah, near perfect start here from Andy.
Yeah, this is important right now. Got to get that game on the board right now for Andy. Give himself a little bit of breathing room, because if he goes down 2-0, the nerves do kick in. And, you know, as good as a player as he is, man, nerves are a killer in these kind of events.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Mike.
Yeah, the game 1 is one thing, but being down 2 games in this, grand finals.
But again, I'm not saying this to try to discourage Andy or anything like that. Obviously, like we said earlier, he can do this. No question that he can do this. But just speaking from a purely competitive standpoint, you know, like I said, I'm so interested. I'm so fascinated by sports psychology kind of thing, you know. So it's something I always talk about as a factor in here, especially as a person who has played in tournaments. A lot of people watching in the chat probably have never played in a high stakes tournament environment like this. And, you know, it's terrifying.
For certain. And some people are just naturally good at dealing with nerves, right? Others, it takes some time, and like you have to be a little more seasoned to be like just like another day of work, right?
Right. Okay. And oh, look at this, perfect clear. Get the drop
Let's
more lines on
go.
and oh wait, no, sorry, different game.
Yeah.
Game. Yeah, and I haven't talked about it yet, but if I always talk about this whenever I do commentary for Classic Tetris, but if you've come in watching this and you're kind of new to Classic Tetris World Championships and you're like, I could do this. I mean, again,
Yeah.
look, the way that Classic Tetris plays is so different than what we know from modern Tetris standard guideline rules. This is, I mean, I call this like the most like brutal Tetris
Yeah.
that can exist. It is not as easy as they are making it look. Believe you me, this is not
Right.
easy.
And this
what
comes
they're
from like we
doing.
both love modern Tetris, right? It's a great game in
Yes.
its own. It's just very different, and I mean, honestly, that's how I got into it, right? It's like I was looking at this, and I'm a pretty experienced modern player. I'm like, oh, these guys aren't playing too quick. I could do this. This is not too hard. And then after some practice, there was some frustration there. I was like, oh, okay, maybe I should give these guys more respect. But yeah.
I mean, I'm a salty person in general. People who have watched me try to play some Daz on my own stream know how angry I can get. There is definitely a lot of frustration that can build up, trying to manage through this, and this is me saying as a player who is disappointed in my like 40% Tetris 99 win rate, and Classic Tetris just absolutely destroys me.
All right, so pretty strong start here for Andy. 538k at 109 lines. This is going to help him out against a player like Asta post, where their 19 versus 19 play has been pretty close. So having this 18 lead will be a good notch up for Andy in order to take game 2.
Yeah. I mean, right now, Asta's still in good position, right? He's got a clean board, but he's getting a little bit of a drought here right now. There we go, finally. And boom, Tetris for Asta. And boom, Tetris for Andy, as both of them are nearing the transition. But we're going to get a boom transition, Tetris transition for Asta. And close for Andy to get that as well. He's going to be one line away from the transition now at this point. And there it is, Tetris transition for Andy as well. But Andy with a significant lead, still on an 80% Tetris rate at the transition. That is playing out of his mind right now. But again, you're a situation right now where we're getting some long bars, not when he needs it just yet. See, now would be a great time for those long bars, Jonas.
There it is.
Come on, give us those long bars. There it is. There we go. And Andy is still sitting at a 77% Tetris rate at level 20. He is playing just absolutely out of his mind right now.
Tell you what, even with that 77%, Asta's not far off. They're at a 66% and only, that's a 3 or 4 Tetrises, which can definitely come into play here.
Yeah. All it takes is one bad drought, one bad RNG sequence, or just a misplacement. And that would allow Asta for a chase down here. Had a 22-piece drought, but was able to manage that just beautifully. All right, sets himself up for another Tetris. Long bar a little too early for Andy, but he's Tetris ready now. And you can see only a 40,000 point lead. It is just right there. This is like virtual neck and neck here at this point.
Yeah, Andy running into a small drought here.
Although, again, Asta is ahead by about 7 to 10 lines right now. Okay, here we go. This is going to be the challenge situation right now for Asta. Can he clear this out? Yes. Getting the good pieces. Is he going to go for... Okay, oh man, again, the RNG not being particularly his best friend right now, but he should be able to handle this. But this is hurting his scoring potential right now. As you see Andy right now, set up, ready for he's Tetris ready, gonna clean a little bit over there. Long bar, boom, Tetris for Andy is at 71% right now. He's about to max out, and he's at level 25 right now. Boom, Tetris for Andy. This is starting to get to that range where it might be insurmountable
Yeah.
because Asta is at level 26.
Yeah, definitely surmountable. Asta is going to want to play a really clean game, and it doesn't look like Andy slowing down is a thing. Another simul Tetris for Andy and Asta. Andy has an 81k lead over Asta, so I think Asta is becoming aware of the situation. Is probably playing more aggressive than typical.
Oh no! Caught himself a little bit of an awkward situation here. How is he planning to fix it? Oh, he wanted to slide that T piece over there. Not going to be able to get it. And there we go, Andy. Again, sitting here at level 28 with a 68% Tetris rate, max out score. Andy looking so clean there. That match right there definitely looked like he was just at home playing on his stream, chilling, no pressure at all whatsoever. As we mentioned, if there's anyone who's going to be able to make this comeback from loser's bracket, it is Andy.
Right. Great game from Andy. And, I really did like Asta's choice there. They had an option to, I believe, spin a Z piece instead of go for that T-tuck. They were not taking any burn options. They were waiting for that the greedy T-tuck into the Tetris, knowing that Andy was going to be bringing it. So good choice by Asta, just a missed execution.
Yeah, and remember, guys, if you just tuned in right now, it is indeed Andy who is in the loser's bracket. He needs to win 2 sets to be able to take this pool here. So Asta only needs to win 1 set. But if Andy continues to play like he did in that last game, we might be just shy of a reverse double sweep. But again, can't count Asta out. He's been playing amazingly as well. Like you said, even that last game, by all intents and purposes, it was a perfect game for him. But it was just knowing he was still down by so many points against Andy that he had to push himself a little bit more.
Right. Okay, so here's the thing. Asta is now in a situation, it's a best of 3 against Andy in order to take it to the top 8, right? Asta is well aware of how strong of a player and machine PixelAndy is. Asta wants to close this out now. He does not want to go to another set.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, Andy with a little bit of an awkward build here now. How is he going to handle this? Dude, that was actually really nicely done there. Gets the hole there for a call. Okay. Actually, decides to fill out column 10 instead of column 7, I should say. And yeah, a rough start for Andy right now. This is a really, really rough start for him. Curious to see how it's going. That was nice. Yeah. Nice little tuck. And actually, he has himself set up a dirty Tetris now. And he's going for it at this point. But here comes the drought, of course, at the worst time possible. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Okay. There we go. There we go. And he still has some more dirty Tetris setups here. So despite the fact that he's had to do some uncomfortable cleaning here, he might still be able to come out of here with a decent score. Ooh. But again, what is happening here?
No, the misspin. That's going to do it. Asta's going to take game 3. Oh, no.
I don't even think Asta's aware that it happened. Actually, he's so focused right now that I don't even think he's aware that it's happened, that Andy's already topped out. Because if you're Asta, why would you even think that there's yeah, look at him. He just realized what happened.
No,
and he's actually...
It's the rare Andy top out on level 18. That's what Asta wants and needs in order to advance. Like, this is the ticket. If Asta can close this out, I feel like it's now or never, because I don't think Andy's going to make this easy from here on out.
Yeah, and again, look, honestly, like, we can't talk about what happened to Andy there without talking about the unfortunate RNG. It was just a really, really bad situation over there, and it definitely affected him. But 3, 2, 1.
Tetris.
Let's go. Okay.
What?
Actually, hang on.
Okay.
Have a little bit of a technical flub over here.
Asta, go ahead and top out. We're gonna have to do a reset, it looks like.
Yeah, for sure. Asta again focused right now. If anyone can get the word over to him, if one of the judges can get in his ear or something like that, just be like, yo, stop. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, and an early top out for Asta. No, I'm just kidding. Oh man.
Or maybe a capture card issue or something, but it's honestly good it happened right then rather than during the game. So.
Oh right. Man. Okay. All right, these guys will get started here again. Pretty sure that's Asta talking with his chat, as you guys can see on the screen at the bottom. PixelAndy, you can go check him out on his stream right now. Pixel with the 1 instead of the I, and then the Asta Teen Effect on his channel. You can see him chatting with his stream right now, giving his thoughts and everything like that. You can check out their individual channels, but thank you for hanging out here on Classic Tetris 2 to watch this grand finals match of this pool.
Okay, both players
It is
are
Asta
ready.
versus Andy. 2-1 in the first set. First set. Okay.
We're just getting it confirmed from the judge here. All right, let's do it. We'll have to get another countdown for potentially Andy's last game here, James, but I don't, it's hard for me to fathom Andy going down easy here.
No. Like this is just setting up the storyline here, right? For the epic comeback. Of course, you know, as much as we want to talk about that, we do still, like I said, have to consider that RNG factor there. Definitely getting some very unfriendly pieces in the previous game. But here we go. You can see right now already having to build these peaks and valleys, which is never fun to have to deal with. And it's interesting too, because you can see that because he knows he's at, you know, the back to the wall at this point in time, and he's also playing a little more conservatively. I feel like he went for some safe burn situations instead of getting really greedy, waiting for some of those pieces, the exact pieces that he needed to fill out some of those peaks and valleys.
Mm-hmm.
But here we go. Boom Tetris for Andy, up to 63%. And Asta, you know, awkward little gap there in column number 8. But he's gotten himself to 60%, actually 54% Tetris rate now. So Andy with a 1 Tetris lead at this point. And boom, Tetris for Andy. So if Andy could have more games like he had in game number 2, where everything was just falling into place, and it was just like one of the most perfect games that I had seen in recent memory.
Yeah.
If he can keep that up. But it all just depends on what the pieces that Jonas decides to send down, right? So it's the way it works.
Even game to start here, James, and look. Yeah, real quick. But yeah, so yeah, Andy trying to set up for that T-tuck, or he can go for the spin here. Yep, a little more conservative. No need to go too crazy here to start things off.
Yeah, and Asta here hasn't been able to get a Tetris in a little bit. Has had to do a few burns over here, but he's Tetris ready now, so that means the long bar is not going to show up. Okay, but he's got the perfect pieces to clear out that line. But again, look at this 14-piece drought. 16, 17. Where is the long bar? Yeah, he's forced to do some burning here, and now the hole is covered, and he needs a J piece. Okay, this is again, Asta will be fine, but it's just, you know, one of those curse RNG moments right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of, we have a pretty good lead here for Andy to start off. A 281,000. Make that 300K at line 62. 80% rate.
Yeah. Has a huge lead right now for Andy, and now this is good for Andy. Just like I said, you know, got to have another game like he had in game number 2 and get himself tied. And if he can get tied right now, then the pressure shifts to Asta, right? Because you're like, I had him at the back against the wall. He clutched it out. Oh my goodness, can I do this? And then if the bracket resets, ooh, man, that's going to be the rough one right there.
Touches for Andy. Asta waiting for that long bar.
PixelAndy living up to his name right now.
That's his true form.
Again.
Ready for game 4 here.
Right. Again, you know, if people are wondering what's happening, that's a OBS Ninja Video Ninja issue that happens every once in a while. So please bear with it.
It's
as
the
it
online
happens
experience.
there. Yep, exactly. And again, shout outs to all of the, oh, that was such a beautiful setup from Andy there. I need to, that's the thing is like in modern Tetris, that's not a move that you use a lot. That's not an overhang that you create a lot. So, you know, I don't spot it as much, but when you play a lot of the classic Tetris, you definitely see those kind of setups a lot more. And so every time I see them do that, I'm always like, oh, that was so smart.
Yeah. Love to see it. Okay. Tetrises in a row there for Asta. Closing closing the gap ever so slightly.
Yeah, down to 50,000 at this point. It's about 2 Tetrises behind. There you go. Now only 1 Tetris behind, but 10 lines ahead. So actually, the lead is still a little bit more than 50,000. The true lead, I should say.
Ooh, little adjustment there for Andy. I'd like to see it. Decides to get Tetris ready there.
Yeah.
A little bit late to make that decision. Hopefully, you don't want to overthink things too much here. Be confident.
All right, but here's the drought just in time for the being Tetris ready.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way it works, man. There we go. Finally, boom, Tetris for Andy. And despite that drought, still at a 72% Tetris rate and now a 73% Tetris rate. Gave himself an L piece requirement there, but you can see him filling out that right side there in a way that's easily cleanable. So won't be a problem. Although now he has given himself a J piece requirement now. So he's not going to risk it. He's just going to clean it out at this point in time. Nice last second adjustment. There we go. Not quite Tetris ready yet, but not the best transition. Nice. But actually, that'll clean it up. Perfect.
It was a little sketchy and not the way you want to go. I would say it's scary given how that parity was, but fixes it up. It's Tetris ready. Ooh, doesn't get far left.
Yeah. So he's going for the triple to lower the stack so he can get the long bar over to the left with no stress, especially for a hyper tapper. And boom, Tetris for Andy. And now Asta here. He's already at level 21, getting a little bit of, got a burn there. Okay, great micro adjustment at the very, very last second. Burning again. Okay, he's Tetris ready, but where is that long bar?
Oh, he's going for it.
That long bar is not sure. There it is, finally. Okay. He's going to be able to live, but look at what it's done to his stack.
Yeah, Andy can definitely get a little bit more of a lead here. Wants to take it to decider. Asta needs to just get it down and at least survive if they want to.
Yeah. Oh, boy. He needs another long bar. Yeah, he's not going to wait for it. Hyper tapping as if his life depended on it, because it kind of does right now.
So far, so good.
Yeah, he's been able to survive this. Beautiful. Got finally to that column 8. Can he fill up that column 8, though? That's the problem right now. Not getting the pieces that he needs to be able to clean that out easily. And now, see, he's got that awkward situation over there in column 8 and 9. Gets through it, though. But again, this whole entire time, look at the lead that Andy has built up.
Yeah.
Andy can actually, I mean, I don't want to say he can play conservatively, but he can definitely play a little more conservatively.
Yeah, we know Andy's a very seasoned player. We know he's aware of the situation and will make the adjustments as necessary, but he doesn't have to go too hard. He's got a 180k lead, and
Asta going for dirty Tetris, and he got it. Boom, Tetris for Asta. And now back to the, he knows he has to be aggressive. But then he got the SZ spam right when he started going aggressive. Wrong timing, but it's gonna pay off. Boom, Tetris for Asta. How is he gonna continue playing this out? Yes, he's still gonna go for the column 9, but column 9 is the hardest one because it creates a double requirement for eyepieces.
Yeah. And it's not coming. Oh, he doesn't get it. You know what that means, James? We're about to head into a decider between Andy and Asta.
Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. It's down to a decider, but of course, this is still only the first set, which means if Andy wins this, he only reset the bracket and the score will go back to 0-0 and he'll have to take another set. But if Asta wins this, because he is coming from the winner's side of the bracket, if Asta wins this next game, he will qualify as one of the November 8. It's all, oh man. Here we go. Game number 5, set 1, the decider.
This is a very pivotal game right here.
6,
Asta could take it home.
4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Okay. Decider between these two players. Again, if you are just tuning in, Andy in the loser side bracket, sent to losers by Asta. So this is actually a run back from earlier in this tournament. PixelAndy trying to get his revenge.
Yeah,
Okay.
I feel Asta wants to close this. Obviously, wants to close this out now, but
Yeah.
I'd be worried for Asta taking it to a second set. So, we'll see though. I mean, they've colored me surprised so far this tournament, right? I mean, they took the set already against PixelAndy. That was a decider. So, maybe if it does go to a set 3, it's potential to still be close. So, either way, Andy needs to play like his life depends on it, and Asta just wants to end it now.
Yeah. And like you said, went to a decider last time. So honestly, that's a huge boon for Asta, knowing that he was able to clutch it out in a decider on the winner's side of the bracket. So knows that he can do it again here. Starting out with a pretty even Tetris rate. Nice little tuck right there for Asta. How is he? Not gonna kill him. But again, just as a Tetris player, every time you see something like that happen, it's hard not to just go, oh!
Right. Handled it pretty calmly there. And, I mean, if anything, you just know you're giving a little bit more of a score lead to Andy, who is not stopping. So
Right.
60K lead for Andy.
Yep. 80% Tetris rate for Andy right now. Asta at a 63% rate, though. So they're still both at max out pace. So definitely not a problem right now for Asta. Just has to wait for a drought to happen for Andy. But if Andy has any games like he did in game number 2, that's not gonna. No drought is gonna hurt him. Okay, how is Asta gonna fill out that column off to the side? Not gonna be able to get a Tetris yet. There we go. Look at all these long bars for Asta. Unfortunately, only able to use one of them for the Tetris, but he's Tetris ready again. 61% still. Boom, Tetris for Asta. PixelAndy right now. There we go. Cleans up that. Gets the, tucks that piece nice and neatly in there. Oh, what a nice rotation at the last second by Andy to still get that Tetris.
And again, we got that 300K by the 60 line mark. I feel like that's always a great, when you have the over 300K at 60 lines, you're like, yep, I'm killing it right now.
Like I said, if he can maintain a game like he had in game number 2, but the saw teeth right there, the jagged layout is always like one of the worst layouts that you could have, and he had that 4 wide column jagged saw teeth basically at that point. So
yeah, sawtooth. I call it a peg. I just think of a peg when I see that formation. Yeah, looking like Andy handled it pretty well, and maintaining that crazy near 400K at 75 lines ish.
All right. Interesting decision right there by Andy. And now, you can see this right now, Asta slowly catching up in terms of the Tetris rate. Has to do a little burning there, gets himself Tetris ready.
Yeah, in this matchup, I feel like Asta is more they're keeping up. Like they're hitting pretty consistent 65 to 70% Tetris rate, right?
Mhm.
Or slow and steady. Whereas Andy will push for that extra, extra efficiency.
There we go. Boom, Tetris for Asta, setting himself a tuck here. He needs to find the piece. Okay, that'll do one of them right there. The TP should oh, actually, he's going to cover the middle. Probably a smarter decision. Yeah, going to force himself away from that Tetris, get himself a triple. Let's see if he starts going for a row 2 Tetris now. Yep, that's definitely what he's doing.
Yeah, especially if you can not cover up right over the well there. You can transfer perfectly, but had to put that Z piece right over it. Oh, there we go. Perfect transition.
Oh, dang, that was perfect. Andy also trying to get himself Tetris ready. Yep, Tetris ready. And there's the eyepiece just in time. 80% Tetris rate for Andy right now. And boom, Tetris for Andy. He is definitely having one of those games. He is focused in there right now. Oh, look at these pieces that Andy's getting over here. That was perfect. Filling out all those gaps that he had.
Yeah, and he's already hit 600K. He could hit us with another Tetris here. It'd be close to 650. He has room for 2 Tetrises if he doesn't burn. Oh, Asta with a rough hang. Oh, he hangs up.
No, and there it is. There it is, the reset for Andy. Andy starting to set up the comeback. Here it is. Is this good? Is this going to be Rocky 1 or Rocky 2? What are we getting here?
Or Rocky 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know.
Well, we don't talk about those as much. So
I'm sorry to bring that up to you, but all right, yeah, great game. Andy does take this first set of the grand finals, forcing a reset. But here, let's give him that heart, just to let him bathe in the fact that he got 3 hearts for a moment before I delete them. And we're gonna head to the reset, and this is the true final here, James.
This is it right here. This is the super decider, basically. Final match between these two players. Who is going to? Oh, okay. So Dog is coming in here, and he's gonna play now.
Is that against the rules? I mean,
is this tag team? Are we able to do this right now? I mean, here we go. You just have this feeling that a Dog is just watching. He's like, man, I want to play.
So Dog trying to get in the bracket twice on both ends here. We'll see how this plays out.
What is he doing? What is he doing here?
But I think we're trying to get a better connection here. We're going to talk with PixelAndy, see if we can get the connection a little better here for this true final, because we want it to be as epic as possible. So set their hearts. I took away Andy's first. I don't read that as some form of bias, chat, but yes, he's back. Getting a water reef.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to some classic Tetris 2. I see you all in here watching this super, super hype grand finals match here. Yeah. We've got some good Tetris going on for you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it on this lovely weekend here. I mean, I'm in Southern California. It's like 70-some degrees in October. I don't know why, but it is it's a nice afternoon here for watching some high-level classic Tetris. And I love seeing this from the players. I love watching these guys all play and compete. Yeah. The level of talent here is unprecedented. And again, if you like, one of the beautiful things about Tetris Effect, getting that classic Tetris mode, is now anybody who's sitting in the chat going, I can do this. Go and play some classic Tetris mode, put the computer on level 1, let them die, and then just see how well you can do. And you will really see the kind of issues that you can come up with. The pieces stick right away. There's no T spinning. There's no last second sliding. You only got one preview. Mm-hmm. Like, you feel like one preview is fine. No, trust me, it causes you so many issues. So it is definitely a different thing. And shout outs to the veterans. I see Mr. Josh Tolis in the chat as well. Shout out to the veterans here of the of Classic Tetris World Championships.
And we're going to head into that true final between Asta and PixelAndy, who had some crazy runs to get here. Asta actually took out PixelAndy in the winner's side, sending him to losers, which was a surprise to most of us. And, you know, Asta's been bringing their A game all day. Just kind of one mistap there in the end, which right before transition, which kind of settled it. It was brutal, but that is classic Tetris for you.
Yeah, brutal is always the word that I use to describe playing this game. Because it definitely is brutal. But here we go. Andy, Asta, poised. Again, it's 0-0 again. The scores have been reset, as you can see. All empty hearts at the bottom of the screen.
All right, we're going to go with the true final here. Both players are ready. Andy versus Asta. Group F Finals, CTWC 2021. Let's do it.
Yeah, you said on this stream here, it was always been the player coming from the losers bracket and making the comeback. Although Andy might not do it as a 3-0-3-0, he has the potential to do this and, you know, almost like bring balance back to the world, you know. Yeah. But, you know, Asta definitely here, not going to go easily. Very strong player, obviously very capable of taking out Andy as he did earlier in this very tournament.
Man, imagine being Asta. Asta was on the brink of getting to that top 8 for the first time.
Yeah.
Andy wants to make it back, probably to play his brother. And I'm kind of curious on where, if Andy does advance from here, I'm curious on how his seeding would play out, because seeding depends on how you do in your group. So maybe there would be an earlier Dog versus Andy than the grand finals. Obviously, they would want to be on the opposite side of the bracket, I think, to support each other.
Right. But here you go. Boom, Tetris for Andy, sitting at that 84% Tetris rate. And Asta dropping down a little bit, has to do a little bit of cleaning, has a little bit of a drought to deal with here. Okay. Creates an overhang, and now an unfortunate square piece there, but actually going to work out just fine with the cleanup right there. But he needs to start filling out that the columns on the side over there, and perfect. And he's going to get the Tetris as well. Boom, Tetris for Asta, bringing himself back to a 66% Tetris rate. And Andy at a 68% Tetris rate. And you can see right now, kind of an unfortunate build situation for Andy here. Though the good news is that not back against the wall at this point. Mm-hmm. Boom, Tetris for Andy. If he can just get that column 4 cleaned up right there, he'll be back to a neutral play field. And there he goes.
Route.
Interesting. Forced himself into a double overhang like that. Let's see how he's going to fill that out. Has to do it with 2 eyepieces. Okay. And now he has a 2 eyepiece reliance to get a clean field at this point. Ooh.
Yeah. Chucking those squares to the right. Probably the best option. Let's burn through it pretty quick. There we go, Tetris.
Yep. But that has allowed Asta to basically have a higher Tetris rate, only by 3%. Yeah, so
very close.
Not even significant. Not a significant number there. Ooh, beautiful setup for Asta for the T-spin. Send an extra couple of lines over to Andy's side. Here we go. Asta trying to get himself set up for another Tetris. Perfect. Got the L piece to just squeeze in there from the forced column situation that he had to set himself up. And boom, Tetris for Asta. Look at this, jumping his Tetris rate to 76%. And Andy with a little bit of a drought here. Nice burn, but again, the RNG not being very friendly, forced himself into a couple of bad gaps that he's had to build in column 2 and in column 8.
Build choice there with Asta's S piece. Oh, they can't get the L's at the far right.
Oh no. Okay. Actually, now all Andy has to do just play calm, get a couple of singles. Okay, now there we go. Set himself up for a Tetris.
There it
Gets
is.
the I bar, and boom, Andy has officially taken the lead over Asta here. Remember, this is the bracket reset, and now he's up 1-0.
Oh man, Asta's ready, and he's just getting that
So
water.
he wants to jump back in.
Yeah.
He's like, let's get back in this. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Kind of a similar error to how he lost at the end of the decider, right? Just a mistap on the right. For the most part, I feel we see Asta not go overly aggressive. Maybe it's because of his tap speed. Yeah, when he gets caught up high there, can pretty much spell game over.
All right, here it is again. Andy, the man was sent to losers bracket by Asta. Asta was the man who did send him to the losers bracket. Asta trying to repeat that feat and get another victory here over PixelAndy. Can he pull this off? Game 1 going to Andy. Now, here we go. Game 2. Gonna be able to tuck that L piece to the side. Yep, beautiful. And yeah, there he goes. Going to go for the burn right there to open up the well for the Tetris. Boom, Tetris for Andy. And oh no. Awkward build here again for Asta. Is going to have to do a lot of cleaning up. This is going to give Andy a chance to build a pretty nice lead here.
Yeah.
It's an early lead though, so it's not going to be insurmountable or anything like that.
It does add up, but not how you want to start
Right.
off. It is only the first 20 lines, but sometimes those first 20 lines will come back to haunt you if the game goes the distance.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Asta getting his playfield nice and clean now. Okay, and knows that he has to be a little aggressive right now just to kind of make up for that start right there. But there we go. Boom, to a 28% Tetris rate right now. So you can see how that start has affected him. Of course, it is very early. It's 32 lines. So every Tetris will skyrocket that percentage up. But here we go. Got himself Tetris ready. Meanwhile, Andy, 82% Tetris rate.
Yeah, a bit of that's kind of an odd eye placement vertically there for Andy, but is now Tetris ready. Waiting for that long bar.
Which, of course, means time for the draw.
Right.
Oh, no, there it is. Okay, we got a tuck there, and Asta hasn't fixed it yet. There we go. Finally gets the fix, and that should make him Tetris ready now. Now he's just waiting for the long bar at this point. There it is. Boom, Tetris for Asta. 1 block away, but look at this. Here we go. The line bar. It's raining line bars, which is great for Asta right now.
But Asta needs to get caught up here in the Tetris rate. Not doing too shabby. Still at a high 50s here, but you want to hit 60 plus at least.
Yeah, just to get that max out pace. Yeah. And speaking of max out pace, 80% Tetris rate still for Andy. And now we've got a drought. We've got a drought for Asta, so he's had to do a lot of burns here, up to down to a 53% Tetris rate, I should say.
Yeah,
he was close to 60.
PixelAndy's always very good about getting setting up those delayed burns on the far right, like knowing that if he goes for setting up these weird dependencies, it'll jeopardize his board. He just patient, sets up those far right placements in order to do some quicker, more methodical, guaranteed burns.
Oh, Andy having trouble filling out that column 8 and 7 and 8, but finally got it right there. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Still at a 76%. Asta back up to almost a 60%. Again, 60% is max out pace. Okay, got himself a square gap there. Oh, and then just got the square piece, of course.
Naturally.
Could have burned that a little bit differently to have gotten to that gap a little earlier, but he should be okay. Yeah, he's gonna set down the J piece there. Oh, 1 piece too early for the for the Tetris. Now, where's the long bar? Where's the long bar? He's going to have to burn. He has to burn, and he's in a situation right now where that hole is covered right now. And there's the long bar. Not quite when he needed it. This is...
There we go. Still not out of it just yet.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. Cleans it out now. Where's the long bar? Where's the long bar? Yeah, gotta do the cleaning because you can tell right now the RNG is not in his favor right now. Look at this, another drought. Every time he manages to clean out and get himself Tetris ready, here comes the drought. Yeah, but he's doing a lot of burns right now, so I got to imagine once we can see his Tetris rate again, it'll definitely have plummeted. But look at this, a 34, 35 piece drought.
Yeah, it's not what he needs right now. There we go.
Finally. Oh, man. 42% rate now. 42% rate. Brutal on that Tetris rate. Meanwhile, Andy still sitting at 75%. Still just calmly chugging along here.
And he's got to be feeling good about this pace lead right now. Looking like he's going to approach the 600k mark going into the transition. While Asta is about to transition with 431k.
Transition 1 block shy of getting to Tetris. It's going to stack the eyepiece to the left, but there we go. Boom. Tetris for Asta. All right. This is it for Asta now.
Asta's going to have to throw down.
Gotta do some awkward burns there. And yeah, it's always a tough situation where you have to drop the I bar to fix a too deep column, you know, single wide, but it creates another one. So it's like, dang it.
We have some really subtle adjustments going on from Asta noticed so far in the transition. Just nothing too crazy, just some minor adjustments to make up for these upcoming pieces, and trying to close this gap. It's still behind by 137k.
Yeah, because the RNG has not been kind. The RNG has not been kind, and you can see over there in columns 1, 2, and 3, that is just not a comfortable build at this point. Gonna take the triple, but still, look at that, the Z piece. He needs the S, and they keep giving him the Z.
He didn't go.
Yeah. With the triple, basically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might have just not saw it. Sometimes your eyes are so focused on one half of the board.
Oh, right. Yes, it's easy for me to say, and I miss things all the time when I'm playing, trust me.
Dude, it's crazy, right? Like, when you have the ability to just stare at the whole board and be like, doo-doo-doo, it's like, oh, you should have did this.
Right, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah. That wasn't me trying to call you out. No,
not by any means. Yeah, Asta would handedly take me, I'm sure.
Oh man.
Okay.
Oh wow, is he gonna maybe set himself up? No, okay, just gets the triple. Just a little
honestly, I might have. Look at this pace lead for Andy here.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I didn't even notice. 200, almost a 300,000 lead. He's still at 68%. Andy is poised right now. He might not have 3-0'd the first set, but he is on pace to try to do that over here. Look at him. He is firing on all cylinders.
Oh, yeah.
If I can use a generic sports term here.
It says it's the long bar dependency, but you're going to go for it.
Oh, God. Where's that long bar? Come on, long bar. All right, forget it. Yeah.
Yeah, you better take
you even see
there.
Andy smiling a little bit there, too. He's like, all right, game. I see you.
But even now, it's becoming insurmountable. I believe it is already, but we'll see what Asta can do. I don't see Asta having too strong of a 29 post play, but...
Yeah, I mean, again, even looking at the stat sheets, 29 is the highest level he's ever gotten. So he doesn't have the experience of digging into level 30s and such. So this lead from Andy is just ridiculous. Andy is about to max out and take a 2-0 lead. There's the kill screen. Nothing doing. I think Andy's probably just going to play until he maxes out. And there you go. Boom, max out for Andy. And you know what? Just gonna practice this while he's here, right? Why not?
No one's
It's
upset when
perfectly in
you
his-
go for them all in on 29. I believe.
Yeah, this is in your right to do this. So, but there you go. Okay.
GG. So here's a bit of a
Getting-
swap here, James. Andy's on the brink of victory, whereas Asta was before. Andy, you're looking to take it this time. Will Asta be able to run it back here?
Boy, okay. Here we go. This is now the pressure is all on Asta's side. And I just want to say this even before we get to this game. If Asta cannot make this comeback, I mean, what a run by this guy. It's been amazing. He's been playing absolutely fantastic. Probably some of the best play that he's probably felt himself have. But again,
Stage that matters.
don't count him out just yet.
And the chair. Waiting for the chair to ready up here.
Yeah, you can see right now Asta just wants to jump back in here, but this might actually be good for Asta. Give himself a chance to breathe, calm down just a little bit here.
Yeah, sometimes you don't know that's what you need.
I love the fact that people have chair emotes in the chat. That's amazing.
You have a classic Tetris 2 chair and then a classic. Oh, that's enough.
Yeah.
Got a lot of chairs. All right, let's fix pixelated Andy here real quick, and we'll get started.
Or maybe unfix him, as we said. PixelAndy is his true form. But yeah, he's definitely, I think, having some issues with this capture card. You can see right there, his field has disappeared a little bit here. And again, these are just standard online issues that, happen every once in a while. Again, man, this is not easy to do, man. This is not an easy thing to do. So shout outs to everybody here, to all the people behind the scenes running this as well. And here we go. 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And this is it. This could be the last game here. Asta with his back against the wall. But like we said, he was the one who sent Andy to losers. So definitely can pull this off as well. Sets up a tuck. Nicely done. And boom, Tetris for Asta to start here. And boom, Tetris for Andy. Both of them with very clean play fields right now. Boom, Tetris for Andy. Asta having to go with a couple of burns over there. Has a little bit of an awkward peak in the middle of the field. But able to clear through that if he can just get another J piece. There it is. Okay. Forcing himself into a couple of burns over here. Gonna set himself a gap that he's gonna beautifully clean out with that T piece. Nice. But now, fighting a 30-piece drought? No, okay, not quite 30, but there you go. Boom. Tetris for Asta. 54% rate. T-spin for Andy. There we go. And boom, another Tetris for Andy, getting himself up to 71% Tetris rate.
Asta also firing with a Tetris of their own around that same time. And still pretty early here, and Asta is keeping within reach here of Andy. Nothing too, no big misdrops or anything. Just I think over the span of 18 here, we'll have RNG play out for both players, but it tends to even out if you're playing well.
Boom, Tetris. Finally the J piece for Asta to be able to get into that column 4. Now he's Tetris ready once again with a very neutral play field. Andy having to do a little burn, a couple of tucks here. I'm surprised he didn't tuck that T piece over there. He's going to do so now, but now forcing himself into a little clean. Nice decision right there to set up that I piece fitting in over there. Oh, that was nice too.
Yeah, I like that. That was a clever burn. And here we go. Here he's setting that square to the far right, right? It looked like an odd placement in the moment, but look, it's going to be 2 burns. 2 burns to settle that, rather than trying to set up any dependencies, which will create more holes.
Yep. Boom, Tetris for Andy. So he's back in it now. If he could just get the J piece, he's just looking for the J piece right now.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Ugh. RNG, please.
Take that, yeah. Double long bar. There you go.
Oh, nice. There we go. And gets the Tetris and cleans his plate field at the same time. All right. Things looking good. Asta, however, matching at the pace right now, 65 to 68% rate. All right. Yep. Got a double eyepiece requirement now. Looking for another eyepiece to stick into that column 8 over there. I'm sorry, column 7. And yeah, this is not. Oh, okay, he's gonna be able to burn. He can get a triple here. How's he gonna play this out right now? Not the right. There we go. There's a burn right there. There's another burn. He's gonna be able to drop the eyepiece in there and set himself at least the double LJ requirement there. And now he's Tetris ready. Meanwhile, on PixelAndy's side, having a little bit of a tough time here with that build. Nope. Okay, he's clean. Now he just needs the long bar. There it is. Boom. Simul Tetris for both players to be at basically 60% Tetris rate. So this one is a neck and neck.
What we want. We want Asta to bring Andy to that decider. Who wouldn't love a decider, super decider, as you said earlier? So I really am hoping for Asta to bring it there and generate all the hype possible.
Yeah, for sure. We're all just fans. We want to see as much good Tetris as possible.
Right, exactly. I'm biased for hype. I'm biased for, crazy games, and
Exactly.
who doesn't like a good decider?
I'm biased for hype. I like that. There you go. I'm gonna definitely repeat that many times. Double eyepiece requirement, but that's a dirty Tetris setup that he got it for himself now. I'm talking about Andy's screen, of course. It's crazy how much when you focus on one player's screen, you just don't even see the other screen. It's wild. Here we go. PixelAndy. Yeah, PixelAndy is gonna go for the triple right there to clean that out. Gets the J piece, and now with that S piece is Tetris ready.
I think
boom.
This is one of our closest transition. I feel like typically we have a pretty handedly, or usually Andy or Asta has a pretty good lead going into transition, but it's looking like it's gonna be neck and neck.
Yep, right here, 5 more lines for Asta, just 6 more lines for Andy, and you can see just about basically a 1.5 Tetris lead, I would say, for Asta. Gonna have to do a little bit of burning here. He knows the transition is coming in 2 lines. 1 line now. And he wants to transition cleanly. If he can get a transition on a Tetris to lower the stack on the transition, nope, he's not going to get that. But still, the eyepiece comes anyway and gives him virtually a Tetris transition. Perfect pieces for Asta to clear out that well on the right. Again, he's Tetris ready. But again, another mini drought. Andy transitioning, of course, as well. Look at this. They are on pace. Only 3,000 points separate them. They are about equal in lines and in Tetris rate. They are both at exactly 63%. So here we go. This last game right here, proving to us to have a really, really close match here. Yeah, can't fish for that eyepiece over there. Andy going to start doing some burns. So at this point in time, I think Asta's going to get a lead here with a slightly higher Tetris rate, just by 2%.
This is really going to be heating up here. Like you said, just about the same Tetris rate, Asta with a slight lead, but Andy can throw down. Neither player is breaking composure here. This is definitely looking like a recipe for double max, as for what I'm watching.
That's how it finished. You said in their first decider in the winner side of the bracket, right? You said it was a double max out, and they're on pace for that here again. There's a long bar, boom Tetris for Asta. And then
Andy.
Boom Tetris for Andy. They're neck and neck.
Let's do it. Anybody's game right now.
All right, here we go. Now Andy with an official lead, but just by
By a hair.
few thousand points.
Literally 1 line in the future with about 4K, so it's anybody's game right now.
Yep. Nice little burn right there. Burn, but got himself an eyepiece requirement. But actually, that's a dirty Tetris setup now. If he can just get the long bar. Oh no, he gave up the ghost right when the long bar came. The classic.
Not too bad of a cleanup. Every line counts right now. Andy covers the well, so he's going to run into his own burns, giving Asta a chance if he gets a long bar. There it is, a little late, but oh, Andy gets to column 3.
Yeah. Dang, that's so important to get a column 3 Tetris while cleaning up like this. But he does have an awkward left side Tetris right now set up. He has to get a couple of those eyepieces to be able to burn through there. But where are they?
He barely gets at the far left, then gets a long bar to the far left. That was close. And another one.
Go, boom. And he's going to keep going for it. He's going to keep going for it. He wants to build this lead. But this is the kind of pressure that Asta is putting on him,
Asta's going for that
him
column,
into this.
Yeah, column 6 setup for Asta because Asta wants 0 burns right now.
Both of them pushing each other to these really, really crazy, dirty Tetrises.
Oh, Asta
and he's going to get it. Boom.
Oh.
There we go. Both of them at level 29.
Oh,
Not
Andy does it.
A double max out. And dude, it's going to come down to just about 40,000 points, both of them getting to the kill screen. Andy with the 3-0 completion here in the losers bracket and being sent to the losers bracket in round number 2 on winner's side by Asta, coming all the way back and winning 2 sets against Asta to qualify into the November top 8. Andy is back where he belongs.
What a close final here. Obviously, we have the 3-0 for this final set, but what I mean is Asta, putting Andy into the losers bracket, and then on the brink of taking out Andy with that. I believe Asta had the 2-1 lead at some point, almost taking Andy out. But man, what a set, and what a finals set, and Andy will move on from Group F to get to the top 8.
Dude, absolutely insane play from both players. And we were talking about it, how you could see towards the end over there, both players going for, continuing the left well Tetris, trying to get that column 3, column 4 Tetris. I forgot which one it was, but like they knew the position that they were in, that they had to go for it. And there was no pushing on the brakes at all. And that's just, again, that's the level of play. You go back maybe 5 years ago, you had the situation where someone has a big lead and kind of coast their way, but there's no coasting in the CTWC anymore at all. And there you see PixelAndy from the losers bracket being sent there by Asta in round number 2, but coming all the way back and qualifying into the November 8. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Okay, so we're gonna try to get Asta in here first for the interview for second place as the top 16 finalists, and then we're gonna have a discussion here with PixelAndy about how we felt about today's games. And I'm sure both players probably have a bit of a story to tell because there was a lot of emotions at play and a lot of tense moments, like Asta be on the brink of getting in the top 8, and also sending Andy down to the bottom there. So.
Right.
Great group today here, James.
Yeah, and it looks like Andy went 26. Average losing score was 795,000, basically 796,000 points. Asta went 11 and 10. So getting to grand finals, but you see how close every one of Asta's matches have been. 11 to 10 average losing score, 700,000 points. Man. And again, shout outs to both of these players. Amazing stuff. You can see we've got Asta on the screen here, but gonna wait for just a second here for those of you on the stream.
Okay, so I believe we have Asta Teen Effect in our chat right now. Asta, are you with us? Are you able to speak?
Oh, I don't hear him just yet.
Might have to get the right permissions here, but
just me. Don't worry, guys. We'll get this in for
Yeah.
you guys. Streaming is a cobbled up production with Discord and OBS Ninja and OBS and capture cards and
There's a lot going on here, for sure.
Yep, for sure. We'll get you guys in there in just a second.
Hello?
Hello, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There we go.
So we got Asta here as our top 16 finals, still taking home $250 after some crazy games. Asta, what a finals, and you were on the brink of making it there too. But how are you feeling after those tense sets with Andy?
Oh man, I'm literally shaking right now. Super fun games. I mean, those are probably the most fun games I've ever played in my life. I did not expect to get this far. I just wanted to my main goal at the beginning was to play Andy and then get this far. Fun games.
But I mean, honestly, despite obviously you wanted to get to the top 8 and such, but fell one match short. But still, I got to imagine that had to have been you've got to feel good about your performance here today.
Yeah, I cannot complain. I played out of my mind. I mean, I practiced yesterday night and I played nowhere near as good as this. So
Right.
I'm so excited with my performance here.
Yeah, at least it happened when it mattered. I feel like a lot of players can be hit or miss depending on the day. For Tetris, it's just the way it is. And fortunately for you, it was a hit today because you sent PixelAndy to the losers with I think that was a great decider match with double max. You had a near 1.1 correct. So crazy games today, Asta, and very consistent play. I feel like you barely put yourself into situations where you had to really work too hard to figure yourself out. So also very clever play prior to level 29, right? Just knowing when to burn and to play aggressive depending on going up against PixelAndy. I do have one question for you real quick. So it said you're an ice cream scooper. If I'm
yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
So at my work, I would have to say my favorite. It's kind of like a rocky road. I'm kind of basic. It's a chocolate ice cream, marshmallow ripple, chocolate covered peanuts, and chocolate chips. It's godlike.
That
Yeah.
sounds...
All right, I'm going out to get some ice cream after this.
Yeah.
Man, but I mean, obviously, this is your best performance at CTWC, right?
Yes.
And does this just make you want to push even harder for next year? Consider maybe even trying to learn some rolling or anything like that. How does this set you up for 2022?
So I think I'm gonna keep working on my stacking. I'm definitely not gonna take up rolling. I just don't have the desire to. But I think I'm gonna practice my stacking. I think in that last set there against Andy, I think that my play was uncharacteristically just aggressive. I never go aggressive. I think for all my sets today, I've played a pace where I wasn't going too aggressive. I was playing really passive and just kind of waiting to see the opponent does. I was always a really big fan of Jonas's gameplay, where he would just try to I don't know, keep pace with his opponent, keep a good stack, and then whenever they top out or if he needs to go more aggressive, that's what he would do. And so that's just what I tried to emulate, and it worked, and just didn't work out here in the end. So
yeah,
very close.
I was commenting on the match that it felt like you guys were pushing each other into column 3 dirty Tetrises and stuff like that. So, but again, I mean, the fact that you were able to keep up pace sent him to losers bracket in an upset. Again, excellent play. Really exciting to watch.
I appreciate it. Yeah, huge GGs to Andy. He played out of his mind. It was super fun playing him. I think we played a total of 9 games or close to that. So I don't know. Super fun games.
All right, Asta, I think that should do it. And yeah, definitely great games today. I'll probably be going through the VOD and looking through some of those moments. I think your first set with PixelAndy was one of the better sets of the group today. And
oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, honestly, looking forward to see you, obviously come back strong next year in the qualifiers and everything like that. And maybe next time you can take out Andy and complete the upset.
Hopefully, yeah.
But yeah, congrats on the 250. And until next time, hopefully, maybe I'll see you on TEC. I remember seeing you there before for some Tetris Effect Connected. But if not, then, I'll see you hopefully in some competition soon within the Classic Tetris community.
Sounds good. Thank you. And I appreciate the commentary, guys. It hyped up the matches really well.
Yep. Thanks.
All right.
with that, we're going to go to PixelAndy, who is not currently here. We're going to have to find
no
him.
PixelAndy. That's
Yeah.
what we have right now. So we'll get him
I
in
have
here
his
for you
link
guys
here.
in just a second.
It's, we also need to get him here in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Got to talk to the champ himself. At least the champ of Group F. Not quite CTWC champ, but he's getting there.
Yeah, not quite yet. Do we actually have a graphic that shows where everybody is going to go into the top 8 by any chance? Do we have like a seed graphic on that by any chance? Because I would love to see.
Yet. I would love to see that as well. I know we had something like that last year. Maybe that is something I could pull up. I'm not sure where that would be. Linked it to me.
Love to see where Andy is in relation, of course, to Dog. You know, hard not to talk about that, considering that they're brothers. They were grand finals, had matches across the world, and then grand finals was a match across the hall. Still, one of the greatest things there. Looks like Adam might have given us.
Maybe you can find it through
here.
there.
Oh yeah, there we go. So Dog and Pixel are on the same side of the bracket. So Dog and Andy are on the same side of the bracket. They're one match apart from each other, but if they both win their first matches, yes, indeed, they will play against each other in the second round. So no holding out to the grand finals. They're on a collision course to go up against each other in round number 2 if they both win. But apparently that could change. Okay, hang on a second. So Adam telling me that could change. So definitely not set in stone. All right, so never mind. Do not quote me on that. So depending on how the players do every day, they could bump people around. So we'll see how that changes.
Okay, I'm trying to get nice here. Of course. There we go.
Yeah,
exactly how we wanted to look for the VOD. So cue the interview. Please welcome Andy to the main event. PixelAndy, you threw down pretty hard there, and especially in that final set with a handedly taking out Asta with a 3-0. But how are you feeling after those games today?
I mean, honestly, I wasn't expecting that much from Asta. Like, I knew he was good, but I mean, like, he played super consistent there. Like, it actually really shocked me how good that he played there.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, how much pressure and nerves did you feel after being sent to the losers bracket? You know, second seed here, second place last year. Obviously, a lot of people looking at you to go very far, even in the top 8 as well. And so, did that add a lot of pressure to you, or did you feel like you still had a good chance of taking the pool?
Well, I mean, a lot of people were underrating the players in my bracket. Like, I know some people in the community were just saying, Andy sweeps here. Andy's going to take first seed with this bracket. But, like, no, they actually played super consistent. And a lot of these players were just super underrated tappers that nobody's seen before.
100%. I'll be honest, I wasn't really sure what to expect. I expected you to be the clear favorite, but you had some pretty good matchups, and especially with Asta, as we saw. Asta was kind of a dark horse there for a moment and bringing some consistent play. Not anything like super aggressive like we saw from Moja, but just a very consistent, like 60 to 70% Tetris rate across the board, just really making you push for it. Yeah, that's a great dynamic match to see, because I feel like you each push each other at certain phases of the game.
Yeah. Like in that last game over there, you were you had a chance to clean out the left well Tetrises, but you just kept going with it. I mean,
dude, I was getting droughted kind of hard in the sets against Asta, so I was scared that with that left well I might have lost.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, look, again, obviously players don't want to use RNG as a blame, but you were getting some of those games out there where RNG was not being nice.
I'm not going to blame RNG, but in the first match versus Asta, like where he sent me to losers, in that last game, I had like 66 bars in the kill screen.
Oh no. I'll have to rewatch it, because you did have some segments that were tough.
Yeah, like one of the first or second matches of this grand finals bracket, I had 71 long bars in the kill screen, so I got some pretty bad RNG, not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna blame it.
It tends to balance out, but definitely in the moment it's hard not to get frustrated when you see that piercing at
Now,
you. So
you were at a position where you were at a decider game in the first set. And I mean, how nervous were you doing that during that? And once you did reset the bracket, did you just feel like it was just going to be smooth sailing from that point forward?
Once I reset the bracket, I definitely gained a lot more confidence. I'm not gonna lie, whenever I early topped out that game and it put Asta into a lead 2-1 against me,
oh, that was
I
rough.
was
Oh, yeah.
actually super nervous. Like, I thought I was gonna
Mhm.
lose just because of how I was playing that day. I mean, today, but yeah.
Well, fortunately, you were able to, bring it together, and Asta did run into a top out right before the transition on that game 5
Yeah.
on
Oh
the
yeah.
first final set.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
I do have to ask one thing though. We often see Dog running around in the background over there. Is he talking smack to you, or is he actually giving you encouragement?
Nah, he's like, yeah, he's just encouraging me, like making sure I'm not doing any stupid placements.
Okay.
Or like
He's
early
not doing his
topping out.
brotherly duty. He needs to do his brotherly duty and talk smack the whole
Well,
time.
I don't know.
That's a good brotherly duty. Like PixelAndy said, he said stupid placements. So maybe Dog brought up stupid placements. So it's like backhanded compliments. You know what I mean? So
Oh,
who knows?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I feel like that's a
Well,
great form of support
Just
from a
pointing out everything that I'm doing bad.
Yeah.
I mean, how excited are you though for the potential to maybe have another Dog versus Andy finals in the grand finals? Is that something that you really, really want to see happen again?
Of course. I mean, with all of this new talent, though, it's going to be really hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There are some super great players right now. And with rolling being a thing as well, I
Yeah.
train with that. Maybe I'll be a
I
roller
mean,
by November 14th.
yeah. I mean, look, you are a player who transitioned from Daz to hyper tapping, and that has obviously upped your game. Is rolling something something that you are considering learning at this point?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm going to try to learn rolling. It's just so fast. You can do so much on kill screen with it.
Right.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, it's going to get to a point where rollers are going to be like how tappers are to Dash players. I can already see it. So. It's not like that right now, but in the future.
Yeah, I think more rollers will definitely come into play, especially after seeing more players utilize it and showing the potential of it. I don't know. It looks really fun too. I bet if you get rolling down and having that confidence going into the post or level 29 plus, it's got to feel great. All right, and
yeah, congratulations again on pulling off the comeback there, getting sent to losers bracket in round 2, but coming all the way back, resetting the bracket against the person who sent you to losers and taking it. We will definitely be seeing you in November, so congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Big congrats to you, Andy, and hopefully, I hope for some good games in the top 8. And hopefully you're on the opposing side of your brother, just for the sake of hype. And
yeah,
we'll see where you land right now. I think you are actually right above Richie in terms of seeding. So that would net you like a potential 6 or 7, which could be if a Dog is 1 or 2. You might be on the other side at that point, but we'll see how that pans out. It's hard to say.
We'll see.
Yep, but great games today, Andy,
and
thanks for chatting with us. And yeah, James, any last words here?
Oh no, they're just congratulations and great job. Yeah. And like I said, we will see you in November.
Yeah, thank you.
See you in the main event. There's Andy, and here's the final look at the bracket. It's Andy taking it home.
In case people don't understand, just so you guys understand how this works, we had the qualifying round. We are now in the elimination rounds to get to the top 8. And once we find out who our top 8 players are, those are the November 8 basically. And in the middle of the month of November, on the 10th, on the weekend of the 10th, I believe it is, that is when the top 8 players will all play in a final bracket to go up against each other, and
Right.
for all the marbles at that point in time. Again, last year in that November tournament, Dog and Andy brothers had the hall match basically where they
Mhm.
played against each other across the hall in the grand finals. They're
Right.
looking to do the same thing. There's a little bit of a scare for Andy there, but ended up making it through.
Yeah, I am stoked for this top 8 so far. So have
Hi.
have,
Oh man, we can't keep talking smack about Andy. Oh, glad he didn't hear that. No, just kidding.
oh right. Yeah, he just left. But yeah, so we have Dog, Nanu, Huff, PixelAndy, and Richie so far, which is stacked beyond belief. And I believe our grand finals, our top 8 will be on November 14th. It'll be here before you know
November
it.
14th. That's
And
what it is. Yeah.
I cannot wait for that date. I'm going to be here, glued to my screen, and
Yeah.
I'll have my popcorn ready to go.
And I should be reunited with my brother from another mother, Mr. Chris Tang,
Your long
who
lost
is on
Tetris love.
CTW1 right now, who is doing the work over there. But again, obviously want to shout out all of the sponsors who are able to make this event possible. Shout outs to everyone supporting this event. Again, all you guys in the back end, of course, doing your job over here, running the streams and everything like that. But at the same time, to be able to offer these prizes, to be able to have the ability to pull off all this stuff,
Right.
all the sponsors that we have out there, for example, Enhance, of course, with the Tetris Effect coming out on the Switch now for the cross-platform play, for on-the-go play. Obviously not going to be able to do the virtual reality stuff on the Switch, but
you have like Nintendo Labo. I doubt that would. I'm curious actually. I don't know if that's
you're
a
right.
thing. But
they should figure out a way to make it work with the Nintendo Labo. That would be amazing. That'd actually be hilarious.
But yeah, huge thanks once again to our sponsors. We have Twitch for being such an awesome platform, Enhance for working on Tetris Effect Connected and helping to support this tournament, which we have some tournaments coming up just before the top 8 as well.
Yeah, very special thanks, of course, to Xbox, who is still going strong with their Series X and Series S consoles. They were the first to feature Tetris Effect Connected. And so obviously one of the strongest consoles out there. And, there's always the Xbox Pass as well, getting you access to so many games for just a monthly fee right there.
Right.
So,
the Game Pass is a good
check them
deal.
out.
If you're into multiple games, that's definitely a way to go.
I'm
one that sticks to, one game at a time. But even then, I had Game Pass for a while just because of Tetris Effect Connected. And I would totally recommend the service. I was very close to getting... There's so many other games that were looking at me with the Game Pass, and I'm like, oh, like I saw like Age of Empires on there, like an old school game, and then I was very
also
close
shout
to
outs to G Fuel, by the way.
Oh yeah,
a lot of supports in the esports world. They are the official energy drink of esports. Big supporters, for example, of like Matcherino,
for sure.
a group out there that I believe in heavily. But obviously G Fuel sponsoring a lot of events out there, and seeing them show up here to sponsor Tetris, the Classic Tetris World Championships, is awesome for me to see. So shout out to them. And they have their own Tetris flavor now, right. Tetris Blast.
I keep going through this, and I think I'm going to buy it because it's just a novelty to have like a Tetris, a Tetris item like that. So we'll see.
It's a good point, actually. So,
and then of course the Tetris Company is our last big sponsor for contributing to the prize pool and allowing for this really to shine and happen. So with that,
Absolutely.
I think we're ready to hit up the Classic Tetris 1 channel, James. It was a pleasure commentating this the tail end of this group with you, and we have more action tomorrow.
For sure. So keep an eye. Make sure you follow this channel, then hit the little bell in the upper right corner or wherever that bell is. Oh, no, actually the bell on the bottom right under the screen to make sure that you get a notification of when we do go live tomorrow. But for now, go and enjoy some amazing action on the Classic Tetris 1 stream. We got a good match going on over there right now.
Yeah, I actually don't know what it is. I'm really excited to see what is happening over there because I assume it's crazy. So thanks everyone for watching here, and we're going to take it to Classic Tetris 1. And James, it was a pleasure.
For sure. Always a joy. Always a joy.